Yes, darling. Yes, I will give you attention. You're so needy. You're so sweet, but you're so needy. Oh, and now you leave me? And you wanna... Out? You want pets? Or do you want to leave? No, you want to, like, walk around laundry. Okay. You've been captured. You've been captured. You are now being pet. Please do not resist. Please do not resist. No, no, you're resisting. No, stop it. No! No! Come back! And you stare at me. I need to drop the link, don't I? Okay. Yes, that was my roommate's cat that came in. That was my roommate's cat. And she, as soon as I started... Okay, now she wants out. I opened my door prior to beginning stream, and she immediately ran inside. And then when I came in, she was like circling my chair. And then as soon as I sat down, she immediately like was demanding pets. So what's the cat's name? My roommate's cat's name is Tink. She's Tink. She is a black cat. I've shown off one of her paws on stream because I have not asked my roommate about showing off all of Tink on stream. So yeah. That's a good dog. It is a good dog. It is. Goodness gracious. Would you believe me if I said I don't have a plan? Hi. I need to pop out chat. I forgot that I can do this. Wah! Now I can actually read your messages. Wah! And if I go to live chat, wah! And then if I open up a second tab, wah! And then I grab that second tab chat. Wah! And then I can make a Q&A. Wah! Then I close that second tab. Wah! And then I add the Q&A. Ask Arrow anything. Q&A time, baby. And we go back to live chat. Wah! And we minimize the stream. Wah! And then we go back to putting on music? No, we have music on. Never mind. Hi. How goes it? I'm Arrow. I'm a TTRPG VTuber. I talk about Lancer. I talk about CAIN. I talk about Girl Frame. That's been something I've been scripting. Girl Frame video should be out next week, unless it ends up being a way harder project than I thought it would be. And I also do streams where I talk about TTRPGs and writing and my life and things going on in the world. And today I'm going to tell you about my CAIN game some more. Because last Thursday we had a session and I so wisely decided to not immediately talk about it on Friday stream because I knew a lot of you here would want to hear about it. So, 2 things. 1, if you're new, we have a Q&A channel. If you have a question that is not related to what we are immediately talking about right now, please put in the Q&A channel. Depending on the flow of conversation, I might just have to ignore what you bring up in chat because it's not relevant to what we're talking about. Generally, I like to think I'm pretty good at bouncing around, but if you have anything like you desperately want me to answer by the end of stream, I generally devote like half an hour at the end of stream to the Q&A channel, so just drop anything you want there. And also, if you're giving me your attention by being here, I like to give you my attention in turn. I think it is respectful. So if you say hi right now in chat, I will say hello to you, whether you are a lurker, or whether you are an active participant, or whether you're a VOD watcher, commenting down below. I try to respond to you as best I can, so hit me with your hellos. You're eating bread on honey like a decadent French noblewoman? Wait, bread on honey, not honey on bread? Hey, yo? Joining for a bit before I go running and cough up a lung? Yeah, my roommate's sick, so I keep joking that they've coughed up their 3rd lung, and then they coughed up their 4th lung, and pretty soon they're gonna cough up their 5th lung. Speaking of cat, my outside cat Munchkin gave birth to a calico. Aww. You ever think I should say hi in a funny way and spend like 2 to 3 minutes thinking what to say? All the time. I think of, listen, my entire life is just a perpetual state of either being turned on and actively being silly and saying funny things, or being in a like fugue state where I'm being prepared to be on and preparing to be funny and silly and make an absolute fool of myself. So it's really just one of the two with me. It is the back and forth pendulum swinging. Hi, Dark and Gray and Ducky and Licorice and Real Robot and Milk and Sana and Clam and Mizzle and Tran and B and Original and Gato and N and Licorice and Knight of Dice and everyone else, Yixtris, everyone else who is in chat right now, who's a lurker, who is viewing this later in the VOD. Welcome. Would you believe me if I don't have a plan for today? I have my CAIN stuff to talk about, but generally I like to keep you in suspense. I like to edge the conversation along, and I like to not talk about CAIN for at least half an hour to 45 minutes, if not longer. However, most of the time that is because someone like brings up Persona, for instance. So in most cases, that is not my fault. However, I said earlier, but Arrow didn't respond. Justice from Arrow. Well, goodbye, Kiki. And banned. Hey, hush. Do I ever stick to the plan? No. Listen, no plan survives contact with the enemy. I am the enemy. I am the enemy of reason and order. I am not a harbinger of chaos. I am just simply so incompetent that, much like a joker, I simply dismantle power structures around me via sheer ignoramustude. Ignoramity? Is ignoramity a word? That sounds awesome. Silence your ignoramity. That sounds awesome. Are we going to draw Boss Baby for at least half an hour? Okay, I only drew Boss Baby for like 15 minutes. That was not half an hour. Wouldn't put it past you to not have a plan. You got it. Arrow wings it. Arrow improvs. Arrow indulges. Is Arrow the worm? Do you mean like the triad? Like WYRM? Because in that case, okay. Like unironically, I do think that it would be an interesting conversation. Sorry. I knocked over a little Pikachu standee on my desk. I apologize, Pikachu. You have no legs. Wait, I dropped it again. I'm sorry. I'm silly. Sorry, I was struggling. In Werewolf the Apocalypse, there is something called the Triad, which is 3 giant, like extra dimensional spirits that control the entire universe, right? They're the fundamental forces of creation, cultivation, and destruction. They are the wild, the weaver, and the worm. The wild is creation. It is all things wild. It is spontaneity. It is creativity. It is making that from that which is not. The weaver takes the chaos of creation and gives it order, cultivates it, makes it have shape and function, and takes the raw creative ethos and pathos of the world and gives it the ability to actually have form. And then the worm destroys it, dismantles it, unravels the weaver's webs in order to make room for more creation from the wild. And these are called the triad. They're all, when they are in balance, they are all necessary. The worm is not evil. The wild is not good. The weaver is like effectively neutral. Like none of them have a specific inclination. However, in the canon of Werewolf the Apocalypse, the worm went bad and the weaver went bad. So the wild is kind of like just like being chilling and failing because, you know, you got to have something going on in your meta plot for a World of Darkness game. Anyway, what would you ascribe to? So like, for instance, under the wild, like changelings tend to be aligned with the wild, whereas vampires tend to be aligned with the weaver because they're like undead and they're in perpetuity. Changelings are all about whimsy and creativity, whereas wraiths are aligned with the worm because they're dead, right? They're decayed. What if, hear me out, you could start checking Perfect Draw? I mean, I could start checking Perfect Draw. I had Monty, a community member, one of the Arrowkissers, gifted me Perfect Draw on itch, on itch.io, because apparently you can do that, which means that if someone wants to send me a TTRPG that they want me to review or check out, I can't promise I will, but sending it to me via itch using my creator email, ericuswrites@gmail.com, is a good vector to do that. I can have Throne for anything physical, and then I can have itch for anything digital. You really want to talk about Persona 5, don't you? I just beat Persona 5. I just beat it. I talked about it so much in the last week, and I want to talk about it more. Also, speaking of World of Darkness, did you see the newest episode of Hunter the Parenting? Not to spoil anything, but Old Man Yowie saved the day. I have yet to watch a single episode of Hunter the Parenting, which is kind of awkward because my sibling, who just started running a vampire game for me, my sibling is running it for myself, my roommate, and one of our other siblings. And my sibling is a fan of Hunter the Parenting and is not shy about the fact that they just rip everything off of it, which is very funny to me. And apparently, what was the meme? Who posted the super slop? The super slop hamburger. The super slop hamburger. Is it in the meme channel? No. Anyway, we in our the premise of our game is that we're all at a gas station, right? We're all at a gas station, and my character's concept is I'm a Ventrue, but I'm in baby jail. What is baby jail, you might ask? Let me see it in chat. I want to see at least one person ask, what is baby jail? At least one other person to ask me, how do you get out of baby jail? I will not progress until I see at least one of these two questions. See, baby jailing, thank you, Dark, is this Ventrue. She was really good at finance. She was very good at making money. And so in university, when she like studied finance, she was effectively picked up in like this, women in business workshop mentor program that was actually her soon to be sire scouting her. And then she worked for her sire for a couple years, and effectively she's great at making money. She has 4 dots in finance and she has 5 dots in resources. However, she is one of the most like unpleasant people to interact with. She doesn't respect authority. She doesn't listen to what other people say. She is very much like my way or the highway. She has a very loud, I'll say, personality. And so her Ventru sire is like, girl, what are you doing? Girl, you have to learn how to play politics. You have to understand how to like bend the knee when you need to bend the knee, even if it's just for appearances. You need to demonstrate loyalty. You need to demonstrate more than anything, competence in literally anything other than making money. And my character Archer is just like, why would I need to do that? I can just pay people to do that for me. And so she's been stuck in baby jail for the last 9 years, as long as she's been a Ventru, because she needs to chill the heck out. She needs to go from being like this hot-blooded, firebrand, like 20-something, into being a mature, respectable, like well-known and well-liked Ventru. And she is just, and like the way that her sire's done this is, I'm cutting off your assets. I'm putting you in baby jail. You're going to work at a gas station for a couple, like you're going to work at like minimum wage jobs for like a couple decades while I sort this out. And you're going to learn humility. You're going to learn respect. You're going to learn how to like control your emotions and like use an inside voice. And if you don't do that, then I'm going to have to final death you. Sorry. But so the whole point of baby jail is my character is extremely competent at everything that a Ventru should be, except playing nice. Ventru, as a stereotype, are very... So Ventru as a clan in Vampire the Masquerade are all about money. And they're known as like the clan of kings. They're very known in politics. But money is the main thing. And so if you're to get someone to become a Ventru, presumably you want them to be someone that can make a lot of money. But you also want them to be someone that like represents. You want them to be someone that can play nice with someone who's like 700 years older than them. You want them to be someone who can command respect, not by demanding it. Archer, my character, does not do any of that. Archer, in Vampire the Masquerade, when you make a character, you choose your clan. And in your clan, you have 3 disciplines. Of these disciplines, these are basically your spell schools from D&D almost. And you get 2 dots in one, and 1 dot in another, and 0 in a third. And then with your predator type, a separate thing that you choose independent of your clan, you get +1 dot to any of them, including disciplines that aren't native to your clan. So, the Ventru have Dominate, which is mind control. And that's like generally considered like the main one that Ventru use. They have Presence, which is all about emotional manipulation. Very useful when you want to play politics. As well as Fortitude. Does anyone have a guess what my character put all of her points in? I'll give you a hint. The Dominate is one that Ventru love. Presence is one that Ventru like. Fortitude is one Ventru are like, yeah, that'd be useful. I put 2 dots in Fortitude. I put 1 dot in Presence. I put 0 dots in Dominate. I took a feeding type. I took the Siren. So Archer, canonically, was a hoe in college. And then has led to a couple funny moments where I'll get to that soon. But I took Siren, where Siren allows you to either take Presence or Fortitude as another dot. So I took another dot of Fortitude. At character creation, I had 3 dots in Fortitude, which allowed me to get +3 health, because I took a thing that increases my health by however much Fortitude I have. I took something that is damage reduction based on my Fortitude, so like -3 damage incoming. And I had the ability to prepare myself and take no damage from sunlight and from fire. These are like the folkloric banes of vampires. In Vampire the Masquerade, like, you know, like Silver Bullet like kills a werewolf? fire kills a vampire, sunlight kills a vampire. I can just shrug that off. I built Archer to be a tank. Exactly. I built Archer to be a tank because I thought it'd be really funny if this character who is like, oh, she makes so much money. She's been groomed for success. She's going to live the high life. She has more money in her offshore tertiary savings account than you'll ever make in your entire life. And she has no social graces. The one presence power I took, do you want to know what the one presence power I took was? I took Daunt. Daunt is a power that when you activate it, every mundane human around you is instinctively scared of you and won't approach you. And if you're trying to intimidate anyone, you get a +1 bonus based on how many presence dots you have. The one emotional manipulation power I took was screw you, I'm scary. So Archer thought she was a Twilight vampire. Yeah, she just glitters in the sunlight now. Archer's supernaturally hard-headed, exactly. But I explicitly did not take the one that allows you to resist mental influence. So she is like physically a tank. Her MO is, hey, I'm gonna walk into this situation. I'm gonna argue with like a gangster that like has an Uzi slung over their back, and they're going to threaten me, and I'm going to say, oh, you think that's gonna stop me? And continue chewing him out. I'm going to get lit up by this like hostile actor, and I'm going to take like 1 superficial damage, which in World of Darkness, superficial damage is damage that is minor. Aggravated damage is major damage. Generally, you will have like 4 boxes, call it, or like 5 boxes usually, where if you take superficial, you slash it, and then 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 once you fill it up, any more superficial becomes aggravated and you exit. Or if you take aggravated, it gets X'd immediately, right? So if you have 5 health, you effectively have 10 health for superficial. And superficial damage is halved. So if you deal superficial damage to me, you might deal 5 superficial damage. That's halved to 2.5, so 3. And then I would take 3 slashes, right? That's how damage works. Vampires are dead. So fists, superficial. Blades, superficial. Guns, superficial. Fire is aggravated. Sunlight is aggravated. Holy water is aggravated. But like, it's all superficial. I have +3 health, and I have something that reduces incoming damage. So if you deal like 5 superficial damage to me, that's not only halved, that is reduced by my fortitude power, and I have 3 more health boxes. Archer's entire strategy up until this point has been stand there, take whatever they dish out, and just wait on the people she pay to come up and solve the problem for her. If you kidnap her, she will just like call in like a SWAT team, like a PMC SWAT team, and just literally wait out whatever you're doing. Her strategy is, you can't kill me, and I would like to see you try before my PMC gets here. She's just standing there menacingly. I can see this character grabbing a vampire, just dragging them out into the sun. That would be so funny. I thought for a second this character would be kind of built like you, and now I think the character is built like a dwarf or an orc. What would being built like me be? What the frick? Is she also a great and mighty wizard? Oh, she's rich but mean? Yeah. Oh yeah, so canonically, she was a hoe, right? Right? Canonically, she was a hoe because she was a siren, and I'm like, how would this work? Like she's not really seducing anyone right now. That's not really her modern feeding type, but maybe she had like a hoe arc in university. And what I decided is that one of my touchstones is a former professor. And he was like this professor of folklore that Archer took as like an elective. And like for most of her like half of her university career, she was just like partying and sleeping around and not really going to class. And she was in this professor's class, and he slapped sense into her. He got her to like actually care about her education and not flunk out. And then she went on to be extremely successful in finance, and like effectively under his guidance, she went from like, I'm gonna like be a college burnout to I am like I got embraced via Ventru because of him, effectively. The issue is that she was still in her HOARC when she met him, so she tried to pass the class by sleeping with him, and he was like, what is wrong with you? No. And so that led to a very comedic moment where I realized during play, I'm just like, yeah, I think Archer tried to sleep with him, and then he was like disgusted, and that's what led to him slapping sense into her. Her other touchstone, and I chose this explicitly because I like pain, I like suffering, I like woe upon ye. Her other touchstone, which touchstones in Vampire the Masquerade, you are not human, you are a monster. Your touchstones are humans that remind you of your humanity. They bring you back to that time when you were alive, and to protect them is effectively to protect your humanity. So this professor, who was very involved in her kind of like turning her life around, or like this college life crisis, you could say. One of her touchstones reminds her of when she was human, very important to her, still keeps in contact with him every couple months. Her other touchstone is a classmate who then became a girlfriend and then became an ex, and then they had a fling. And part of being a siren is one of the flaws you get is you get a stalker or like a jilted ex-lover. And I decided that Archer has a stalker. And I also decided that Archer does not understand healthy communication. So her former classmate, girlfriend, ex, and also fling is her stalker. And also is her touchstone. So, someone who is very important to Archer and is like a tie to her humanity and is like essential in maintaining a moral framework in the state of undeath she is in is also someone that is like, at best, unhealthily obsessed. Ain't that a bit too much? Oh, don't you worry. It's gonna... Honestly, I based on what my sibling has said about games they've run, as well as how I've seen them run the game thus far, I think they're definitely... They prefer comedic shenanigans over, like, dramatic moments, is what I've gathered. So I'm not expecting this to be like, wow, zowie, toxic Yuri, or even something where I'm just like, I'm in a situation where, like, in order to protect her, I need to push her away, and I know that's gonna, like, destroy her mental state, and, like, it's a lose-lose situation. I'm not expecting that. What I'm expecting is for her to show up at the least convenient times possible and be, like, creepy weirdo, and for it to be a comedic moment. I was embraced in a haunted house. What's your story? The Helsing Alucard strat of I am more durable than you, I will just eat the damage. Yeah, exactly. Petite and puntable. Oh, why did they break up? I think the reason they broke up is because this was back when, like, Archer was in her HOARC. I think this was, like, pre getting slapped around by the professor, or maybe being slapped around by the professor is what led to them breaking up, is because Archer was classmates with her. They were, like, working on a project. They became friends. They started dating. I think Archer probably cheated on her at least once, and I think that it was one of those things where, like, oh yeah, I'll just forgive you, we can move past this because, like, you've grown, and Archer did not grow. Like, Archer's not a good person. And then I think being slapped around by the professor, Archer realized, like, her girlfriend deserves better, right? Archer broke it off because you deserve better, like, I mistreated you, I haven't grown, like, you did blah blah blah, blah, all these things. And then because character growth, I feel, should not be like this. Character growth should be like this, right? I think at this point right here, like, this is when they broke up because that was a very, like, healthy moment for both of them. I think this is when they slept together. I think this is when Archer, like her ex was just like, hey, I still love you, I still care about you, and Archer's like, you know, just because I broke up with you, we're both single. And I think, like, I think that's where Archer really messed up, and I think that's what turned this classmate, this girlfriend, this ex into a stalker. I think that was, like, the dangling carrot that Archer accidentally put forward that made this person go, oh, she still cares about me. Oh, I just need to win her back. And then that's kind of how like both of them made mistakes. However, it was mostly Archer, right? If Arrow forgets World of the Apocalypse, we should be able to start on CAIN. Why would you say that? At least Archer broke up for a good reason. Yeah, and that's something where it's like, clearly, I'm not endorsing this behavior. However, particularly for Vampire the Masquerade and just World of Darkness as a whole, I feel like playing a bad person is better. Because it is a horror, and honestly kind of with CAIN as well. Any game where like you're playing a horror game, I feel like playing a bad person tends to be more interesting because the intent is not, oh, we're endorsing this person, they're amazing, they're wonderful, like power fantasy D&D. It's not everything is wonderful in the top in far future Lancer. It is, this is a horror game where you're going to feel bad. This is a game where you're going to get punished for trying your best. And you're going to suffer. And I think it's almost like more cathartic for me if I play a bad person, like Archer being not necessarily a serial cheater, but like someone who like was hoeing around and like didn't know how to like properly have the etiquette with that. There's nothing wrong with sleeping around casually. There is a problem with sleeping around casually when you're in a committed relationship with someone, assuming you didn't talk about it first. There is a problem with trying to sleep with your professor. Like those are all problems that and then obviously Archer is a very abrasive personality, right? Like she's mellowed over her time at baby jail. Over her time at baby jail, over the last 9 years, she has gone from like disrespecting everyone because she demands respect to is just kind of like mouthy. I think now she's just kind of snippy. I don't think that she's actually someone who is stupid enough to go around and like mouth off to like a 500-year elder. And actually, like with her sire, she's actually very timid and quiet around her sire. And I think it's like 20%, oh, this is what she wants to hear. And I think it's 80% like, I'm legitimately kind of afraid of her. Right? I think it's like 20%, like, so like, Archer is the assistant manager of this gas station and has been here for a couple of years. Moved around baby jail. The manager is a ghoul that I spent points on to have like loaned to me, like in character creation. So it's my sire's ghoul who's basically here to keep tabs on me. And he's super competent. He's super skilled. But he's basically like a direct line to my sire. And so both he and my sire, Archer is very timid in front of, is very demure, very mindful. And I think it's 20% because it's like, oh, this is what they want to hear and see. I think it's 80% because like, no, she's scared. It's gonna stay stalker, right? Though I'm not surprised if she goes yandere. Yeah, so the way feeding types work in Vampire the Masquerade, or I think it's Predator type. This is what you do like as a standard method of feeding. So my Predator type as Archer is Siren, which is generally you seduce people and then feed on them while you're sleeping with them. Archer doesn't do that. I just wanted the mechanics of Siren. And then we talked it out and then we justified it by like all of the skills of like, hey, you have like proficiency in seducing or like you have a specialty in seduction. That was from her time in college, right? So now she basically just like, it's much more like clear cut, just like, hey, I'm just going to feed on you because I have a feeding type. You paid me. So Siren does like that. And it gives you power. So like fortitude or presence in the case of Siren. It gives you like some advantage. So for instance, I'm beautiful now. I'm just attractive to like anyone that is attracted to women. But also gives some disadvantages. And one of them is the stalker. And because it's tied to my feeding type, and because I have it as an actual flaw, if I ever resolve my stalker, whether she dies or she moves on from her feelings, or we have a conversation and like I take her back, or like whatever it ends up being, there will always be another stalker. because the point of this is that it's a flaw. It's a character detriment to me. And so the goal is that the X will remain a stalker and like just be kind of like an absent thorn in my side, right? However, I don't know how my siblings can run the game. I expect it to be, again, kind of like silly, kind of comedic. I expect it to be something where it's like, oh, you ran into your ex at the supermarket. And I'm like, oh, criminy, gadzooks. Yeah, the list of hound grudges never ends. The list of stalkers never ends. Exactly. Also, every time I hear a character called Archer, I think Archer from Small Soldiers saying, I am Archer, leader of the Gorgonites. I have not thought about Small Soldiers in like 8 years. Like there have been many times where I've thought about this because I've seen the movie and I will be reminded of it, or I'll see a poster for it, or I will see a DVD of it. I've not thought about it in like 8 years. That's what you expect, but you should expect the unexpected. Honestly, I didn't know what to expect. I've never been run by I don't think I've ever been run by this sibling before. And it was very silly. It was a very silly game. It was very comedic oriented. At the gas station, we had 2 kids in a trench coat come in and try to like get a bottle of wine. We had like these Italian mobsters who went to the broken pump and wanted to order gas. And when one of the players was like, hey, that pump doesn't work, he's like, oh. So this is anti-Italian discrimination. You're gonna tell me that I can't get my gas here. And then the person at the cash register was like, you know what? Sure, go ahead. And then he went out and then he came back and he's like, oh, you want to do funny business? You told me to go to a pump that don't work. And like, that's the kind of thing that this game is. Did the kids get the wine? No, I went over and I tried to grab it and I failed. I got no successes. So the wine just fell on the floor, but it's like a thing of wine, so it didn't shatter anything. And I instead directed the kids to the cash register and I gave them the opportunity to buy our super slopped corn dogs, which I believe is a Hunter the Parenting reference, because it is the super slop, which is they take like some weird like cheese grease mix and they inject it into the corn dog, and it's like bulbous and disgusting. And my manager, the ghoul, told us that we had to like offer it to literally everyone that came in. And so I was just doing my normal job of telling them to buy the super slop. And then one of the kids grabbed the corn dog and like shoved it into like his waistband, where the other kids started eating it underneath the trench coat. And then the second kid on top grabbed a second one. Average American meal, yeah. Enzo, Tony, can you believe this gabagool? Italy mentioned Pog. Honestly, a vampire game where you're playing a trans Zemitzi starting as a good human, slowly losing their that because of vampire and becoming a bad person. I mean, I love negative character growth. I personally, this is not an indictment of anything or anyone. I think the idea of trans, thank you for writing Zemitzi because I never know how to spell it. Trans Zemitzi / gender affirming Zemitzi. I've heard that concept so many times. I just don't have any interest in it personally. When I want to play as Zemitzi, which I have played as Zemitzi in a one-on-one game with my roommate, I played like an absolute terrible person, right? I played an absolute terrible dude because that's fun, right? Playing an evil character is fun so long as you can separate the real world from the fiction. And I prefer going like the alien route. I prefer going the what are you route. But with negative character arcs, I do love that. And funny enough, how many of you know about sword lesbians? This is a story that I started writing as a short story. Probably, oh my gosh, was it like 5 years ago at this point? Gosh. I wrote the short story. I realized this is not a complete story. I need to write more. So it became a novella, and then it became a novel. Then I started editing it. And then I started the channel, right? I was working on it for a couple years, or like a year or two prior to the channel, and then I had to put it down with the channel. And now over the past like 3 months, like once per week, I've been going to like a writing group and I'll be able to edit it. And it's been so much fun to dive back into it. I have been able to like re-experience the story that I wrote, and I'm like, this is actually pretty good. Obviously I'm changing a bunch. Obviously I'm altering a bunch. The entire beginning, like the first like 3 chapters, I had to like rewrite the entirety of it. But I am really enjoying working on it. And something that I did in it. Oh, the Force That Makes You Crazy story? Yes. Something I did in it. It is a story that follows 2 women, Instrid and Moloch. And they are both a part of this, it's called the House of Thorns. It is, I mean, the closest would be like a Canadian territory or like a US state where the entire nation is a centralized government, and underneath that, or I guess like it was inspired by Legend of the Five Rings, but Westeros, like the different of the 7 kingdoms. Each of the kingdoms, like it all pledges loyalty to the same crown, but ultimately is their own like government underneath the crown. So they're a part of the same one, and then they're adventuring, they fall in love, they start dating. They're like the most famous and popular and skilled adventurers of the House of Thorns. And then Instrid basically gets scouted by a different house and has to leave. So she goes off to this other house, the House of Foxes, joins the church there, becomes like effectively a paladin. And Moloch stays at the House of Thorns. Basically feudalism? Yeah, basically feudalism. Slightly different, but yeah, feudalism. 4 years later, the forest that is the northern border of the country, that the House of Thorns, their entire job is protect the northern border, protect Thrawn from the forest. Something is happening in it that makes you go crazy and violent and attack everyone around you. So the Thorns are sending in a ton of their adventurers, including Moloch, but they recognize that you need teams for this. You need parties. And so on this adventure, they reached out to the House of Foxes. They got Instrid to come back. And the House of Foxes is also providing anti-magic preparations to help fight the spell. And so Instrid and Moloch, after being separated for 4 years, are back together, sent off into the woods, to go figure out what the deal with the spell that makes you crazy is. And then the entire story from there is like, how do 2 people that once were inseparable like re-enter each other's lives? You know, like how do you go from this to maybe this? Like how does that function? And that's the entire story. But what I did is they go through opposite character arcs throughout it. So in short, is this just Doomed Yaoi? It's not Doomed Yaoi. The prologue, the backstory, the before the book starts is Doomed Yuri. This is effectively like screw you, undooms your Yuri. Like the entire story is effectively what happens after Doomed Yuri. What happens after one of them leaves and they're separated. Just got here, title Sword Lesbians. Yeah, that's peak. So that's like the working title. I've yet to come up with a title in all of my years of working on this. They actually undoomed the Yuri. Yes, I did. But they go through opposite character arcs. Instrid left due to a sense of duty, due to a sense of responsibility, due to a sense of like putting the needs of others before her own interests. And over the course of the story, she learns, no, I need to learn to be more self-interested. I need to learn to not just self-advocate, but also to actively go against the interests of other people in order to protect that's what's important for me. I need to learn to have agency and autonomy, even if it means flying in the face of other responsibilities or other people's desires. Because no one else is going to do it for me. Moloch, meanwhile, has the exact opposite character arc where she learns she needs to learn to put aside her own interests and her own desires and put forward the good of others. Like, yeah, they're both good people. They both want to help others. But Moloch ultimately has always viewed the world from a selfish angle, has always viewed the world from, how does this affect me? How are they acting in accordance to me and my desires? So a foxy lesbian and a thorny lesbian, I guess. And so they go through complete opposite character arcs, literally directly prompted by each other. Hello, Alexander. And hi, Agent. And Nitro. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a house of thorns. The thorns made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a house of thorns. The house made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They sent me to a cursed forest full of spells. The spells made me crazy. No, Doom Yuri, at least it's in a positive note, so surely they have a good ending. Well, what happens when two people who loved each other, I should say, meet again and face impossible circumstances? So intro to self-love and Moloch is just love for others. I would say a more accurate reading would be self-advocacy and selflessness, right? Not quite martyrdom, but like Instrid needs to learn over the course of the story. I am deserving of my own attention. Put the mask on before you put the mask on someone else. Allow myself to actually feel my needs, meet my desires, and pursue my own happiness. Moloch needs to learn not everything is about you. Not everyone is out to get you. Other people are their own independent entities. They have their own worlds going on. Everyone is the hero of their own story. And at some point, you need to stop helping yourself and help someone else. Yes, sometimes you need to put the mask on someone else before you put it on yourself. Right? And so it's the exact opposite message in two characters at the same time. Hi, first time catching one of your streams. Great vibes while I'm working on D&D stuff. Awesome. Welcome on in. My group's doing a short CAIN campaign once we finish up Wallflower. Yay. Is that going towards the balanced and healthy direction or towards more dramatic irony? I'll leave that to you when you read it. Because right now, let me open it. Let me open it in another tab. Right now, I have how many chapters? It's loading. It's a long document. I'm sorry. It's not visible. Please do not panic. Put this here. Because on my personal account, so I'm not gonna be showing it off. I believe there are 30 chapters. Yeah, there's 30 chapters right now. There's 30 chapters right now, and I just finished editing chapter 8. And this is my 5th draft. And unless Sorry. I just finished editing chapter 7. No. I finished chapter 8. Yeah. Or at least like 7/8 of chapter 8. So I am roughly a bit over a quarter done. And because this is my 5th draft, because this is me coming back to it after multiple years, after rewriting the beginning, once I would probably just be good to send it to an editor and see about releasing it. Now, I still have not decided how I will release it. I don't want to self-pub because, in all honesty, in self-pub, you kind of need to have a platform of people who want to read it if you're going to find any degree of success. And a lot of self-pub is AI slop. So, I don't know if y'all would be interested. And I don't know if I self-published it and I pushed it on the channel, y'all would want to read it, right? And I never want to make that assumption. So I would need like confirmation before I went that route that y'all wanted to do that. And then I would need to like outsource to someone to like help me self-publish it. Or I could go with a publisher, which in my experience, all of the major publishers are pretty consistently like, hey, we have like X agents we work with. Anyone else is just not going to have an opportunity. So like, that sucks. I would work with a smaller publisher. Okay, so your puppy girl Yuri audience you created with girlfriend. I didn't create that. Someone called Bricky. What? You want Orchid 8 to get into book publishing? What about Patreon? That's an interesting angle. Just release it like as a PDF on Patreon. That'd be so interesting. How am I going to read it? If you publish it, we cannot know about it or you will dox yourself. That's the thing, is I could publish it under my channel name. Alternatively, I could just publish it under a different name, like a pen name. Or I could just full send it and be like, hey, there's not much power in a name so long as you don't give that name power. Be gone, right? Like there are other VTubers out there who have a public persona and a VTubing persona. The one that comes to mind is, I'm blanking on his last name. Is it Alejandro Mas, who is Sayu? I don't think that's like forbidden knowledge or anything. Like, he's pretty open about the fact that he's a voice actor as Alejandro, and he is a VTuber as Sayu, right? Pen name, totally not Arrow rights. I did think it would be really funny to publish a work and have the author be Arrow rights, and then anyone who reads that is like, what the frick? Who names themselves rights? Oh, only 30? Yeah, so 30 chapters, but it is like 200 something pages long. I mean, opposite is attract, so they might fall in love again or something. I don't know, do they? That's up to you to find out. What I will say is that the core pitch is two women that once loved each other and were separated for 4 years are called to go into a forest that makes you crazy and fight their demons therein. That is the pitch. Whether that means that they fall in love again, whether that means that they bury the hatchet and they just kind of walk away mutually respecting one another, whether that means one or more of them die, like, who knows? Rights Arrow? Oh my gosh. Should we start suggesting pen names? I don't think so. I think it would be really funny to just release it as Arrow Kiss Rights. Or maybe I just like drop rights. Maybe I just drop it as Arrow Kiss. Like first name only. So interested in self-love, yeah. So it's basically the first part, they're intertwining lives and separated, then met up after a while, and they might only get to meet once. Yeah, exactly. My chat box is set to top messages, and I'm not seeing anyone's messages. Yes, that says a lot about your community. Yeah. Oh, what I recommend, at the top of chat, you could change it to live chat. That will be every single message. Ericus John Lancer CAIN writes, no. John Lancer, that's my uncle. Please. I would never disrespect his name like that. Whoever said that, shut up. Yeah. Listen, I find it really funny that my audience is so pathetic. I say this with love. My audience, my viewers, you, the Arrow Kissers, or like on average, pretty pathetic, pretty bottom coded, pretty like little silly EP, whatever you want to call it. And it is like, it's an opposite attracts thing. It is like, depending on the temperament of the streamer, oftentimes they attract the opposite in their audience. The most submissive and bullyable streamers tend to have the most like aggressive and dominant chats, and the inverse is true if the chat is the submissive and bullyable one. You've heard of enemies to lovers. What about lovers to enemies? Well, okay, so in fairness, in Straight and Moloch, it would be childhood best friends to lovers to strangers to enemies to resigned companions to lovers, if they were to get together, it would be they started out childhood best friends. That's why they started adventuring together. They fall in love. They get separated and they don't know each other anymore. They're enemies. And then they have to like bury the hatchet first and then they fall in love. That would be how that would go. Lovers to enemies, good song. Bottom coded, we're talking about Arrow. Nope, we're talking about you. Sorry. You're not dead now. I will be soon. Sage. Arrow, can you pretend to be on call on the puppy? Arrow, can you pretend to be on call to the puppy girl vets? I just want to see what happens to chat. Sorry. Puppy girl vets? Like a vet for puppy girls? Is that like, what? Or is it a vet who is a puppy girl? I assume what you mean is that you want a overheard conversation of me talking to someone and like ASMR roleplay of me talking about like getting you fixed. Which like, okay? Huh? Yes, a vet for puppy girls? No! Ken, you just admitted you're a puppy girl. I'm sorry. No, anything but that. No, just no. Veteran puppy girls from Puppy Girl Vietnam. Okay. I have had the idea. I've had this idea and I've workshopped it before and I've never pulled the trigger on it. ASMR roleplay. Girlfriend experience. This is where like the streamer pretends to be your girlfriend and like parasocially exploits your like loneliness and lack of fulfillment in life and then gets profit out of it, right? But I do it as a joke where either we're in a war zone and like we're about to like storm the trenches and it's me confessing to you and confessing my feelings as we're being bombarded with World War I era artillery, or we're in a riot and you can't hear what I'm saying and you can't hear my love confession because someone is currently shattering the glass structure of the financial district and Molotov cocktails are being thrown at riot police around me. These are the two ideas that I have for if I was to ever do ASMR roleplay. What are your suggestions? What are your thoughts on this? I can't say I ever considered doing an ASMR roleplay where I'm talking to a puppy girl vet. Yeah, I never thought of that. I there is no joke. It is just an honest confession that I've never considered that. You're in the minority, but you'd rather not. I never found my bone in puppy now. You're not a puppy girl. You just want to see what happens to chat. Listen. I have a lot of people here who aren't a puppy girl. And yet I saw the odd response to the first 1 minute 30 seconds of the stream. I turned on stream and I started talking to a cat and I heard multiple people's bones melt as they folded. ASMR roleplay, but you try to keep the relationship healthy with chat. ASMR roleplay, but I gently reject you because I would feel uncomfortable with the relationship dynamic, the power dynamic that I have over you, and I would very much prefer to just remain friends. Just like the silliest, like, I'm sure people already do this. I don't listen to ASMR. I don't listen to roleplays. I assume there's a whole ecosystem about both like the straight-laced, like standard GFE, and then there's a deconstruction of that. And there's probably even a deconstruction of the deconstruction. ASMR has been around for a minute. However, I do think it would be funny. ASMR, but you're trying to convince me to go over the top of... Okay. I have a voiceover that I want to voice. And I've talked about it on stream before. And I forgot that I had this. I might do this week. What is this? Right. So it's if you become submissive and defenseless from hearing a phrase as simple as good girl, good boy, or good dog, they're an evolutionary weak link. Imagine if a bear or a mountain lion found out and used that against you. And I want to pair it with World War II clicker, communicate behind enemy lines, training my puppy girl to take and hold Pegasus Bridge. And I want to make a voiceover where I say like, oh man, you're an evolutionary weak link, but I can get you stronger. You're gonna take those trenches. Go, go, go. I think that would be very funny. Well, I'm gonna rewind the stream to see what happened during the 1 minute 30 mark. I don't think you can rewind the stream. I think that the stream, you have to wait until it's over. ASMR, but you're actively skydiving, Kate. ASMR roleplay, but I'm trying to tell you that I forgot to bring parachutes. But you can't hear me over the wind. ASMR, you talk to your favorite streamer, no romance, rejection, mutual respect ending. Like, that's the kind of stuff I think is really funny. I think that kind of stuff is really funny as someone that doesn't listen to that material. I don't know how the community would take it. You can rewind on YouTube? Oh, really? Nice. ASMR, but you keep being distracted with side topics. That's just stream. Like, I need to get better about just like being not distracted. It's been an hour. Well, I'm at the 1:30 mark and I can see people asking for pets while Arrow is talking to the cat. ASMR, but you ran a 10-minute mile. Can't stop. ASMR, but the CAIN Yuri recap. People have legitimately asked me, like, hey, could you just do like a 40-minute video where it's just you like rambling for like the entire duration? And that's something where I don't think that would perform well. Like, I think a certain portion of the audience would love that. I do not think it would perform well. Yeah, it's not a little like that. ASMR, but you're in a cursed forest listening to a lesbian talk about her past crush for the past 3 hours. Ooh, sword lesbians. ASMR, but you're clearly only doing it for the money and you want to get it over with. This would be really funny. These would all be so... My issue is I think these are all really funny and I would unironically do half of these. Like... Your Honor, it was for the bit. If the bit don't commit, you must acquit. ASMR, but it's a deflating balloon. That's just me when I laugh. Arrows ASMR purely for the catch. I have thought, what if I just released like a 3-hour video with like 50 ad breaks? And I'm just like, look, dog, I'm gonna keep it a buck. This is just to get ad revenue. If you can just like throw this on in the background without an ad block, I'd appreciate it. It'll get me like $1. But if I can get like 1,000 people to like watch it a couple times, I'll make enough money to pay rent. Like, can you just do me a solid on this one? That'd be really funny. We need suggestion box for ASMR. We have a suggestion channel. I have considered. So I have the questions channel. I also have a private forum that you can ask me questions on. Because I recognize that not everyone is comfortable asking questions in a public forum. So whether it's Arrow answers on the Discord or it's the Q&A section here, I have a private forum you can ask me questions. No one uses it. Oh, ASMR, but it's a badly done Japanese. Okay, no, ASMR. But I'm very clearly like ADRing it. But like I'm very clearly like dubbing over it after the fact in English. And I'm trying to like match the mouth movements, but so I'm using very weird vernacular, but I'm saying something obviously completely different. Ghost stories? Nah, ghost stories, gosh. I got a real ad and got really confused. Goodness gracious. Wait, what? People are into that? What the frick? We need to move off of ASMR. Let's move to a much more wholesome topic. It's a 4Kids dub. Okay, we're saying on ASMR. I would love, unironically, to do a 4Kids dub. I would have so much fun doing a 4Kids dub. Watch out, guys! He's gonna pull out his ultra mega move. Watch out! Hit the deck! Like just doing that for like 4 hours. That sounds so much fun. I want to ham it up. I think it would be so funny. Like at this rate, I have the portfolio. I think if I got an agent, I could probably start like actually having a fair shot soliciting at least like web series, right? If I make a reel, if I get an agent, I could probably like get in some web series. I love jelly-filled donuts! Raw! ASMR, but Arrow's talking about ASMR. ASMR roleplay. What? PR. Roleplay GFE. But it's Arrow complaining. But it's your girlfriend complaining about ASMR roleplay GFE. There's no romantic subtext. It is entirely you are listening to someone break down, deconstruct, and explain the exploitative nature of ASMR roleplay girlfriend experience. The new season of X-Men 97 just came out. So, lol, what? If you want to ask 2 questions, by all means, go ahead. ASMR about the whole time, you're like, I can. Huh? You'd like it if I whispered sweet nothings in your ear, you pathetic little worm. Isn't that... Is it... I thought... What? You broke me. Yeah, that's like normal ASMR. That's what I thought. Thank you. ASMR, but you're listening to a non-binary talk about TTRPG while they keep insisting they don't support parasocial relationships. Every time they talk about hurting their players, they moan a little. Okay. I have so many of my friends tease me about the fact that I'll moan randomly. And I'm like, I'm not moaning. I'm literally like sighing. I'm literally exhaling. I am literally living my normal life. I'm like, stop moaning. ASMR, but you're telling us off for listening to ASMR. I hit the I show speeds face when I heard that. ASMR, but you're being arrested 10 days. Okay, that might be a bit too far. ASMR, but it's ASMR, right? I have a friend that moans whenever he yawns. Listen, I make noises. And some of my noises are aligned with more of a sussy nature that has no reflection on me. We're still talking about the character limit because I was trying to be courteous in my phrasing, but that pisses away characters. Yeah. Arrested and tased already exist. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to step away for a second. Y'all continue coming up with funny ASMR ideas. Oh gosh, sorry, I don't know what happened there. I do appreciate how at this point, y'all are so acclimated to my nonsense. I like full-chested screamed while exploding, And there was a single person who went up, yep, Arrow went and got grabbed. Shame. Like, no one is surprised at this point. Arrow writes ASMR, but it's just one lone gunshot on the side of a butt. Pride Month is around the corner. I could do ASMR for Pride Month. And it's stuff like Arrow, just like ASMR roleplay. The baddie at the bar asks you to meet them in the alley out back. And then the whole thing is that you just get like shot and I'm rifling through your pockets. And I'm like, oh, it's sweet. Or what? Really? You don't carry any cash on you? Oh, 21st century. I drop it. I'm like, well, I stow this somewhere. And I'm just like talking to myself as I'm like hiding a body. ASMR, you're a hound's grudge and are actively being torn limb from them. Some people would like that. The explosion sold it as a bit. Next time, try it without it. I mean, I've done that before. ASMR diagnosed with French, it's terminal. I would have to get Rory involved in that. That'd be so funny. Arrow Samar, but it's someone talking too loud on the ASMR, but you're coming out as an asexual. Am I, or is the viewer? Because like I have a lot of ace viewers. I have a lot of viewers who are very much not ace. But I also have a lot of ace viewers, or maybe it's just selection bias. But a lot of like folks in chat and in community are ace. So it would not be out of the question for it. Okay. I have mixed feelings. Does anyone know those TikTok videos? Where it's just like role play, like I'm your mom and you're coming out to me. And basically it's just like generally older people, honestly not even that old, usually like 40 and up. It's just them being like, it's just them sat in front of the camera, like nodding. It has dialogue on screen that like is what they're responding to. And it's effectively them being like, oh yeah, I support you. Yeah, of course. Like, do you have a chosen name or anything? And it's like literally just them like affirming, presumably disadvantaged queer youth that feel like they have no one else. And I feel like that's something where it comes from a good place. That feels very slippery slopey to me, personally. That feels very just like, even if you're not a weirdo about it, even if you as the content creator aren't like farming a parasocial relationship, giving that to someone, particularly a disadvantaged queer youth, in my experience, almost always leads to them being unhealthy attached to you, right? The baddie from the bar invites you to talk in the back alley, but then they stab, rob, and leave you in the alley as you're bleeding out, crying out for aid. Both is good. Both it's mutual coming out. Sure. Hey, I have something to talk to you. Actually, wait, I did this one time. When I was talking with my roommate, back in university, like before we like knew each other well, but we were both part of the same friend group. I saw that they had a pride pin. And I was just like, hey, what's the deal with that? And they're like, oh, well, so I'm asexual, right? I'm ace. And what that is, and I'm like, oh yeah, me too. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, me too. I'm like, huh? I'm like, yeah. And they were so shocked because every person they had met before that point, they had to explain what being ace was. And I was like, yeah, like, I got you. I feel you. I'm Demi. So like, same wavelength. And they were like, like that was their reaction. Not quite, but like we were like on a bus and I saw their pride pin. And I was like, hey, Alphabet Mafia, what are you? And so that like I literally had in real life both coming out to each other as ace. My college friends constantly try to set me up, but I'm ace. I never had that. I have heard so many stories of so many people in uni who like they either were constantly hit on, or they had friends trying to set them up, or they had to deal with like those sort of shenanigans. I just fully did not have that in uni. And like sometimes I feel like I'm missing out, but also I very much recognize that that's not my speed. We, the community, are a mafia and are full of queers. Are we the Alphabet Mafia? we are kind of the alphabet mafia. You're non-binary, thus all your romantic relationships are inherently gay, but you're aro ace, so they're purely theoretical. Schrodinger's gay. Well, so okay, so I'm aro ace. Hi, I'm aro. I'm ace. I'm demi. I consider myself for both. Am I actually demi? I don't know. That's a label I've had since teenagehood, since adolescence. It might not be accurate. It might be accurate. I don't know. To be blunt, I haven't gone around trying to explore it. I haven't gone around hitting up baddies from abroad, like, hey, you want to meet me in the alley out back? Oh, and then I stab them, and then I rob them. As far as the police are concerned, at least, I've never done that. ASMR, but you're clearly trying to kill me, but I'm oblivious. The issue is, I feel as though even if I do something like ASMR, but I'm trying to kill you, and you're completely oblivious, and I get progressively more convoluted in my Looney Tunes style traps, someone's into that. Someone's in it. So for instance, I just recently made, or I didn't just recently make, but I recently worked on, overhauled the Kraken. It is a Lancer frame, which I had a lot of fun making. I made it last year, and I didn't touch it for like 7 months. And then now I touched it up again, and after throwing it in the ringer on the Discord, I'm going to make some changes, and I'm going to upload it to Patreon. But I made the Charybdis class NHP. I added some lore to it. They're traditionally the consortium, new manufacturer, not one of the big four. Prides itself on self-produced products end-to-end, Charybdis class NHPs are the most high-profile exception. Without any means of producing NHPs themselves, consortium executives contacted external organizations in hopes of drafting up an exclusive means of acquisition and distribution. Within the next year, the first Charybdis class NHPs were undergoing monitoring in order to best acclimate them to the then upcoming Kraken license. The disappearance of the dwelling company state was investigated briefly before being determined an unsolvable anomaly. Charybdis clones are social and curious, expressing a desire to know their pilot on both a psychological and personal level. They are notorious for compiling information and inferring details about their pilot, with cascade windows increasing the more consistently they can interface with their pilot. This includes being rebuffed or negative interactions, where Charybdis units treat winning their pilot's favor as a game to be won. Most pilots describe them as clingy, obsessive, or stalkerish, though their constant attention and interest sometimes leads pilots to unhealthily leaning on them for emotional validation. It's your clingy XGF. And I know a lot of people are into that. So I had to add in this line where their constant attention and interest sometimes leads to pilots unhealthily leaning on them for emotional validation. Because I knew that if I made NHP in the NHP kissing game, where it's super clingy and it's super attention seeking and it's kind of stalkerish, it's parasocial. I literally at one point they form a parasocial relationship with their NHP at one point. ASMR, I've challenged you to a duel, but the two of us are set to begin our sword battle to the death. Okay, alternatively, I challenged you to a duel, but I didn't actually think it through that far, and so I don't have any means of dueling you. ASMR, the ramble about Arrow's favorite odd-sided playing die. I mean, like, the D1 has to have it, right? D1s are so funny. There's no purpose to them. Like, they have no function. And yet, they have been made in a hubristic resistance against reality. Right? Horizon Collective members about to go feral. Listen. When you have someone who has an NHP, and the NHP is literally anything other than hostile to you, you're gonna have people that want to smash. I accept that. I respect that. I am not a part of that. However, I need to accommodate that. So if I'm going to make a homebrew NHP, I got to recognize we got a lot of mech lovers. ASMR, but you're getting roasted for trying to ask her out before. No, Knight, you're not understanding. That's ASMR people would actually want for ASMR reasons. We need ASMR that is purely like, hey, like Lancer ASMR. You're about to deploy to the sit rep, and you just got informed that they're feeling 12 manticores. Right? That's the kind of thing we need. We need to have it be not that it's something that someone would actually be weirdo about. We need it to be ASMR that someone would just find funny. We already have enough weirdos. Y'all are weirdo enough. Y'all want to kiss your NHPs. Arrow, fortitude. People are gonna be... Okay. Fortitude is different. And do you want to know the reason fortitude is different? Fortitude doesn't count? The reason fortitude does not count for you being weirdo if you're into fortitude. Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C. That is why it's not weird to be into fortitude, even if they hate you. It's not weird. Lancer ASMR, but it's 40 grunt witches making you explode. Oh my gosh. Lancer ASMR, but you just finished your turn in your LL0 Everest and you're fighting 20 grunt witches. The D7 is purely human thing because no divine being can make... What is a D7? I don't think I've ever seen a D7. D7. Not the D7 chord. 7-sided die. Oh my gosh, what the frick? What? Why is this so bendy? You know? Like, why it got curves like that? It's like a basketball. Huh? What the frick? You own 2 of them? D7, like in the Binding of Isaac? Okay. Would it surprise anyone to know that I have never played Binding of... Or I've maybe like played 1 run on a friend's device and I did not enjoy it. Lancer ASMR, but it's your pilot friend trying to help you find the slate that fell out of your pocket in the cockpit. Having not seen the D7, I'm guessing it looks like a lemon. I don't know what the heck that is. So, oh my gosh, guys! Same day ship from Ohio! Guys! We can get a die set from Ohio! Lancer ASMR, but Gargoyle is increasingly desperate to use its signature move while you're too close. Listen, Lancer ASMR, and you didn't put your Manticore in a castigation state, but it started castigating anyway. I think that would be fun. You drink deep and descend. I think that's just called an acid trip. Like genuinely. I think the experience of drinking deep and descending is just tripping balls. What was the stream about again? Oh, I was going to talk about CAIN. Right. Anyway, D7's like, I don't know. The D7 just doesn't... Let me show you D1. 1-sided die. So this is a 1-sided die. This is like a model of it. It's a mock-up. And here is one that has a better angle. Yeah, so it's a 1-sided die. It's like a little shoot of bamboo where it's flattened down here. And so it will always roll in such a way where this side is up. Is it a Mobius strip? No. It's a little, like, one side of it is slightly flat. Lancer ASMR, but it's the perfect sin snake convincing exos to join their new Valentines. Okay, that one would actually go kind of hard. That one would actually go kind of hard. Do we want to talk about CAIN now? How many of you... I have a question. How many of you have no idea about the Valentine's game I'm running in CAIN? I've been running a CAIN game for one of my players, for a fellow content creator, Celerity Dust, off stream, but I've been summarizing it just about every week for the past, like, 7 months, 8 months. So the main thing with the Valentine's game is this is in my version of CAIN, which is, fair warning, less powerful. I lowered the power level because just in my personal preference, I prefer lower power scaling in my media. So CAIN is less powerful. They have to deal with like logistical issues. They only have a certain number of cars on their base. They have like one helicopter shared between multiple bases. They can't just instantly detect the sin as soon as it manifests and then also send in a full team of exos within like 1 hour of manifestation. Like they have to actually like find this stuff, respond to it, use logistics, supply chains. Hearing the story of Valentine's is what got you in CAIN. Oh my gosh. Lancer ASMR of a Tortuga cleaning corridors in a ship, but from the POV of the pirates. Okay. That would kind of be banger. That would kind of be banger. I'm not going to lie. It's CAIN with budget issues, exactly. So in this, my player is playing Hattie, a Cat 3 Flux user. Right? They are part of... Let's real quick. Actually, I'm gonna do something stupid crazy. I'm gonna just make it really long and really narrow. Don't quote me on that. So they are part of Incite, Epsilon, where the XOs on site self-refer by calling themselves the Valentines. The Valentines have a very strong culture of you put the Valentines before anything else, right? I've often likened it to a fraternity. I've also likened it to a gang. It is full stop, they will haze you. And then once you join, you are expected to prioritize the good of the Valentines over your own self-interest. But at the same time, that means everyone else will do the same for you. And when you're an XO and you have no other community, and you have other no XOs, and you are isolated from admin and humanity and your entire previous life, that is very appealing to a lot of people. It's almost like a cult. So the Valentines. And this is the main thing that the player has been a part of. Hattie has been a part of Valentine's. However, there's also something called Going Gamma, which is if you meet a few criteria, you can go to Site Gamma. You can be transferred. And Going Gamma requires 3 things. 1, you have to be Cat 4. Cat 4 plus. You have to be Cat 4 or higher. You have to be Black Coat, right? Simple. You have to be advanced in being an XO. You cannot have a sin mark. If you have a sin mark, you are ineligible to go Gamma. And you must be referred by a member of CAIN admin. It's unclear if the person who refers you has to have some tie to Site Gamma, but basically like the site director has to like say, hey, I'm going to submit an application on behalf of XO3-FLB, right? To Gamma. And then because the site director of Site Epsilon sent in this application, that's the referral. They're a Cat 4, so they get the referral, and they don't have a sin mark, so that's good. And then they decide, do we want a Flux user matching the psychological profile? Do we think they'd be a good fit for Gamma? All that stuff. What does being a Gamma mean? If you're a Gamma, it really means 4 things. Kind of 3 things, but 4 things. First off, you are the crisis response team. You are responding to all of the different, like, oh, there's a Cat 5 hound tearing up, I was going to say Martinez, as if that's a real place, not in Disco Elysium, tearing up Sydney, Australia. You, as the Gammas, are deployed because in Sydney, Australia, nearby, they only have, like, Cat 2s and Cat 1s. Maybe they have, like, a couple Cat 3s. You as Gammas are going to be sent all the way there to deal with this Cat 5. If there is a Cat 4 centipede running the show in rural Alabama, you're going to be sent to rural Alabama because they probably don't have the facilities to deal with a Cat 4 centipede. Your crisis response, your high-level response teams, you are sent before the virtues are sent, right? That's the kind of missions we're talking. But also, you get something called pickups, which if a site is overwhelmed or can't deal with something for whatever reason, maybe they have 6 XOs and 3 of them are out of commission injured and 1 of them is currently on detention because they did some disciplinary infraction. So they have 2 XOs and a Cat 1 toad pops up. Well, if their 2 remaining XOs are like Cat 1, Cat 2, they probably can't take on a Cat 1 toad by themselves. So you send it to the Gammas. The Gammas are given the choice. Do you want to pick this up? And if you do, 1 Gamma is sent off to go deal with this Cat 1 toad, and it's like a Cat 4 XO fighting a Cat 1 toad. A Cat 4 XO probably is going to take out a Cat 1 toad, and then you get paid for it. But you don't have to do this. If no one at Site Gamma picks up that toad, it gets kicked back to the site and they say, you deal with it. Gamma like takes over the overflow of other sites, as well as dealing with their crises. But also, you're treated like a person. You're treated like an employee rather than a weapon. Your handler will call you your name. The on-site medical staff will treat you like you're an employee getting company healthcare. The drivers and the transport team and the armory and the requisitions team, you might talk with them in the break room. You are treated like a person because you have demonstrated your loyalty and your competence to CAIN. And then finally, that list in stuff you can spend script on, all the aesthetic options, you just get them. You get your own private room that has an extended section, and you're on meal plan B, and also you have relaxed grooming instructions, and all this stuff. You don't get the mechanics for it, but flavorfully, you get all of that stuff just by being Gamma. You have a private dorm. You have privacy. You have more R&R that you can engage in. So all of this, yeah, the dream of being treated like a coworker you can just barely tolerate, that doesn't mean they're going to like you. That doesn't mean they're going to be nice, but they're going to treat you like a person. If you have a terrible coworker, they're going to treat you terribly. If you have a nice coworker, they're going to treat you nicely. If you have a coworker that constantly like eats your sandwich from the fridge, they're going to eat your sandwich because they're going to treat you like people. So going Gamma does have a big responsibility, but it also allows you to like spam pickups. And what Hattie saw is that one of the XOs she met that got their pieces of silver, joined CAIN admin, worked at her site. What he did is he went Gamma and he just spammed pickups. He went pickup after pickup after pickup, because while it is difficult for like a cat 4 XO to fight a cat like 1 ogre by yourself, it's not as hard as a cat 4 XO fighting like a cat 6 like lord that took over Manhattan, right? So what he did is he just spammed pickups, and he's like, hey, Hattie, like, I'm your mentor now. I'm adopting you. Please do not resist. I want you to go Gamma. Don't get a sin mark. And when you go Gamma, I recommend you just spam, I recommend that you spam pickups like I did and just get out of there. Hey, Arrow, do you think you could help me decide something real quick? I'm running a D&D campaign called Eternal Twilight, and like it is named, it's a world in a curse of eternal night / twilight. Sure. Wait, what? There was some research paper showing why trans girls are often puppy girls. Good paper, I suggest reading. What was the finding? That's actually kind of interesting. Loki, I can't wait for my newbie D&D group to finally beat my campaign so we can swap to Lancer. Question for the uninitiated, what is CAIN? So CAIN as a system is a game where you play as psychic death soldiers trying to wipe away the psychic stain of humanity. What that means is you are effectively playing Chainsaw Man or JJK, where you're running around and you're fighting demons. That is the long and short of it. You have special powers that are given to you by the grace inside of you, but everyone has grace. And if a random person, Joe Schmo out on the street, has grace but doesn't have powers, and something bad happens to Joe Schmo might have a trauma response that forms this giant monster called a sin. This sin, you have to go fight and kill it. And that's the entire game. You have to go around to where random Joe Schmoes got traumatized. Maybe they lost someone they loved. Maybe they were like injured and like can't do what they used to do. Maybe they got murdered and like their ghost is back for revenge. Maybe they were destitute and they are watching the people in their life get more and more money while they are starving in the gutters. Like whatever it might be, they manifest these sins. Your job is to go out and kill them. You have to investigate the area, you have to find the sin, you have to interrogate the host, and you have to kill these things. It is a horror game. It is a battle game. And it involves a lot of pain. Right? That sounds awesome. It is awesome. It is very cool. If you like Chainsaw Man, if you like JJK, if you like 40K Inquisitors, I'm a big believer that CAIN is a great mechanical representation of if you are playing Imperial Psychers, working for the Ordo Malleus, fighting Chaos Demons. Like, I legitimately don't think you would need to change anything about the system mechanically to have this work in a 40k setting where your handler is an Ordo Malleus Inquisitor. You are all Imperial sanctioned Psychers that are all agents under the Inquisitor. If you have a sin mark, you're just a demon host. These chaos demons that are forming around, yes, they might be pledged to Khorne or Nurgle or Tzeentch or whatever, but like ultimately, an idol is very clearly Slaanesh. A hound very clearly is Khorne. Centipede, I before was saying Centipede I thought would be Khorne. I think Centipede would have to be Nurgle, because like they're just Poxwalkers, right? Ogre, Nurgle. Toad, Slaanesh. Or Toad. Toad I said was Tzeentch. Toad is the most Tzeentchian out of all of them. Although also the flesh changing of the idol is kind of Tzeentch now that I think about it. Anyway, there's joint jurisdiction, right? Sanctioned Psychers is a great viewpoint. Yeah, and that's something I've had in my brain, like, since I learned about CAIN. Because, like, all of the sins can have ties to the different Chaos Gods. The way you're treated and how you're disliked by everyone around you, and have to work with script for basic necessities, fits with how much the Imperium hates Psychers. Literally, the veil between the real world and the Psychic Sea is just this difference between the real space and the warp. Sin is just you falling to the perils of the warp. And like, really the main thing that I think would be a struggle would be the power scaling. Because if I have a las pistol, that is a lot more damage than a modern day 9mm to a mundane human, even if they're wearing armor, right? If I'm fighting a great unclean one, my bones would mildew and rot, and I would throw up all of my insides before I even got within sight range of it, right? So like, it's a weird thing where like sins, even like a cat like 7, I don't think could functionally be like greater demons. I think they would have to be like more mid and lower tier demons. But like, I don't know. You're fighting an idol and all of the cultists are being converted into daemonettes. And like, yeah, you might not have a keeper of secrets represent the idol, but you could have this weird like chaos spawn fusion. Each sin class is probably not that stronger than any other. Each sin class is probably not any stronger than others, just different types of destruction. That being said, the centipede is considered the most unpleasant to deal with. Well, so the centipede. I've talked about this. I ran a one-shot for my current player and someone else. So I ran a 1-on-2 game where they played as Gammas, and they were doing a pickup where Site Beta was struggling to deal with the... Wouldn't Lords be pretty Tzeentchy with the whole kingdom and such? See, that's the thing. B has been here before when I talked about this. Tzeentch is about change, Lords are about conformity. That's my issue with Lord being Tzeentch. I agree that altering the world around you is very Tzeentch. However, the Lord wants to return to an idealized state in the past, whereas Tzeentch is all about changing it for the future and never staying the same, right? The only one that is less Tzeentchian, I would say, is the Ogre, because the Ogre is all about stagnation, right? Like I could even see like a Tzeentchian Hound, like what are they? What's the big thing that the Caissons have? It's got like the tail, it's got the big monolith spike, and it like shoots lasers at you. I could see this being a hound for Tzeentch. Isn't it like rah? I don't know. I have not seen this model in ages at this point. Mutalife Vortex Beast. Thank you. Yeah, like I could see this being a hound. Caisson's Hound, or not Obliterated, Hellbrute. So those of you who don't know, 40k dreadnoughts are by the Imperium. These are basically giant armored tanks which function as sarcophagi and life support units, where if I get injured, but I'm a great warrior, you will put me in this dreadnought, and then I will live on for hundreds, if not thousands of years in sleep cycles, and I will awaken and pilot a mech suit at you. And Magnus's dogs, I didn't realize that we were throwing fighting words here. I hate the Caissons, mind you. My main exposure playing 40k was playing NIDS into Caissons with a buddy of mine out east. I was rocking maybe -1 AP on my best attack. Caisson's whole thing, and particularly those freaking Scarab attack Terminators, if I had a better strength than you, that you reduced my wound by 1. So I couldn't wound you. And then with your save, you were saved 3 up. I had no AP. So I'm like rolling on a 4 up to hit. Normally, I would be like, oh, I have like 6 strength. No, I don't actually get to roll 3 up. I have to still roll another 4 up. And then you have a 3 up save, and you're going to spend like Armor of Contempt, or not Armor of Contempt, Pads of Fate? Whatever the Tzeentchian magic is that allows you to reroll save, like, you just keep saving. I keep throwing my Termagants and my Gene Stealers and my Von Ryan's Leapers at you, and nothing works. I try throwing a Swarm Lord at you, and my Swarm Lord doesn't do anything. I throw a Norn Emissary at you, and the Norn Emissary doesn't do anything. Caissons. Freaking Caissons. What was I talking about? Oh, right. Dreadnought. So, like, you put them in this coffin, and they're this armored tank that goes around fighting stuff. For Chaos, these are Hellbrutes, and Hellbrutes suck. Hellbrutes really suck to be in. They're torturous. And so, in Chaos, if your buddy is dying, you're going to put them in a Hellbrute, and they're going to beg you and plead and threaten you to not be put in that Hellbrute. And you're going to do it anyway because you're Chaos and you suck. However, the Caissons are special. The Caissons will take sorcerers from other Chaos Legions. And they'll say, hey, you want to learn our ways, right? You want to learn our magic? Come on, we'll show you this really cool ritual. Come down into this locked basement with us, and where there's a Hellbrute shell right next to it, and don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Nothing bad will happen. We don't have the flesh and the skin and the bone remaining. We're all dust in here. So we can't make our own Hellbrutes. But if we teach you the rites of binding, and then turn it on yourself, and then make you our Hellbrute, and now you're angry at us, so we just torture you at all times outside of when we deploy you on the field, and then you just rush at the enemy because you're so hopped up on aggression and adrenaline and cortisol that, like, you don't really think about attacking us anymore. Like, maybe that would be fine, right? They bamboozle other sorcerers into Hellbrutes, yes. You're doing homebrew Slaneshi Warband, whose twist is they gently push you on the path and then show you how far you've fallen. Yeah. What's the when the emissary tanks off the Scarab assault Terminators? I can't deal with Caissons. Like, I'm scarred. I'm scarred now by Caissons because NIDS notoriously have very fragile offense. NIDS pretty notoriously, at least throughout 10th, did not have either the strength or the AP to break through anything. And I was fighting Space Marines. I was fighting Ultramarines, and then I was fighting Caissons. The same dude, same guy. In our, it's not a pod. Pod is magic, but other armies. So we had Caissons. We had Ultramarines. Someone else had Blood Angels. One of the guys had Orcs. I love fighting Orcs. Orcs are funny. I throw my guys at you. You throw your guys at me. One of us is going to make it out of here. Neither of us knows which one. Best man wins. almost done putting 2K K-Suns. Here I respected you. Here to think I had a high opinion of you. I'm so sorry. Although I have to ask, do you have Magnus? Do you have Magnus, and have you painted him? Is my big question. I'm thinking of starting tabletop 40k. Is Nurgle Demon's Army a good way to start? My advice whenever it comes to 40k armies is always choose what you think is cool and go from there. Like, there are certain armies that are more complicated than others. For instance, Eldar, Drukhari, Harlequins, they tend to be weird. They tend to be kind of really high skill ceiling, right? They tend to be a fairly high skill floor to actually use them effectively. If you think you like Chaos Demons, go for it. If you think you want like CSM, go for it. What I will say is with Chaos Demons, you can either run Demons or you can run Chaos Space Marines, or with Nurgle specifically, you can run Death Guard. My advice would be to drive a motorcycle outside my house so that someone zooms on by and makes a really loud noise while I'm streaming every single time I'm streaming. It's not even every day. You target me whenever I'm streaming. This is bullying. This is cyberbullying. I would recommend Death Guard. Nurgle's been a pain to play for a very long time. Okay, so the thing with Nurgle, you're going to be slow, you're going to be tanky, and you're going to... You want to stall the game, is the big thing. Because Nurgle doesn't really have like... I mean, Nurgle Space Marines, Death Guard in particular, Space Marines, Space Marines, they have everything. However, Nurgle in particular, you're slow, you're tanky, and you reduce the tankiness of your enemies. So the longer the game goes, the easier it is for you to just kill them. So you want to survive like 3 rounds. You want to go to round 4, round 5 even, and just like wipe them out in like bam, 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 unit destroyed, unit destroyed, unit destroyed. So I would recommend Death Guard if you want Nurgle. CSM, Nurgle aligned, could be very fun. Demons have a special rule that if you are Chaos Space Marines, you can take a certain amount of demons based on how big your army is. So if you want to play like generic, like Black Legion, but you want to have some Nurglings, you can do that. You can play demons by themselves. Demons by themselves tend to be wonky. I've never played against demons, so I can't vouch for or against them, but my understanding is they tend to be kind of wonky. They tend to be... They all have invul saves. And aside from that, like, Nurgle ones are slow and tanky. Slaanesh ones are fast and melee strikey. Tzeentch ones love torrent and fire weapons and psychic abilities. Khorne ones run in and just kill you in 2 hits. Like, each of them kind of does their own thing. And usually, I think Chaos Demons want you to focus on a mixture of different demons. So Death Guard might be a better option for, you have Space Marines, you have Poxwalkers, you have some Nurglings for objectives, you have maybe a Great Unclean one because you want a big centerpiece model. That would be my first instinct. You want to stall the game, says Arrow, stalling the Doom Fury. Okay, you get it. You do not have Magnus? Okay, is acceptable. It is acceptable that you do not have Magnus. Now, I say that as a Nids player with the Swarmlord. Literally, after buying my Nids, the first thing I did is I bought the Swarmlord on eBay because I thought the Swarmlord was cool. So I'm not saying no character units. What I'm saying is Magnus, Mortarion, Guilliman, they tend to be really swingy. And I don't even mean like swingy as in like some of them are good, some of them are bad. I'm saying like individuals tend to be very swingy because they almost always have at least one rule that will win you the game if it's reliant on a die roll. And it's just like, hey, I'm attacking these guys next to Mortarion. Mortarion has a thing that gives them an invul save. If the invul save goes through, I lose. If the invul save does not go through, you lose. And then it basically like shortens the game down to a single die roll. That's my beef with big centerpiece models. They are awesome painting projects. They are incredible, intimidating painting projects. right? But they are cool. Death Guard is what you would go for if you want Nurgle or Age of Sigmar. Nurgle is more Nurgle play-wise than Age of Sigmar. Nice. The problem with Nurgle, they just pick you off. So the thing with Nurgle is, at least in 10th, they have an AoE where they reduce your toughness, and this extends to their objectives that they take. And then I think the different detachments under Death Guard, I don't know them off the top of my head. I think they're all about different diseases. And I think that some of them like buff yourself, some of them debuff the enemy. I think a lot of it is debuffing the enemy. Based on just what I remember, I have not played against Death Guard in like a year and a half. Their codex has released since then, so I don't know. Swingy, I hate to meet them at a bar. Why? Nothing wrong with that. Question for someone that's never played 40k before but loves Admech. Are they any good? Okay. 10th edition drops 2 years ago. Admech sucks. Oh my gosh, they are donkey butt. So they're waiting on another codex. What happened with 10th? All of the units were released on index cards or indexes, where I will have an Admech army, but I only have the indexes of them. I don't have an Admech 10th edition codex. I don't get special rules for them. I don't have like 5 detachments for them. I have my 1 detachment, and I have my like 20 units. Admech got their codex after like a year and a half of 10th edition. And it like put band-aids on the issue. Admech got band-aid fixes to what for a year and a half was like an unplayable faction. And then they got to the point where they're like average or slightly below average. And just like everyone was like, this sucks. This super sucks, dude. Like, why would you do this to me? Admech is another one of those factions. Like, I would not recommend Admech to a new player because they're very complicated. Eldar, Admech, Orcs are easy. Space Marines are easy. I'd say Custodes is another complicated one. Not because they're like individually complicated, but because every unit is super elite. The Admech Codex was a war crime, yeah. Yeah, and also, context, 11th edition, right around the corner. Like, I think it's literally going to happen, like, by the end of 2026, unless I'm mistaken. So, like, anything I say is going to be out of date within a year, right? I don't want to hear anyone complain I love Emperor's Children. How did the Codex go? I did not keep up with the Emperor's Children Codex. I know they got it. I know Fulgrim got his new model. I know that apparently it was very fun, but I also know that they apparently dropped a couple models. Magnus is very pricey points-wise. If you don't make good use of him, he can be a massive liability. Magnus does nothing wrong. Yes, he does nothing wrong. He was told to do nothing and he did nothing wrong. I've said it before, but my only 40k experience is beating Black Templars in melee with Tau Battle Suits, and that is like the most Giga Chad aura that I can ever think of. Like, the only factions, I actually don't know the comparison between Black Templars, Blood Angels, and Space Wolves. I don't know who is the most melee. I don't know who is like the most deep into melee. I assume it would be Space Wolves. And then obviously like World Eaters is even more melee. That would be even more impressive. But Black Templars has got to be top 3, top 4 in terms of like melee oriented. Emperor's Children and World Eaters are both half a faction. Really? Oh, that sucks. I thought World Eaters and Emperor's Children like got some love. Hi Arrow, ordered my birth certificate yesterday, so I'll just be waiting for it to get reviewed, and then in about 5 weeks it'll be here. Yay! We don't have Sonic Dreadnoughts. Okay. How crazy would it be if they gave you a Rylanor model? Like, how crazy would it be if Emperor's Children got a Rylanor? I know it would not make sense in lore, but like Games Workshop clearly does not care about the lore. Imagine you could field the Ancient of Rites. Each Emperor's Children has like 5 unique kits. Ugh. I imagine it's what? Fulgrim, Noise Marine, Injection Boy, Fabulous Bill, Lucius the Eternal. Is there anything else unique? Is there anything else special? Because like everything else is going to be CSM units, or they're going to be Slaaneshi demons. I can't think of any other units. Oh, is Rylanor actually a 30k model? Nice. He's not a part of Emperor's Children? There's a guy who rides a bike? What? I didn't even know about him. How is Fabulous Bile not a part of Emperor's Children? Isn't he literally like part of Emperor's Children? Isn't like he tied to the faction? CW got to refresh new models to make them separate faction from Realist Chaos Marines, but didn't give them famously signature units like the Sonic Dreadnoughts for Emperor's Children or the Red Butchers. Yeah, because I know that for a while it was K-Suns. And then Death Guard. And then I think at the end of 9th, World Eaters got their codex. And so everyone was waiting on Emperor's Children. Emperor's Children got it like halfway through 10th. Or like at the end of 10th. So now that's all of the Chaos Pledged factions. I'm surprised. I'm still kind of like legitimately surprised. After adding Vashtor to the game, that they didn't make Iron Warriors Vashtor aligned. Because Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, Night Lords, Black Legion, and Word Bearers are all Chaos Undivided to different levels and different extremes. Alpha Legion and Iron Warriors and Night Lords all are very much like, we don't really care about the Chaos Gods. Black Legion is pledged to all of them. Word Bearers are pledged to all of them, right? So I'm surprised that they didn't take Iron Warriors and have them pledged to Vashtor. One, that would push Vashtor more. Two, we're currently going through an Iron Warriors arc where Perturabo is about to return. Because then you would get a really cool like faction where Iron Warriors get their own codex drop, they get their own Demon Primarch, they get their own like minor Chaos Deity in Vashtor, they get Demon Engines, they get artillery pieces, and then like they don't have like Noise Marines, they don't have Poxwalkers, they don't have Rubric Marines, but they have Demon Engines, right? Bile was, then decided to go be General Chaos, Dr. Frankenstein. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I always assumed, because I think that he was originally Emperor's Children, and then he left, because all of the Chaos faction, or all of the Space Marine factions, to varying levels, particularly around the Heresy, had Primarch, and then like, not always first captain, but I'll call them like captain. So like, for instance, the Lion was the Primarch of the Dark Angels, and then he had Luther, right? Was Dante around? No, Dante wasn't around in the frickin' Heresy, was he? He's like 4,000 years old. He is not 10,000 years old. But like in the Heresy, all of the factions had like Primarch and then main captain. If they were loyalists, generally the captain was like supporting them, and if they were a traitor legion, generally the captain was the one that made them fall. For instance, Erebus helping Lorgar fall, right? So I assumed that it was Fulgrim and Fabius. Like Fabius was like his named non-Primarch main unit, right? They ungrimdarked my Tau? Oh no. Fabius Bile is doing his own thing. They're called the... Oh, right. I thought the Creations of Bile was a detachment under Emperor's Children. The Fabius Bile trilogy goes over it. It's also a really fun trilogy. I've heard that, yeah. Also, can we have a 40k homebrew? I don't know about 40k homebrew. It's a war game. that is made by a major company. So like, for instance, Malagast Magna Gothica, made by Tom Bloom, produced via Chasm. I could make homebrew of that. There's a very strong homebrew scene of it. I've been in talks with some major community members of Malagast, and like homebrew is kind of what's keeping that game alive right now. But that's because it's almost all tied to like Discord culture. It's almost all tied to folks that are fans of Tom Bloom's work, like CAIN or Lancer, Kill 6 Billion Demons. With 40K, you can't really homebrew outside of your home game. Oh, Lucius is the name second. Thank you. I mean, doesn't 40K have TTRPGs, Wrath and Glory? Oh yeah. So I could do homebrew for like Wrath of Glory, right? I could do it for Dark Crusade. Is Dark Crusade the Chaos one? If I was to play any 40K TTRPG, I would want to play the Chaos one. I love Chaos. Like Hydra Dominatus, my friends. Right now, the rumors Perturabo is going to come back as a Demon Primarch, or if I had to guess, they did Vastor at the end of 9th, so they didn't overshadow him with... Yeah, that's my guess. Dante is the oldest Space Marine, and there are still Space Marine Dreadnoughts from around the Heresy. Well, no, so he's the oldest Space Marine, not in a Dreadnought. My understanding of Dante is he is the oldest Space Marine outside of those in Dreadnoughts. For instance, Bjorn the Fell-Handed. He is a Dreadnought that literally fought alongside, I think, both Russ and the Emperor. But like by their side, shooting next to them. And then he became a Dreadnought, and he is still alive in 40K Modern. And everyone is like, oh my gosh, Bjorn, what was it like to talk to the Allfather? And he's like, shut up, you twat! And like, that's his response. I think he's older than Dante. Unless I'm mistaken. I could be wrong. 40K dating sim homebrew that integrates with the war sim directly. Take that Space Marines on an aquarium date. No, so what it has to be is I have to have a... What is it? Not Eversor, not Calidus, not Caluxus. Vindicare. I have to have a Vindicare assassin. Fielded on the field, and I have to have them ask you, and I have to go, do you think love can bloom on the battlefield? And then suddenly I win the game because I made a reference no one else has ever made before. No one has ever joked about Vindicare assassins asking if love can bloom on the battlefield before. It is unique and original, and I am the only one to come up with that. 40K encourage homebrew lore. Well, so homebrew lore. Got it. I thought you meant homebrew rules. If you mean homebrew lore, I love homebrew lore. Gosh, at one point, I actually started writing. This is so embarrassing. This is the closest I've ever gotten to fanfic. I started writing a short story set in the 40K setting with the plan that I would write it through, edit it, and then voice it and post it on the channel. And then I basically just got focused on other stuff. I stopped writing it. I wrote like 3 chapters, and my plan was to write like 6 chapters. Because I thought like 1 chapter, like 2-minute video, read it, post, next video, 2 minutes, read it, post, 3 minutes, read it, post. I just never kept up with it. Isn't homebrew fanfic with rules? That is true. Malagast Mafia Union cult with an elected troop ascended to the Necromancer when? What the frick? Like, yeah, I could make a Malagast house where the entire thing is a self-insert for the Arrow Kissers. And like, your special powers, you just have a gun. But I feel as though that would kind of take away from Carcass. I feel like, if anything, we're just Carcass and all of you are my gun whites. And fun fact, that's actually one of the main things I consider when it comes to homebrew. When I think homebrew, and a lot of people ask me this question, how do I homebrew? What's your advice on homebrew? How do I get into homebrew? What's the deal with homebrewing? Can you achieve the same or a similar effect by just changing the flavor of something? In this case, absolutely. If you want to run an Arrow Kisser army in Malagast, run Carcass, grab some gun whites, and make your operator like basically gold and yellow, right? Or gold and black, right? have the black and gold color scheme across all of your units. Basically replace the purple with yellow, the purple with gold. And then you're solid, right? I think I got a gun after you said gun wipe or something. I can't wait for the cog forts to come out and then kit bashes happen and we get Howl's moving cog fort. Oh my, I forgot about the cog forts. Those giant monstrous things. Be gone, AI images. Cog fort. Warhammer. Oh my gosh, these are ridiculous. Oh my gosh, this is massive. Look at this. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. I think I got a James Bond ad after you mentioned guns. Listen. Because James Bond is just a good red-blooded American. Making some CAIN homebrew. What would be good afflictions for a sin born of paranoia, guilt, and a desire for punishment? Themes are tall bird things that seek to spy / expose societal judgment. Paranoia. I mean, there are other homebrew sins that have this. So I would look to them for inspiration. I would definitely say, like, you can't benefit from teamwork because you assume that they're trying to get you. I would say, like, honestly, I'd look at the idol. A lot of the envy, the jealousy, the selfishness, but like reframed to be paranoia. I would say that you suffer stress every time you take an action, or maybe not every time you take an action, but the first time a scene, you take an action that would draw attention to you, you take stress. Like the first time in a scene you take an action that would draw attention to yourself, you take 1d3 non-lethal stress. Like, that's not a lot, but that will add up, right? That will add up over time. If you rest alongside the other XOs, you get a -1 to whichever die rolls higher. Like minor stuff like that tied to afflictions about, like, you want to be isolated, you want to avoid people, you want to not be seen, and you want to ideally not even see others. Like, that could all work. Bond is British? No. You don't understand. I like him. I like James Bond. So that means he's American. Because obviously, if you're American, then you're cool. And if you're not American, then you're not cool. This message was sponsored by the US government. James is, there are better hills to die on. Thank you, Monty. You understand. You get it. Look at the chassis. What about the chassis? Is it the bird? Gain a bolded item, expose a dark truth to the world. I feel like paranoia would be more gain a bolded agenda item, never, like always hide from them, never reveal your true self, that kind of stuff. It's literally an Imperial Knight. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Wait a second. That's so silly. See, if fantasy had any ties to 40K, I would say, oh, that's such a cool lore detail. But no, I know Games Workshop. I know that allegedly they're just trying to save costs. My favorite model in 40K War Tractor or whatever it is, Lionel John Sear. I thought Bond was a third wheel in the Doom Toxic CAIN Yowie. No, so it wasn't CAIN Yowie, it was CAIN Het. So what it is that it's Bond wanted to join K9 and Clapback as they ran, and did not join them because they said, like, hey, you need to stay here for the others. And Bond is like, you know what? I'm glad I wasn't a third wheel. And then I actually wrote a short story. There's Hetgem, there's Hetgem. There's background Het that is kind of toxic, but also kind of sweet, just like we like it. Give me some applause in chat. We love slightly toxic, but also kind of wholesome short stories, or background romance. I wrote a short story about it. like 3 pages. If you want, I can read it. I already read it on Friday. So I can read it again if you want. I don't know if I want to post it. Like, I could post it as like a long form video where I'm just like reading through it, but I don't think a lot of people would have the context. So I don't know how much people would care about it. Insert golf clap. Thank you. No, only toxic Yuri, yaoi, no head. No, mixed. Mixed, no. Bad. You're getting bopped on the head for that. Bop. See? Bop. You're getting bopped. This is a space for all people. We believe in het gems. We believe in het slop. We believe in toxic Yuri. We believe in wholesome Yuri. We believe in doomed yaoi. We believe in, like, what's the opposite of doomed? Fated? Doomed yaoi, fated yaoi? Like, we believe in all combinations so long as people involved are having a good time. If you lean into the guilt angle, you could do a bold agenda item, punish yourself for your wrongdoings. Healthy? I feel like healthy is the opposite of toxic. And healthy is often used for wholesome. Or is wholesome... Or is wholesome to doomed as healthy is to toxic. Maybe this is what it is. Maybe that's the idea. Personally, I prefer my gems without the toxicity, but to each their own. Okay. I do too. However, have you ever seen how satisfying a wholesome relationship that started out toxic was? Because I have, at least in media, because I don't know about you, I have read the lovely, amazing manga Cantify the Lonely Girl in stores now. Find it online or in your local library. It is about 2 young women who, one of whom, Sora, has a crush on the other one, Ayaka, and Sora is struggling at home, so she doesn't go to school a whole bunch, and Ayaka really struggles with taking tests, so she goes to a subpar high school where Sora happens to be going, and her homeroom teacher says, hey, I will write you a letter of recommendation so you don't have to take your entrance exam to university if you get this girl to come to school. And so Ayaka goes over to Sora, and Sora overhears that Ayaka is talking about this with her professor and says, hey, listen, I'll come to school every single day if you want. And Ayaka's like, awesome. And Sora says, but you have to do one thing for me first. And Sora's like, what? And Sora goes, you have to agree to one request that I have every day I come to school. And Ayaka says, sure. Do you want to know what the first request is? Do you want to know in the first chapter, the first request is? Kiss me. And so they kiss, and very quickly it is brought up and addressed how toxic this is and how this is not a equal dynamic. This is one of them has a position of authority over the other and is effectively blackmailing them. And because she cares about Ayaka, she says, I'm sorry, this is not fair to you. You don't have to do the request anymore. I'm just going to start coming to school. And Ayaka, who has grown to care about Sora, says, no, please continue the requests. They are allowing me to push out of my comfort zone and allow me to try new things. I will tell you if I don't want to do a request. And so then it becomes, it's like mutually agreed upon. They talked about it, they apologized, and they moved on from it. And then they start dating. And it's super cute. It's adorable. And these two cannot, they literally tried to have a toxic dynamic and it didn't work because they're so wholesome and communicative. Anytime they have any issue with each other, they approach each other and they say, hey, I have an issue with this. And the other one says, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you like that. And the first one says, no, you didn't upset me. I was just worried. And I get that's my own insecurities. And then the other one says, no, that's okay. This is a give and take relationship. I want to be there for you as best I can. And then they fix the problem. And that happens like 5 times. That happens like 5 separate times where, for instance, they start dating. how far into the manga do you think they start dating? How long? This is I think it's like a 32 chapter manga. How long do you think it takes for them to start dating? Give me a guess. Give me a random number. How many chapters it takes? It takes like 14 chapters, maybe like 16 chapters. This means for half of the story, they are actively in a relationship and dating, and you get to see them be cute and wholesome together. You get to see them actively care about each other, work with each other, work through their issues together, grow together, go to university together, and like, it's so cute. It's so cute. But then like, okay, they start in the same class. That's why the teacher asks Ayaka to bring her to class. Oh no. There's a transfer student called Wakana, and she immediately befriends Sora. And before Ayaka, who is like crushing on Sora at this point, starts calling Sora by her first name, because like Japan generally call people by their family name until you're like very tight with them. Wakana says, "Hey, can I call you Sora, your first name?" And Sora says, "Sure." And so Ayaka gets jealous. And it's like, wait, I want to... What do you mean she can just do that? Because transfer student, very extroverted, very friendly. I thought that this was going to be a love triangle between Wakana up here, Ayaka, and Sora. And I thought to myself, oh, well, clearly, they're the two on the cover. This is going to be so boring. This is going to be so uninteresting. There's no way that Wakana has a chance. Fool that I was. What happens? They're continuing their requests. Ayaka, given her explicit consent, says, "Hey, please keep doing requests. I would like you to keep doing requests." Sora says, "Okay. Kiss me on school grounds." But like no one knows. Like they have to be like really careful and like hide it and blah 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 blah. But like, don't worry about it. No one's here. They kiss. Do you want to know who's around the corner? It's Wakana! She forgot something, so she goes back to the classroom and hears them talking, so she doesn't want to interrupt, and then she sees them kissing and just goes, so that's how it is. And do you want to know what Wakana does? Do you want to know what Wakana's response to this is? Do you want to know how Wakana acclimates and adapts to seeing her new friend kissing a girl? She becomes a background cheerleader that is actively attempting to get them together. She's like in the background as one of their like mutual friends and is trying to set them up with each other. And then other mutual friend, Yui, also finds out and joins Wakana. And together, they are the background characters that are conspiring to set up the main cast. And it is adorable, it is wholesome, it is cute, it is sweet. And you wanna know what happens? Ayaka says, "Hey, Wakana is like really close with you. And like, I get it if like, I don't know. I get that you probably just wanted like, because of their whole request thing, it was just kind of like ease of access. So like, if you want to like stop this and like pursue things like with other people, like if you," and basically Ayaka is struggling to articulate that she's jealous. And Sora just says, "What are you on about? Like, she's just a friend." And Ayaka's like, "But she calls you her first name." And Sora's like, "I'd let you call me my first name if you wanted." And Ayaka's like, "Really?" And so Ayaka like expresses very, very timidly but respectfully, like, "Hey, if this was just like out of convenience for you, by all means, like step away. Like, obviously I'll be sad, but like I won't hold it against you." And Sora's like, "What are you on about? Like, girl, I've had a crush on you since middle school. Like, what are you on about?" And so like they have a wholesome moment. And then later, like in year 2, they go different classes. And so Ayaka is like class president, and she has clubs that she has to go to. And so Ayaka and Sora used to like walk home from school together. And then they can't do that anymore. So Soda's sad. And she's like, oh, okay. Well, I guess if she's busy with other people, like she doesn't have time for me. And then Ayaka like tracks her down. It's like, hey, what's going on? I thought we were going to walk home together. And Soda's like, oh, I thought you were busy. And Ayaka's, no, I made sure to like, after I'm done being busy, I wanted to come find you so we could walk home together. And Soda's just like, oh, well, yeah, okay. I just thought that because we weren't in the same class anymore, we weren't going to spend so much time together. And like, you were focused on other people and other groups. And Ayaka's like, what are you on about? We're dating. Of course I'm going to make time for you. And Sora's like, what? And then Ayaka's like, yeah, of course. Like, if you want, like, I might be able to like set aside like one day a week where I can just like ignore any extracurriculars I have to like come with you. Cause like, I don't have to go to everything. And so like Sora expresses that like, she's not feeling like valued or that she feels like uncomfortable with this like separation. And so Ayaka is like, hey, listen, I'll make time for you. And then at one point, like Sora is like being dodgy and she's constantly busy and she's like not responding to texts or like she's never available. And Ayaka's like, what's going on? Like, I'm so worried. I'm so nervous. And she just like approaches Sora's like, hey, just want to check, like, is everything okay? And Sora's like, yeah, why? And Ayaka's like, well, you've been kind of distant recently. And I was worried that like I did something to upset you. And Sora's like, girl, no, I got a job. And Ayaka's like, what? That's amazing. Why didn't you tell me? And Sora's like, I got a job because I wanted to spend my first paycheck to buy you something nice and I wanted it to be a surprise. And Ayaka's like, what? And Sora's like, yeah. So then Sora gets a job to like buy cute things for Ayaka because Ayaka really likes like chick plushies. And Sora like saw one at an arcade. So she went over to like play the CAIN game and got her a chick plushie and like is getting money so she can spend it on her girlfriend. And her girlfriend was like, I thought you were like not caring, so I'm so sorry. And Sora's like, no, I get it. Like I feel the same way sometimes. And like they're talking about it. But the best part of this, I will never shut up about this manga. The best part about this, they get together. They get together. Call it chapter 16. Halfway. What the frick do you do for 16 more chapters? Well, obviously, you focus on Wakana. Clearly, for the rest of the story, they are a comfortable, wholesome, happy couple that are allowed to be a comfy, wholesome, happy couple that have like minor disagreements and they have some minor turbulence and they still have character development in the background. But like at the halfway point, it shifts over to be Wakana. And she, before transferring, was at a school back in middle school so she moved recently, but then before that, she was at a middle school where she had a friend and she had a crush on this friend. And this friend was very cute and very sweet and very wholesome. And Wakana missed her because the friend moved, because her parents moved. And so Wakana was sad. And then she moved and she tries to be upbeat and happy to like move on, but that's still in the back of her mind. So she works with the other cheerleader, Yui. And they find out where the friend is. And they reach out to her. And they learn that the friend is like so happy to see Wakana. It's like, oh my gosh, it's been forever. I miss you so much. And then Wakana basically confesses to her. And says like, hey, I just like, now that we've reconnected, I want you to know, like, I always thought you were really special to me and I always really cared about you. And like effectively confesses her feelings for her friend. And the friend is just like, oh, well, I am actually dating my boyfriend. And I'm not going to lie and say I didn't feel the same way about you then, but I love my boyfriend. So I'm not going to disrespect him or throw away what makes me happy now. Just kind of chase something from the past and walk in and says, no, I didn't want you to. I just wanted to let you know. And the friend is just like, well, I'm happy that you reached out regardless. And Wakana's just like, and I am too. So even if that's not going to happen, can I still like maintain a friendship with you? And the friend's like, absolutely. I do not want to lose you again. And so they have a very wholesome friendship, wholesome communication. Wakana like sadly kicks a rock and walks away as the friend like she reconnected with but didn't like start dating. And then Yui is just Wakana's just like, yeah, well, I guess I'm not gonna find anyone then. And then Yui's just like, what are you talking about? You're a catch. And then Wakana's just like, what do you mean? And Yui's just like, I mean, if you were interested, I'm sure you could find anyone. And then like leans in and is just like, who knows? Maybe you might find someone closer than you thought. And then just like Wakana's like, huh? And then Yui like walks away and we get double Yuri. There's background Yuri. There's frontal Yuri. There's two separate, fully developed relationships, each of which has their own dynamic, each of which is cute in their own way, each of which has healthy communication, each of which has like different dynamics, and they're all friends with each other. They all know each other. This happens over the course of like 2 years in universe. It's double Yuri. Oh my god. Yuri stays winning. Yuri does stay winning. And so, okay. Someone said hot. I don't think I can show this, but I can certainly regale you. So anyway, Sota and Ayaka, endgame, obviously. They're the poster children of the series. Wakana and Yui, endgame. Incredible. I love it. Wonderful. There are two other characters who are part of the friend group. So it's like Ayaka, Sota, background character, and then Yui, and then Wakana joins. This is all year one, and then past year one, Ayaka gets divided. I think it's Ayaka, Yui, and one of the background characters. Maybe Ayaka, Wakana, and Yui. I don't know. Basically, the way it's divided is that it's like they're split in half, right? I think it's divided like this, right? If there's background, yeah. No, so these are both women. All of the main cast, and the main cast is very small. There is like these 6 characters. There's the teacher. And there's like Ayaka and Soda's family, right? Outside, and then also like the friend. So like we have the teacher, Wakana's friend and old crush. We have the families of Ayaka and Sota. We have references and like one-off appearances of like Wakana and Yui's family. And then that's about it. I think Yui... No. Wakana has a little sister. Which Wakana has a little sister. Okay. Let me finish this first. So background characters. I don't remember their names. They're very cute. One is sporty. Or sorry, they're both sporty. But one is like a volleyball player and is more like lean, where the other one is like small and cute kind of deal. And I think she is a runner. They're both sporty. And I didn't know the entire time what their deal was going to be. They were like tertiary characters. They weren't really like, the friend group was Ayaka, Sota, Wakana, and Yui. In universe, these two characters were also a part of it, but didn't really feature too much. I thought they were going to be a third relationship, but they just didn't get the screen time for it. And at the end, it's revealed that Ayaka and Sota are in a relationship and Wakana and Yui are in a relationship. And I thought it was going to go one of two ways. It was either going to be, oh yeah, we knew the whole time. Or it was going to be, oh yeah, we've been dating this whole time. I thought it was going to be one of those two as like a joke. It was neither. They were complete like, what? Huh? What? And like, obviously they're supportive because they're good friends. So they just like weren't really entities. But there was a series of vignettes post Can't Find a Lonely Girl release that were released after it was done. One of them followed like each of the different characters. So it was like Ayaka and Sota having a cute moment. Wakana talking to her old friend, and then the top, and this is like fast forwarding to when they're like in uni. Wakana and Yui, so like Ayaka and Sora are living together at this point. They're having a cute moment where they're like having a cute breakfast together. Wakana and Yui are visiting each other, and they're saying how much like they care about each other. And then I think like Wakana passes out as Yui's like talking about marriage. And Yui's just like, why do I love you? Like that kind of deal. The two other side characters, they have a moment where they're like just having a meal together. And one of them is complaining about their dating life. And I think she references a girl. So I think that like they are like, at least one of them is sapphic. Or no, sorry. What I remember what it was. Sorry. One of them says that her kohai, one of the younger students, had a crush on her. And like asked her out, and one of her female younger classmen asked her out. And then the other friend was like, yeah, and what'd you say? And I was like, yeah, I turned it down because it doesn't really interest me. I don't really know. I'm not looking for that right now. And then they're like, it would be so much more convenient if I could just marry you. And then they laugh. And then there's no resolution. So I don't actually know what their deal is, the two tertiary characters. Yes, they were roommates. But Wakana's little sister, at one point, like prior, like as like a prequel to the thing where like Wakana meets up with Yui, Wakana is like has her like bag that she's going out for the day for a couple of nights. She's like, hey, like bye little sis, I'm gonna be out for a couple of days. And then Yui is just the little sister's just like, okay, bye, I love you. And the door closes and she's just like, she should totally get married. Because like the little sister apparently knew this entire time that Wakana was not subtle about dating a girl. And the little sister is just like, just propose to her already. You're head over heels. And it's one of those things where it's always really funny when you have a weirdly like adult and cognizant like narration from the perspective of a child. Ace, I don't know if they're Ace. Like saying I'm not interested in dating my underclassman who has a crush on me isn't an indication of your ace per se, but like they could be ace. I don't know. I think that is funny where like the younger sister's way more like on the ball than anyone would expect. Okay, so one of my favorite moments, probably my favorite moment of all of like the after vignettes, and one of my favorite moments of the entire manga is just so Yui, fast forward, they're in college. She's in college for like fashion. She's walking out of class with some friends and they're like, hey, do you want to go shopping with us? And she's just like, oh, sorry, I got plans. They're like, oh, plans? Do you have a boyfriend? And she's like, not really. And then pulling up on a motorcycle with a leather jacket and her hair like falling down over her shoulder is Wakana. And she's like, hey girls, you have something of mine. And Yui goes over and like gives her a little kiss and hops on the back of her motorcycle. And then Wakana goes, later, and just drives off with Yui. And all of the girls are just like, what a stud. And it's just so funny to me because it's just like, she's just doing her normal college thing. She's with her friend. Her friend's like, oh, you're seeing someone. And then she just gets picked up by her like butch girlfriend on a motorcycle with a leather jacket. And they just call her a stud and go off. It's so funny. It would be convenient if we married. Haha, funny joke. Unless, see, it wasn't a funny joke unless. It was, I got it very much that a lot of you are queer. Straight people are comfortable joking about marrying their friends. Because if you have two guys or two women and neither of them are attracted to their same gender, they can confidently say like, oh, it would be so much easier if I just married you. And like both of them understand that they're not actually interested in marriage. Which is why there's the classic like trope of straight friend and gay friend, like two women. And the straight woman goes, oh, it'd be so much easier if I could just marry you. And then the gay woman goes, haha, yeah, that'd be crazy, right? Because clearly the lesbian fell in love with the straight woman. Since I don't think you saw my message earlier, I'm sending it again. What was this manga called again? I want to make sure to write it down so I can look it up later. It is called Can't Defy the Lonely Girl. This is volume 6, so this is not the initial cover. But this is what the characters look like. Can't Defy the Lonely Girl by Kashikaze. One of my crackpot goals, like unironically, one of my crackpot goals in content creation, I want to be big enough that I can transcend the language barrier, and I can have a conversation with Kashikaze. Kashikaze is a VTuber. Kashikaze is a JP VTuber. And I'm subscribed to them. I follow them on Twitter. I'm reading their follow-up series, which is completely unrelated to Lonely Girl. I want to get to the point where even though I don't speak Japanese, I can just like pull my clout and I can set up a conversation with Kashikaze, and I can just be like, hey, I love your work. You're amazing. Please don't ever stop. Queer people are sometimes very comfortable saying that. Well, okay, so I stereotyped there, admittedly, because obviously, like, if you have like a gay man talking to a woman, the gay man could be like, oh, this would be so much easier if I could just marry you. And obviously, if you have the emotional maturity, two lesbians can say that to each other and not have any attraction, because just because you are attracted to women does not mean you're attracted to every woman. Just because you're attracted to men does not mean you're attracted to every man. There obviously is nuance there. But broadly speaking, there is more room for error and miscommunication when attraction is on the table. If a straight man says to a straight woman, like, oh, it'd be so much easier if we just got married, like, that could be taken wrong in the same way that two lesbians saying that could be taken wrong. Time to learn Japanese to make a collab. I know a little bit Japanese, but like I would not say I'm A1. I would not say I'm conversational, but I know like a very basic amount of Japanese. And I would love to learn more. I just don't really know where to start, because I've tried language learning apps like Duolingo. That tends to help with rote memorization. That doesn't actually help you with learning the language. Right? And so I can't have a conversation with someone, but I can recognize and articulate most hiragana, katakana, right? I told my ace friends we should get married for tax reasons. Great time, and he laughs. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's the joke of like two people who are arrow ace, they get married for tax benefits. Sorry, was it Can't Defy the Lonely Girl. Can't Defy the Lonely Girl. I think this should be like 13 plus, so I'm very comfortable recommending it. There's nothing explicit, there's no nudity or anything. It is just cute girls doing cute things and having adorable conversations and being very sweet. And like very early on, in like chapter 4 or something, Ayaka and Sora go into like the school after dark to go find something, and Ayaka gets scared, so Sora's like, let me hold your hand, and then Ayaka's like, no, I can do this, and then Sora uses her request for the day to hold Ayaka's hand because she knows Ayaka needs someone and is refusing the support. And like, that's just adorable. That's just so cute. That's like, hey, you are giving me full range that I can do basically whatever I want, and I'm going to choose to be there for you and leverage the fact that you are basically giving me this power, this agency, in order to make a choice that benefits you. And like, that is adorable. Getting lost in media. Listen. Just because I can't talk about CAIN to save my life does not mean I will be lost in this media. I did go on a 20-minute tangent about a manga that I've talked about on stream, probably a double-digit number of times before. However, that does not mean I am lost in media. 30 minutes? Okay, fine, 30 minutes. I'm sorry that you enjoyed hearing about wholesome romances. Back from the store, how is everyone? I think everyone is doing amazing, because I told them about Yuri. And this community, if this community loves two things, it is TTRPGs and it is Yuri. And if I had to add a third thing, wanna know what it'd be? It'd be yaoi. Y'all are feral. Y'all are wild. Don't think I'll stay long this time, but remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Nope. We'll eventually get to CAIN. We just have to go through Arrow's 6 tangents. I've been lost in medias for an hour. Does 40k count? Arrow isn't lost in media. Arrow's lost in... Yeah, I am lost in the sauce. More TTRPG! I feel like this is the everyday ADHD experience. I say this as someone with ADD. Yeah, I don't like self-diagnosing. And so for the longest time, I was like, yeah, like, everyone keeps saying I have ADHD, but I'm not really gonna like abide by that. I'm not gonna say that because like I'm not diagnosed. And then I got diagnosed and it made a lot of sense. Like, it makes a lot of sense. To get to my topic, you must defeat my 7 evil tangents. Oh my gosh. Who here is the Scott Pilgrim? Is chat collectively Scott Pilgrim? They should make it Yuri the They did make that. That's just any TTRPG that involves women. Any TTRPG where women have played it, I have seen involve Yuri. CAIN. So I talked about the Valentines briefly. I talked about going gamma. And I talked about Hattie. Now, what's happened recently is Canine and Clapback full on booked it. They just left. Remember when I said my CAIN is lower power? They literally, like, they're a Cat 4 and a Cat 3 Ardence user. I reasoned that if no other XO on site was going to stop them, a single site does not have the capabilities to stop them. Now, get Virtues involved, get Gammas involved, get other sites involved. Yeah, they can send out a search and destroy team to like take out the now rogue binders. But you can't really stop them from leaving. That's mostly what discipline is for. That's mostly what the indoctrination is for. Yeah, they did a little oopsie. There's literally a TTRPG called Thirsty Sword Lesbians. There is. So in the first Neolithic splat book coming out, how much does it hurt you to know that in the Neolithic there is no Yuri and there is no Yaoi because gender has not been invented yet? How much does that hurt? Yeah, so Canine Clapback, they messed up. They broke out, and now everyone was being detained. Everyone was under restricted R&R, and effectively, no one was having a good time. All we have left is Hattie, Bond, Raphael, and Sister. However, they got a... Gosh, my nose is so stuffy. They got a notice the previous session that they are going to be deployed on the hunt, writhing memory, to search and destroy a idol, potentially a perfect idol, theorized to be the Imago back from the mission Resplendent Echo. Resplendent Echo was a disastrous mission in my CAIN game that the player played through, where the golden child that was about to go gamma got a sin mark. They lost, I want to say, 3 XOs. They had someone Imago, and they could not execute the Imago, so the Imago fled. And then they sent a team of 5 to go after the Imago. 1 came back, and she only came back because her bound sin protected her. So, Resplendent Echo, it is theorized that the Imago, that the current idol that is found in Writhing Memory is the same Imago that formed in Resplendent Echo. XID-15VEN. So that is what we're dealing with. However, Bond was sent to go. Sister was sent to go. Hattie was sent to go. Raph was sent to go. And X05-HUAD was also sent to go. They're trying to figure out what the frick is HU, because the way this works is that it's, oh sorry, not XO, E05, so Epsilon, the 5th ranked HU, A indicates that is the first of whatever HU is in Site Epsilon, and D, unclear. HU was for husk, the blasphemy from the Harpocrates dossier. D is for distortion, or distorted. From my homebrew supplement that I released, so what happened is, and because my player picked up on this very quickly, I showed off Mix, one of the former XOs from earlier in the game had reappeared, because Mix was a Jaunt user, and Jaunt users are the most at risk of hollowing. When you hollow, it's unclear what causes it, but it's 100% fatal. But in my setting, I expanded this. I said, what is hollowing? Hollowing is when your psyche decouples from your physical form. You lose yourself in the psychic sea, leaving behind an empty vessel. But your subconscious remains. And so, if your body after hollowing is kept on like IV drip, you have like nutrients coming in, like you're kept biologically alive, and you're transferred to Site Alpha. They can engage in some sort of procedure that brings you back. However, this procedure is that they forcibly take your subconscious and they rise it to become your new conscious. And you become a distortion. You become distorted. As if, with my CAIN supplement I released, when you have a distortion on a mission, that is basically your shadow self, your other self, your subconscious given physical form. If you are weakened by it, it can take over you and it can become the new you. It is a caricature of the self. It is your intense desires crystallized. It is your number one goal and nothing else. No nuance. You have been flattened into a one-dimensional character. And so in order to bring someone back from hollowing, CAIN can manually induce this, because instead of your subconscious subsuming your conscious, it is your subconscious filling in the gaps where your consciousness once was. So now Mix is back. The older sister of the Valentines is back. But she's different. And we ended on seeing Mix arrive and just seeing something different about her eyes. We picked up the session. They talk to her, they throw themselves at her, they hug her. Hattie is reticent. And Cell recognized, my player recognized, this was a little bit of metagaming on their part, because they figured out that D was probably for distortion, and so this was probably a distortion, so it wasn't really her. But they also, like, they weren't gonna, like, just take a win, right? Hattie wasn't just gonna take a win like that. So she was suspicious and basically just watching Mix, and Mix is like getting a hug from Bond. Is like, girl, you're stabbing me with your chest. You have knives sticking out of you with your sin mark. Ow. Sister, please stop clinging to me. All right, fine. I guess you hate me, Hattie. And like laughs. And Hattie's like, I just didn't want to overwhelm you. And Mix is like, well, if I'm not welcome here, like, hey, Handler Alpha, is my room still available? And Handler Alpha's like, I mean, you weren't part of the breakout, so sure, you were not restricted from your room. We'll give it back to you. And then they lunge at her, and then they care about her, and then they get deployed. They are funneled into a car because apparently Canine and Clapback took Car Alpha, the new Alpha. So Handler Beta took over the role of Handler Alpha. The new Handler Alpha and Handler Alpha from here on forth is who was formerly Handler Beta. Handler Alpha, as we know him, Jason, out of the picture. If he ever comes up again, he will be referred to as Jason. The new Alpha is Handler Beta. It's live 1 2 3 versus die 3 2 1. Oh my gosh. They took Car Alpha, Canine Clapback. So now they're in Car Beta. Car Beta is the exact same vehicle, except it is like, it has an air freshener. It doesn't have the same music like CDs in it because Handler Alpha, Driver Alpha was the one that listened to music. It has a tear on the back seat that's covered over with duct tape. Like, it's slightly older. and slightly more used. It's probably got like a couple, like 100 or like a couple thousand more miles on it than the other one. So like it's older, it's more beat up. That's why it was the secondary. Now this is what they're driving in. Everyone's like, Mix, what happened? Hello? And so Mix is just like, yeah, I just remember going to bed and then I woke up inside Alpha. Like it was kind of weird. And like they're talking to her and they're trying to figure out what happened. And Mix is explaining that I'm going to join. I'm going to set up my Fugi. Hello. So with this, I'm going to open up my notes. I'm going to open up my notes page so I can look at this. KK. Oh my gosh. I wrote so much. Okay, so on the drive, I'll hit you with the highlights. Basically, there's a lot of like, oh my gosh, Mix, you're alive. We missed you so much. Like you were gone. And Mix summarizes that she woke up at Site Alpha. And Faith was watching over her. And basically Faith was responsible for her because when you hollow, you are brought over to Site Alpha, they do a procedure on you, and then a virtue basically has to take responsibility of you. You are forced to bond to a virtue. And the virtue basically makes sure that everything went fine, that you're not crazy, that you're not going to like subvert CAIN, and like has grounds to execute you if they think that you will. And Faith is the one that came over to Site Epsilon, picked up Mix while she was unwell, while she was hollowed, and escorted her back over to Site Alpha. But then Faith apparently had to leave after like a couple days, so Absolution took over. Another Harpocrates dossier virtue. And then Bond reveals, well, actually, the reason that she had to go is because she had to deal with a hound over in Vietnam. Apparently, there's a couple dozen sites around the world that usually at the site of massacres and atrocities that are still honored by their descendants, where a hound will just crop up every couple years. The same hound repeatedly over and over. And so Faith was dispatched to go out to Vietnam to deal with a Cat 3 hound that crops up from time to time because of the Vietnam War and the atrocities committed in the Vietnam War. And because those atrocities are still remembered in the local subconscious, in the local psyche, the collective grace of the descendants of the victims, this hound continuously manifests. And so the virtues actually have like a leaderboard of all of these different hounds that manifest repeatedly. And like they all go off and they like execute them and they tally their totals. Apparently Justice and Absolution are the highest. Though apparently Faith and Chastity are up there. And Fortitude has been restricted from participation in this and is not allowed to go after these repeating hounds. That's such a baller idea. Gonna steal it. Yeah. So like the idea is that the massacres that are in the public conscious still and atrocities that are still being honored and victims that are still being remembered, they will continually manifest hounds so long as it is in the subconscious. And so the virtue is just like, oh, the one in Vietnam is back. Hey, Justice, you free? Yeah, I got a couple hours. Deploys to Vietnam, slays the hound, leaves. And it's like the same domains every time. It's the same trauma questions every time. It has the same grudge list every time. And it's just the exact same hound manifesting over and over and over. The hound manifested from puppy. No. Hound any percent speedrun. Yeah, basically, that's what the virtues do. They're like, okay, hey, I'm going over to the one in Cambodia. Timer starts as soon as I deploy from Seraph. And then they time it, and then it's just like, you were 30 minutes off of your PB. And then the charities are just like, well, yeah, We got deployed 30 minutes out of town. We would have gotten it. And like, that's what they do. The 9/11 hound must be annoying. Yeah. So like, I'm not going to list all of the various atrocities. I'm not going to confirm or deny which ones have hounds that are repeating. But that's exactly the sort of thing, is if it is still in the public conscious and still being remembered, it's going to have a hound manifest from it. What I think the Vietnam hound looks like, I definitely think it is underground. I think it sticks to the tunnels. I think that it burrows. I think it incite, and I think that what it is that it's effectively continuing the Vietnam War from the side of the Viet Cong, and it is attempting to enact vengeance on the foreign powers that influenced and destroyed and brutalized Vietnam. And what it looks like, I don't know, but I definitely think that it has the gun one, the gun domain, because obviously firearms were so important there. I think it has catching of the doe, because it is an ambush predator. It is in the trees. It is under the ground. It sneaks up on you. And then probably fattening of rage, because like Vietnam like was terror tactic central. Was we are going to take these prisoners and we're going to torture them and brutalize them, and then we're going to display their bodies, right? Amnesia, the bunker hound, yeah, basically. So like this is kind of the domains that it has. I think it is very, I think it's camouflaged. I think it's covered in bramble. I think it has guns sticking out from like ghillie suits. Like it's one giant ghillie suit that has like AKs sticking out of it and like semi-automatic rifles sticking out of it. How's it only Cat 3? Because I didn't want all of them to be like, oh, this is a Cat 5, right? So like, for instance, I'm trying to think of like what is a real world atrocity that I would not get in trouble for bringing up. But for instance, like if there is some like big war that killed like 40 million people and terrorized like 80 million civilians and led to the deaths of like 120 million others, like all of that might only manifest a Cat 1 hound. Because it's not the scale of the atrocity or how quote unquote bad it is. It is entirely how fresh is it, how violent is it, how horrible is it in the public conscious. And so Cat 3 is still really big. Cat 3 is still very sizable. That said, it's not like going to end the world, because I think a lot of people diminish the impact of that. Makes me think of a trapdoor spider. Yeah, definitely. Probably on Cat 3 because they keep knocking it down after it shows up before it can grow more. And that is also true. Like all of these hounds, like they get killed very quickly. The War of 1812, World War II, World War I. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not going to get into it too much. Let's not start listing atrocities. But I do like the idea of like very bad things that have happened in the world. They for sure had sins involved. And I don't think that just because the event is over, the sin is gone. Right? And we're not going to get examples. We're not doing examples of that. But anyway. So, Bond explains all of this, and Mix is just like, how do you know this? Because remember, Bond is an Epsilon. Bond is at Site Epsilon, did not leave. So Mix is like, how do you know all of this? And Bond goes, oh, I actually talked to Faith the other day before you got here. Yesterday, before we deployed. Or yesterday, before we went to bed, and then now today we're deploying. I was calling with Faith because she reached out to me. And she called me her Blue Power Ranger. Because that's how she remembers us. When Faith came to Site Epsilon, she gave all of them the opportunity to reach into a bag and take out one of her like gacha pulls. She had a little bag of like toys and knickknacks and plushies and all of the things that she got from gacha pulls and all of the things that she got from like little like stuff that she bought but doesn't actually want herself. So every time she meets an XO, she lets them take something from her bag, and that's how she remembers them. And so she remembers Bond as the blue Power Ranger. And so she was checking up on her blue Power Ranger. And she expressed her concern and relief that Bond was all right. She heard about what happened to Epsilon. And she's worried. And she's like so happy that Bond is okay. And Bond was like, it was really scary. I cared about these people. And Faith is like, it's okay that you cared about these people. These are still other XOs, even if they're misguided. I want to help you. And I think that I know the best way to do this. You are struggling with a permanent affliction left by a hound that basically makes you want to shed blood. You are already bonded to me one level. So you already have basically taken effectively an oath of pacifism. You will never strike first. You will always try to be polite, and you will always try to seek the peaceful solution first. I think what would help you is if I taught you how to harness your grace to null psychic abilities. Because not only would that help you with your blood rage and with your sin mark, I also think you can be the one that goes out and gets Gudetama and Cinnamoroll. Because the two things that CAIN got a Gudetama sticker, which he then gave to Clapback, and Clapback got a Cinnamoroll keychain she gave to CAIN, right? So like you can be the one to go out and find Gudetama and Cinnamoroll, because not only do they know and trust you, also you're a capable XO. And you're a great people person. You're a great social character. I think you have what it takes to be a dedicated binder hunter. It doesn't matter you have a sin mark. You can go out and you can hunt binders, and you can peacefully, without a fight, you can convince them to just come back. You are their best option of not dying out there. And so bonded with Faith one more level, is now at bond level 2. And knows null. And Faith is basically saying like, hey, Bond, I want to train you. Like I've spoken with you. I know you now. You have developed and you trust me, and I've seen what I've seen a lot of you. I've seen a lot of what you need. And I want to help you get that. And I think that peacefully integrating binders into CAIN would not only help you with that, but also is like your skill set. You are a social character. And so, that was Bond. And Mix then goes on to explain. Remind me of the saying, the axe forgets, but the tree remembers. Yes. The event is over, the trauma remains. Yeah. Let's not start listing atrocities. Good vibes only, and toxic doomed Yuri TTRPG where arrow burns off your hope and rolls around in the ashes like a dog who found a good smell. Okay. But seek the peaceful solution first. You jerk. I see where you're going. Where am I going? Bond character development? Yes, Bond has had character development. Bond has had a lot of character development. And no one really knows what her next choice is going to be. Is she going to work with Faith to basically be like a binder catcher? Is she going to work with Faith to, as a social character with edit who can change her appearance, who has a sin mark, who has the ability to detect when people are lying? Is she going to go and try and grab CAIN and Clapback and bring them back when she knows they don't want to? There's something hilarious about the pacifist being a knife porcupine. Yeah, so with Bond, I explicitly, I kind of ran her through the ringer. She fought a hound. She got knives sticking out of her torso. She got a bloodlust that she can't really control. And so she turned to Faith and was just like, hey, Faith, I don't want to start praying. That's not really for me, but can you help? And Bond was like, or can you solve this? And Faith said, no, I can't solve this for you, but I can help you with it. And so Bond has been mentoring Faith has been mentoring Bond, my apologies, in meditation, yoga, guided breathing, grounding exercises, and just basically centering herself. Bond the binder, yeah. Bond the bonder? James Bond's having a strong call Bondulance. Anyway, so Mix. Faith left to go deal with this Vietnam War hound. Absolution took over. Absolution came to the site because apparently Site Alpha, everyone there is bonded with either Faith or Absolution. Site Alpha have a very low casualty rate. They actually have the lowest casualty rate of civilians and collateral damage of any site across CAIN. And so Faith and Absolution are attracted to them, and Faith and Absolution, as two of the quote-unquote like nicest virtues, look over all of the different Site Alpha members. And Site Alpha only has like 6 exos. At their height, they've never had more than like 8. They're a very small site. And Mix was basically being mentored by Absolution, bonded with Absolution, and is like, yeah, like a virtue watched over me to make sure I acclimated well. Absolution was nice, if a bit severe. Reminded me a bit of my auntie, if anything. But she cleared me after bonding with me for a level, and then I was going to be assigned to Site Alpha. And so she joined Site Alpha briefly, where she was bonded with Absolution, she was distorted, she had a new blasphemy husk from the Harpocrates dossier, and then she didn't really get to know any of them. She didn't stay with any of them. She didn't try to connect with any of them, because on her mind, the only thing that mattered was returning to the Valentines. And normally, what happens is if you hollow, you become distorted by a procedure at Site Alpha. You spend some time in Alpha, and then you're sent off to a different site other than where you came from initially. Because CAIN likes compartmentalization. CAIN does not like if you go Gamma from Site Epsilon, and then you retire, you're not going to be assigned back to Site Epsilon. Because CAIN doesn't want you to have a conflict of interest with your fellow exos. Which is why Sigma 1, the Pieces of Silver guy that was mentoring Hattie, was from Site Beta, went Gamma, and then was assigned Site Epsilon. Sure. So she was assigned Site Alpha, was going to go somewhere else, and she made it very clear. And she did not reveal how, but she made it clear that she was not going to go anywhere other than Epsilon. So eventually admin just decided to throw her at Epsilon because she was not playing nice with the others. At Site Alpha, she said the staff were really polite to me. They were kind of standoffish in how polite they were. It was a very like false positivity, like pretend you're happy here. And all of the other exos at Site Alpha seemed so depressed. It was so stifling. There was like this false positivity, and all of the alphas I spoke to, all the alphas I spoke to were so like resigned, as if they didn't want to be there, which obviously they didn't, but like as if they didn't believe in what they were doing, which didn't matter to me. I was going back to the Epsilons. Screw those guys, am I right? And everyone's like, what? And like Sister's asking more questions about Alpha, and like Raph asks how Mix got back to the Epsilons if she wasn't allowed to, and like Hattie asks a question, and that's when Mix goes like, oh yeah, it was built into the mountains, like underneath the ground into a mountain. This is like mountain ranges in California. It was crazy. And like starts explaining more about the site to Sister, and then Raph and Hattie exchange a look, because Raph and Hattie are like, what? Why did she just dodge the question? So then like they ask a couple more times and keep getting dodged and keep not getting an answer, and it's made very clear Mix, for whatever reason, not answering that question, until eventually they kind of like pin her down, and they're like, hey, like, how did you come back to Epsilon? And then Mix is just like, well, I made it clear I wouldn't work anywhere but Epsilon. I mean, like, I'm a Valentine, right? I needed to come back to Valentine's. Like, what kind of Valentine would I be if I left? And then they start talking about CAIN and Clapback and how they left. And Mix is like, oh yeah, I can't believe they abandoned us. And Hattie was like, what? And Mix is like, yeah, like if they were really Valentines, they would have like brought all of you with them. And then everyone's like, no, they wanted us to go, but we chose not to. And then Mix says, oh, well, in that case, like they still abandoned you. They shouldn't have gone. If they were really Valentines, they would have just stayed here and taken the punishment for everyone else, like we've done countless times. And and more throughout the conversation, Mix is revealed to have more and more of a single-minded focus on keeping the Valentines together. And a couple times mentions like, of course I'd come back to you guys. You're the Valentines. Of course I care about y'all. Y'all are Valentines. I'd do anything for the Valentines, just like you would, right? And then Hattie ends up asking her like, hey, so you're Cat 4. Like, or do you plan on going Gamma? And Mix goes, oh, no way. I'm not going to leave the Valentines like that. Like, are you crazy? What do you want about? Whereas before, Mix was like genuinely considering going Gamma. Prior to hollowing, Mix was like, I might have to go Gamma. Like the Valentines are kind of falling apart. Like I might have to go Gamma for me. And I feel awful about that, but that might be the best play. And Hattie was like encouraging her because Hattie wants to go Gamma and wanted to go Gamma with Mix and was like, yes, you'd be amazing. And then Mix is like, I mean, maybe. And now she's like, no way. That'd be a betrayal of Valentine's. Why would I ever do that? Anyone who would seriously consider going Gamma is really just like turning their back on the Valentines, and that's not okay. Oh, right. She's distorted. And at one point, like, Mix is like joking around, having light comments, like teasing Sister about how like, yeah, well, one of these days you're going to be the leader of the Valentines. And then Sister's like, what? No, all of you are going to be here, right? And then he's like, yeah, none of us are going to lead. Don't worry about it. And like Hattie says something that then Mix responds to, and like Hattie like nudges Mix's foot, so Mix plays footsie with her. They're like playing with each other's feet and arguing, and then Bond looks at them and goes, oh, this is why you had the conversation with Raph. And Hattie goes, what? And Raph goes, oh, I get it, and like leans into like Hattie and like whispers in her ear, is like, oh, so you don't only have eyes for me, I see. And then Hattie's like, shut up, and like is being teased by everyone in the car about how like she totally has a crush on Mix, and Mix is like, what? And Sister is like, what? But because Raph and Bond are involved in what may or may not end up being a polycule, like they've been having discussions about it because Raph is like really confused. Like they are the first ones to be like, oh, I see why you're like this, Hattie. And so now Hattie's in the hot seat, and then they're arguing, blah, 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 blah. And then they're like, wait, did we ever get a briefing? And then Mix is like, oh yeah. I got the briefing from Alpha. So it's back at Altria. Not Altria. It's back at Thunderfeld. Thunderfeld is the first location that the first hunt they were on went. Since then, there has been a massive riot. This is a small town that has slightly too little money. It's in upstate New York. And last time they were here, it was under an ogre's malaise. There were like gangs of kids going around, and they were all like causing problems for each other. There was a ogre at the school that they had to deal with, and then they dealt with that. They executed that. The public works, this like big park / track field / soccer field / baseball field with an adjoining blacktop that had basketball was off to the side, and they investigated there, and there was a poltergeist there that told them the future last time. And like they're trying to deal with all of that. There's this big pharmaceutical warehouse off in the distance, like a couple miles off. And they're dropped off at the north side of town. Right. They're dropped off here. So like they have the public works, the school, they have the residential area where they talked to the ghost residents. They have downtown. They have like utilities above them. And then all the way over here, they have this warehouse, and they have woods around here. And they're dropped off. And it's revealed that they have a priority 2 to check the school, because that's where a prior sin manifestation was. They have priority 2 to check the public works, where a flux reading was indicated in the last 24 hours. And they have priority 3 at the sewage plant, because it's believed that the Imago escaped Altria through the sewers back when there was Resplendent Echo, right? And so no palace reading. The last time the sin was located was like a week ago. Like the sin reading was here like a week ago, so it might not even be here. And they're deployed. And after some discussion, they decide to go to the public works. They're going to find that poltergeist, see if it's still here. They're going to look for that flux reading. And they're going to investigate it. So they go around and they split up. First things first, they split up. Mix splits off with Sister, because Sister like grabs her hand and pulls her off, because Sister is so excited to have Mix back. Sister is so thrilled to have another of the OG Valentines back. And then Bond is talking with Raph and Hattie, and Bond's just like, y'all saw this too, right? And like Hattie and Raph are like, yeah, this is not the same person. I don't know what's going on with her. And Bond looks at Hattie and says like, hey, I need you to know I'm willing to do what needs to be done if it comes to that. Are you also willing to do what needs to be done? And Hattie says yes. And my player revealed this was a lie. And they forgot that Bond can detect when people are lying because she's a former songbird. So Bond knows Hattie does not have what it takes to put Mix out of her misery if it comes to that. Bond says like, hey, listen, I'm here for you. I'm a Valentine. And Hattie's like, of course, we're all Valentines. And then Bond says, she is too. And they shake hands, and then Bond goes with Mix and Sister, and they go off. Basically, the woods are here, and the public works is here. The poltergeist they found before was in the woods, so they go off into the woods. There's like trails in the woods, and Raph and Hattie go off on a walk just around the public works to see if there's anything here, see if they find the flux user. And they have a talk. And they just chat. And they see that there's like a soccer game going on, or a soccer practice going on. And there's a stand set up, like one of those carts with like the umbrella over it that has like drinks and juices and Gatorades. And Raph is like, you know, if I had any money, I would love to go buy us something so that for our first proper date at a park, it could be like really cute and romantic. And Hattie's like, this is our first date outside of CAIN, isn't it? And Raph's like, yeah. So like they're holding hands and they're talking and they're walking and they're looking around, but ultimately they're just kind of like chatting and passing the time. They're enjoying each other's company. In Fenderfeld, it is a beautiful day. It's a little too hot, actually. It's very sunny. There's not a lot of wind or clouds. Unlike last time where everything was kind of like desaturated and gray and there was like wind blowing and it was rainy because of the ogre, this is warm. This is hot. This is like bright and happy. And there are children, like elementary schoolers, playing soccer out off in the distance, and they're just chatting and they talk about multiple different things. And Hattie at one point says like, hey, I feel really guilty because I haven't been there for you the same way you've been there for me. And Raph's like, what do you want about? You've been there for me a ton of times. And then I literally said like, Raph explains a bunch of the times you've been there for her, such as, and I was really struggling to think of times, I'm not going to lie. As a GM, I was really struggling. And then we ended up talking about how like, oh yeah, back when like on the first ogre hunt, she saw something in the dark because of one of the ogre's domains. And you are the one that helped her through it. On the most recent, there's something else I said very recently. Oh, it was, with the 2v2v2. You are the one that took me and like propped me up to give me a better chance of being seen by admin. You threw that fight so that I could increase my rep. You were there for me when I needed you. After K9 and Clapback left, and I just needed comfort and I just needed someone to be with. and you were there for me and you held me and you told me everything was going to be okay. And Hattie's like, yeah, but I kept brushing you off. And Raph's like, yeah, because sister needed you, because others needed you, because that was more important at that moment, but you still stood by my side. And like, I'm so thankful for that. And like, Raph is just like reaffirming how much she cares about Hattie, how indebted to Hattie she feels, and how much she cares about Hattie. And Hattie is realizing, wow, I could do just about anything to this girl, and I don't think that it would upset her. And that is like a realization that Celerity, my player, had months ago. My player realized months ago, Hattie is not as good for Raph as Raph is for Hattie. And Raph does not realize that. Hattie is only now starting to realize that. And my player literally said, like, I think if they both go Gamma, if they both wind up in the same spot, they're not making it a year. I think they're going to break up after a year or two, even if they wind up in the same spot, because I don't think they're good for each other. And I'm like, that's certainly one of the takes. But then they continue walking, and Raph is just like, hey, well, kind of seems like a poor time to have run off when they did. We could just leave now, and just gestures around her. There is no one and nothing here. If we just took off our chokers that have the GPS, CAIN would not be able to stop us. We could do whatever we wanted. And Hattie's like, yeah, we could. And Raph is like, I'm not going to, but just it's on my mind after feeling freedom for the first time in months. And then, like, with that, Raph starts teasing Hattie some more about like liking Mix and like the whole like polycule thing. And basically Raph reveals that because Hattie was like, hey, yeah, if I was interested in someone else, I would have told you. Interested in someone else, I would have told you. I'm not, but like, I just want you to know that that's open. And then Raph reveals, yeah, so I had a conversation with Bond. And my player like leans forward and is like, huh? And I talked to Bond and I expressed my feelings and how confused I am and kind of my conflicting feelings. And Bond said that she wasn't looking for a relationship. Dang. But she did say that she would be open in the future to something more casual. Huh? And my player went, huh? And so Bond is not interested in romance. She is aromantic. She is open to the idea of potentially something more casual in the future. And Raph is like, it wasn't a yes, it wasn't she was committing to anything, but I just wanted to let you know that we had that conversation, and obviously I wouldn't go through with anything without you. And Hattie's like, girl, you're fine. If you want to do something casual with someone else while I'm off at Gamma, it might be a while before you get Gamma too. Who knows? Like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. And so they're having healthy conversations, and my player literally like brought that up after a game and was like, I'm so thankful at how you're handling poly relationships. You're handling it better than most poly people I know, which I found very funny, because I was basically treating it as someone that, as far as I'm aware, I'm not poly. I'm not interested in dating multiple people at once. I was treating it as, how would I treat a monogamous relationship? The way I would treat that is, if person X is interested in person Y, they should talk about it. That is not always going to work out in the way that they wanted. But the fact that person X is dating person Z just means that they have to talk about it. And probably this is going to go fine. So what this is that it's Raph is X in this circumstance where she is dating Hattie and interested in Bond. Bond is not really looking for a relationship, but might be open to something casual in the future. And Hattie overwhelmingly is just like, I don't care. You just tell me, and then you're good to go. And Raph is like, I don't know, it's still really weird for me. I just found out that I like women. I like girls like a couple months ago. So liking more than one person at a time is even weirder for me. And Hattie's like, listen, take it at your own pace. Just know I'm not going to get upset at you as long as you tell me. Right. Oh, this is a game. I just got here. Yeah, so this is a game that my player is playing a character, Hattie. And in game, she is dating an NPC. And that NPC is also interested in another NPC. And my player is poly, so like that's why I added this, because my player is poly. I wanted to give them poly rep in their game, and they're very happy with the poly rep. So like, bada bing, bada boom. Healthy communication, we love it. They see off in the distance at the basketball court a group of 4 kids. And again, this is a town that has had juvenile delinquency problems for months. Like ever since they were here last time, there's juvenile delinquency problems. And let me return as I was. Okay. Begone me. Okay. I'm gone. There's 4 kids at the basketball court. And remember, this is a town that had juvenile delinquency. Then there was a riot like a month ago. And now it's like kids are throwing bricks at cops. Like now it's like the new hot thing is for like groups of teenagers to like pick up rocks and trash and bricks and throw it at cop cars. And that's a level of the 4 kids dub. Polyrap used water gun. Oh my gosh. We love good polyrap. Yeah. It's pretty good polyrap. And I'm saying this, like, I'm doing all this again, as someone that is not poly, and I know poly people. I know a lot of poly people. I'm just trying my best to treat it respectfully. Without like, I'm trying to treat it respectfully, and by treating it respectfully, I'm treating it normally. I'm treating it casually. I'm treating it as there are people that confess their love or confess their feelings to someone else that are not reciprocated. There are people who have conflicting feelings and don't know what to pursue. There are people who say, not right now, but maybe later. And I'm just like having all that just with 3 people instead of 2 people. I'm adding a 4th person with mix potentially, depending on how my player is interested. Like, so there's a riot. And now, like, the kids are actively, like, antagonizing and hostile to everyone. So they go over to the basketball court thinking that these kids are going to, like, give them a lead. Maybe the cult of the kids is tied to Snake, the Imago, the idol. And that it's been about a month since, or I think it's been, like, 2 months since Resplendent Echo. So if the Snake got here a month ago, that could have caused the riot. The increased aggression from the kids could be the result of a cult. Who knows? Snake was young. Snake did have like rebelling against authority as a part of being an XO. Snake did have like this protection over the younger. So it could be a situation where the cult is other children and is rebelling against not CAIN, but a CAIN-like authority. They talk to the kids. One of them is in a habit, and one of them is in military gear. So the kids are all passing around a vape pen. And my player goes, oh my gosh, the kids are really vaping at the basketball court, aren't they? And they all just like they stow the one vape pen. They stow the one vape pen that they were passing around in a hoodie and turn around and walk away. And then Hattie calls out and like, excuse me, can you wait for a second? And then you keep walking. And then Raph is like, hey, can you stop for a second? And one of the kids pauses, turns around. He's like, yes, sister. And like, he's just like a middle schooler with like a high fade and like the curly hair, like the Gen Z fade. But he also has a cross around his neck. And so he's looking at Raphael and is assuming that she's a nun. And so, We can leverage this. And then one of the other kids is like, Jonah, dude, come on. Dude, let's just go. And then Jonah's like, yes, sister. And then they're basically asking like, hey, like, what's the deal with all the kids? Like, is there anything going on right now? Like, we're on outreach from the Order of Saint Aquinas, which is the same code name they used the first time they were in Thunderfeld, when they were all in habits, and they were like, we're from the Order of Saint Aquinas. Don't worry about us. We're just here on outreach from a nearby, like Catholic university from New York City. So going around talking to these kids don't have anything. Kids reference like, hey, stay out of the alleys. Like you will get jumped by a group of middle schoolers. But otherwise, kids don't seem to lead anything. Hattie's like, do we think this helped? And Raph is like, I don't know. I don't think he was lying. I don't think he was trying to throw the trail off himself. I think that this is just unrelated. And so like, all right, kids don't seem related. They go over to the entrance. There's another entrance up here to the woods. And there's a trail. There is the green trail, which goes all the way over here. There is the yellow trail, which does this. There's the red trail, which does this. And then there's like the purple trail, which splits off from here and like goes there to some other entrance, right? So it's like trails through the woods, and entering through here was Bond and Mix and Sister. And so Raphael and Hattie have to be like, okay, where do we think they went? We've been gone for like half an hour. So maybe they went like, they did a loop of the yellow and then they continued like green, or maybe they just like went straight green. Like, we don't know where they went. So let's go red and go straight over to the other entrance potentially. And we can go from there. And as they're walking down the red path, who do they see in the distance outside of a character? And I talked about this on last week. If anyone has any guesses for the character, feel free to guess. This is a woman who has a bun, like a high bun, or a high ponytail. She has on a flannel. She has on yoga pants. You did get on first best guess last time. And she has a little pack on her right hip. Like a little fanny pack on her right hip. And this is the binder from the admin work. Patient Blade. This is the binder from when Hattie had to stay up 72 hours watching a barbershop. And then went in, and then there was another flux user there. This is the same binder as last time. Hattie sees her, is like, we gotta hide. So they roll the covert. And what they do is they basically grab Raphael. They like fall on the floor. So if the wood path is here, there's like a tree here, it's like a bush here. They basically like fall down. So like it's Hattie falls down, Raph on top of her, and they like shift under the bush. And they roll covert. They roll poorly, but they rolled a very, very good risk die. They rolled like a 4. So I say that on the other side of the tree, the figure stops moving. And you can tell that they've noticed that someone is here. You have one action, and then it's going to be back and forth. So Hattie immediately calls it in. All of them, because they're Cat 3 or higher, I say that they have earpieces that they can call in relevant information, such as if they located the sin, if they located the palace, if they located a binder. She calls in the binder. Raph uses her action, Raph is on the bottom, and then Hattie was like falling atop her. Raph pushes her up, so now Hattie is standing. Now I ask, okay, she knows for sure you're here. You're from behind the tree, what are you doing? Hattie steps around, immediately pulls out her gun, spends KP, spends a Psyche Burst, and blasts her with Flux. Gets 1 success on the Psyche roll. She wants to stun and restrain this binder. She wants to use her blast as a means of... Was a bottom? Yeah. Celerity insists that of the two of them, it is Hatraff out of the two of them. And
I'm not going to comment on that. That's not my place to say. That's for the fanfic to write. Just remember that they are minors, so don't be weird about it. But like, if you want to talk ship dynamics, Celerity insists that it's Hat Raph, not Raph Hat. Gives 1 success, deals 1 slash to the talisman of this binder. Their goal is they want to basically like freeze the torso of this person so that like they are misaligned in their time stream and they get really sluggish and can't respond effectively. And I describe, as you do this, something happens to your blast that instead of just freezing them in their chest and making them slow down and like twisting in an odd angle, you see a tear in reality open up, and surrounding them is darkness of the same location at night. You hear screaming in the distance, and you see a large creature that looks almost like a bear slash forward with its claw directly through their chest. And for whatever reason, casting Blast on this XO, on this binder, manifested Blast in a way you did not intend. Mechanically, it did the exact same thing. Still 1 slash. However, it kind of like jolted. It did the wrong thing. And so this binder leans forward and goes, "Ow! I feel like you just stabbed me. Seriously?" And then like Hattie's pointing her gun. Raph comes around with her submachine gun. And like the binder's like hands up, is like, "Jeez, dude, ow! Why?" And like this binder is just kind of like offended. "I feel like I just got like a slash." And then Hattie's like, "Yeah, like it looked like a bear just attacked you." "What do you mean a bear just attacked me?" It's like, "Well, I didn't intend to do a bear." And then so they're talking, and then the binder reaches a hand down to her stomach. And if you recall, back on the previous mission where the binder showed up, she reached into her stomach, pulled out a blade, and threw it. And so Hattie's like about to shoot her. And at this point, she hesitates. And I describe that the binder literally just doubles over, clutching her stomach, and it's just like, "Ow! Why?" And like is in actual pain because she feels like she just got mauled by a bear, right? And Hattie's like, "Oh, I thought you were gonna attack." And binder's like, "No! Why would I attack someone if I don't know them? Why? Like, what? Why are you here?" And then Raph's like, "That was our question for you. Why are you here?" And then she's like, "I'm here for business. What are you doing here?" And they're like, "Well, we're here to kill a sin." And then she's just like, "Since when did nuns kill sins?" And then they're talking. And so the binder reveals a couple things. 1, does not know about CAIN. Just like last time, why does this weird nun have magic powers? 2, is here to get product from the supernatural. 3, was just talking to the poltergeist that the group is currently trying to look for. And so the long and short is that Bridge, this binder, goes, okay. How about I want product from the sin and you want to kill it? Why don't we work together? I can tell you what information I learned and tell you where it is. You kill it, and then I get the product from it. I get its sin seed. Win-win for both of us. And Raph is like, "That is a terrible deal for us. She gets so much more than us." And Hattie's just like, "Yeah, but we don't lose anything. Like, yeah, she gets more of it than we do, but she doesn't get anything that we want." Just shunted you into an alternate timeline for a moment? Yeah, exactly. And so Hattie convinces Raph to be like, "Yeah," and calls in and says, "Sorry, false alarm, was just a civilian." And then Handler Alpha is like, confirmation on negative sighting of binder, just a civilian. And Hattie's like, "Confirmed, just a civilian." And so Hattie lies to her handler and says, "Okay, Bridge, we can work together on this." And like they shake hands, and they're talking about looking for the other 3. And then Bridge is like, "Oh, was it like briefly described as like, was it those three? Yeah. They looked weird, so I wanted to avoid them, hence me coming down this red path. And so they turn around, go back up the path, and where we called it was Bridge and Raph and Hattie are approaching Mix and Bond and Sister, and Mix and Bond and Sister see all of them with this rogue binder. Wait, were Hattie and the rest of the Valentine's dressed as nuns this whole time? Yeah, so in CAIN, the standard outfit you get is either a cassock, which is a like a priest uniform, or a habit. And it's ill-fitting. Right? Then, if you spend scrip, you can buy a well-tailored and well-fitting cassock or habit. Habit is what nuns wear, cassock is what priests wear. And then if you spend scrip on it, if you spend more scrip, you can get like a black coat, which is like an overcoat. You can get formal wear, where it's like you're wearing business casual. You can have different options. It's just a matter of, to begin with, you always have the cassock and habit. Hattie is the only one that doesn't look like a nun because she got formal wear at Cat 3 and has it look like a military garb. However, all of their script expenditures were confiscated after K9 and Clapback left. So the only reason Hattie still has the military uniform is because she was wearing it when she was detained. She has no replacements for her military uniform. If this one gets beat up and destroyed, she loses it. Right? Don't worry, guys, I got that shit on. But what if CAIN always records audio from the earpiece no matter if exos ring in or not? Interesting. I wonder if they do that. Right? So that's where we ended the session. So where we ended the session, Mix, very much not the same person. Raph got to go on a date and have a really cute emotional moment with Hattie, and both of them were having this conversation, kind of recognizing like, this is probably the last time we're ever going to talk like this. Because on a meta level, this is the final hunt. On a meta level, we are stopping after this hunt is over, maybe with an epilogue, maybe with like some downtime sessions afterwards, but this is the last hunt they're going to be on. But Hattie like assumes she's going to go gamma after this. Raph doesn't know if she's going to survive this. Like, they had a very nice, cute date, but it was kind of tinged with this, like, this is the last time we're going to get this. Foreshadowing is a narrative device. Yeah, exactly. Bond has developed her bond with Faith and is probably going to go a very different direction than I think she ever thought she would as, like, a binder hunter. Sister is just happy to be here, bro. Like, Sister is just thrilled that Mix is back. Sister definitely has like the blinders on, is drinking the Kool-Aid, is in the rose tinted glasses, is not thinking about this too hard because she does not want to think about it too hard. Sister wants to actually enjoy her time with the Valentines. And something else is that on this final hunt, I finally gave the exos agenda items. This whole time they had agendas. I finally gave them agenda abilities, right? So like Sister finally has like what she had when she was a loner, which is setting up multiple people, right? She got Rook. Bond finally like officially got the Songbird ability where she can detect if people are lying. Raph officially got the one where I think it's take you down with me. Back when she first got here and was a beast, she was way more aggressive, right? Daddy issues, more daddy issues, jerk issues, mommy issues, and you seem weirdly self-actualized, actually. What's that from? What's that reference to? But yeah, so I don't know how long this hunt is gonna last. I don't imagine it's gonna last longer than 2 sessions more. Because they already found Bridge. Bridge knows not where the Sin is, but where one of the Sin's main supporters is. So I imagine the next session is going to be dealing with one of the Sin's main supporters, one of the Acolytes. And then the session after that is going to be dealing with the Sin. My guess is this is going to take 2 more sessions. I passed out for like 20 minutes. What happened? You missed all of the resolution in the session. I'm so sorry. Oh gosh, I'm hungry. I should probably eat food at some point today. But yeah, so that's CAIN. I'm going to step away once more. My nose is so stuffy. I'm gonna step away, then I'm gonna do questions. So if you have questions, feel free to drop them in the Q&A channel. Ah! Wait, why are we tacoing? What is the taco? Gosh, I hit that stanky leg because I was feeling faint briefly, so I wobbled. I wobbled as I was trying to stand up. Taco? Taco. Oh, should I have McDonald's or taco? You should taco. Yeah, okay. I've talked about this a bunch. I have a really weird craving for McDonald's McNuggets. Like twice yearly. And it has been years since I have had them because they're not very good and they're overpriced. They have gotten worse over time, and the honey mustard sauce that they have with it is not the same that it used to be. However, I still get the craving because I think it's comfort food from when I was growing up. Oh my gosh. This manifested really weirdly because like I don't buy these because like it's not worth it. I can just make food at home. I don't need to spend more money. I'm very frugal when it comes to that kind of thing. I was on a trip. I was on a writing trip with a bunch of people. We were in, I think, 2 cars. I was in one car. My roommate, who was also on this trip, was in a different car. And their car stopped for McDonald's at one point. And by this point, I had been wanting McDonald's for like 3 months at that point. And unironically, that genuinely actually tilted me. Like, this person was not my roommate at the time. This was just my friend at the time. Like back in university, back around university, I think. I genuinely got tilted at my friend because they got McDonald's when I'd been wanting McDonald's for months at that point. What's in the bottom left of the screen next to the dancing clown? Okay, so this is a beret. And this is often worn by people who want to be fancy and artsy because they don't understand French culture, and instead just want to come off as if they are artsy and cultured. It has no significance outside of that. It is simply a headpiece. It is traditional in France. However, it is not exclusive to France, just most well known for France. So that is what that is. Like, it's a beret. Now, obviously, it doesn't have to be a beret. I have also put a top hat on this creature that is wearing the beret, but like a beret should not be so foreign to you that you don't understand what it is. Now, this is clearly a maw, as it were, a horrifying, just like distorted, distended, tortured creature from Neolithic that has a symbiotic relationship with a moss that grows off of it that increases its regeneration, and it will constantly break its own bones and tear at its own flesh and then reconnoiter the pieces in order to have the increased regeneration change its physical form. So it will like break off an arm and form a wing, and then it will start flying. But it still feels pain. So not the best time to be a maw, if I could be completely honest. Oh, it's horrible? Yeah. You drew that? It took 2 minutes? Yeah. And in chat, drew it. Why does the maw have a beret? Because why not? I mean, okay, fine. If people have such an issue with the beret, people really care about the beret that much, I can swap out the beret. And give it a top hat. Or a fedora, sorry. So this is what happens when a maw discovers Reddit. Milady. Can you put both to make it? I mean, I can. Like the fedora would go on top, yeah. Okay, so like that's kind of spitting. I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of spitting. He's a mobster now, everyone run! Hey, bang! A Reddit mod, if you will. Have you considered not saying inside thoughts? Let that poor soul have a beret. He's breaking their bones with every step they take. You don't have an issue, just curious. I can't make him a lady joke because Ma already has apostrophe. My lady? I don't know. Questions. So, I feel like a lot of exploring system types become min-maxing types because min-maxing is objectively rewarded, like bigger damage. What do I think? I'm a bit confused on what that means. Exploring system types. I assume that means I'm someone that tries out a lot of different systems. Baretist? Is this a... It's not a baret, it's a beret. Are they... Shake my head. So I assume when you're asking this question, I feel like exploring system types become min-maxing types. If I try a bunch of systems, I like being a min-maxer. I don't think this is the same, but I do feel, I think it's a fingers and thumbs situation. I think if you're a min-maxer, you are going to do one of two things. You're either going to only play one system, because the fun for you is breaking the same system over and over in creative ways, or you're going to have many different systems you only ever play like twice, because you like breaking each system, and then once you break it, you leave it behind in a quivering mess as you move on to your next target, right? So I feel like people that are min-maxers that like breaking systems, they're inclined to try a bunch of different systems because they want to try breaking a bunch of different systems. I want to break City of Mist. Okay, I did that. I want to break Vampire the Masquerade. I did that. I want to break Blaze in the Dark. I did that. I want to break Lancer. I did that. Like, just moving on. Or I only ever play Call of Cthulhu because I want to break Call of Cthulhu and I want to keep breaking it over and over and over. Did not have to call me out on the second one there. So that's my interpretation. I don't think being a min-maxer is bad. I'm a bit of a min-maxer. Although I would say I'm not a min-maxer. I am an anti-minimizer. Anti-thrower. I guess that might make sense. So my thing with RPGs, TTRPGs, stat lines, whatever. I struggle making suboptimal decisions. It hurts my soul to make a decision that I know is objectively poor, even if it would be characterful. And that's why I'm a huge fan of, as a GM, I give people grace in allowing them to make character decisions that nonetheless I do not penalize them for. Because I feel, as a player, I have a very complex idea of what my character wants to do, would do, should do. I struggle to follow through on it by virtue of the fact that doing so will just hurt me and nothing else. Like, yeah, it will be more narratively interesting. However, it won't benefit me literally in any way except on the meta level. And I have a hard time justifying that. So as soon as I'm given a choice where, okay, you can do this thing that is suboptimal, but it also has some degree of benefit, I can suddenly justify it to myself. But this is where like my writing brain and my gaming brain conflict with one another. Gaming brain wants to min-max. Writing brain wants to tell the best story I can. And so I often struggle with that. You're the same. As a result, most of my characters inherit part of my logical personality. Min-maxer walks in, breaks stuff by flaccid pancakes, starts playing. I'm glad you kept the flaccid pancakes conversation going. Gosh. I am not one... Like, I'm not a singer. But I have seen, like, Made Mint do a cover of Break Stuff. That was so funny. Because she's just this cute little, like, 3 apple tall ghost. She's so little. She's so sweet. She's so wholesome, even if she is kind of, like, crazy weirdo. And to hear her going, like, singing Break Stuff, I think is very funny. And I would love to be at the point where I could do something similar, where I could sing a song totally out of type for me and just have it be really funny. Which is why Slipknot by Slipknot, I unironically think would be really fun to cover. I'm just incredibly nervous because I'm not a singer, right? I'm not a singer, so I'm not gonna like go around singing a whole bunch. I sang Slipknot by Slipknot on the Discord. There was a Discord community stage event that I sang on, and it was super embarrassing, and I don't know what anyone said because I was focused on the lyrics. I was not focused on reading chat, and people generally responded favorably, and surprisingly, so surprisingly, my cover of the Payday 2 Christmas song, very little but positivity. Everyone was so nice in the comments. People said I had a lovely voice. They wanted to hear me sing more, all that stuff. I was so shocked. I did that. That was literally my birthday gift to myself. That was literally me saying, I'm doing this for me, not for my audience. I don't care if it doesn't get views. What I want is to be able to say I did this. Can't get more real than that. Even my gimmick D&D knife throwing build was optimized. I find that's a balancing act between flavor and functionality. I will keep my character because I like the concept, but they will be able to kneecap someone. And that's my issue, is if I want to play a character who purposely isn't able to fight anyone, I can just choose to do that independent of mechanics. I can choose to make mechanically suboptimal decisions. Well, I'm not even saying like on a decision basis. You've never met a mean Payday 2 player? I've met some jerks. And not jerks as in like horrible people. Jerks as in like I was someone who like the hardest like difficulty I've ever played was like very hard. And even then I avoided very hard because I wasn't comfortable taking on bulldozers and cloakers. And when we played in a lobby, they hopped on like mayhem and just expected me to know how to handle that with like their full infamy decks. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess this is what we're doing. Like sweats, I would say, but not jerks, right? And these were people who I knew independent of Payday 2, and then we played Payday 2 and they were just kind of sweaty about it. But yeah, so I'm someone who like independent of like choice, I can usually make suboptimal choices pretty well. It's character decisions. Like, if I have the option to choose the super broken, awesome, omega, wonderful, amazing, like, broken character class option, I want to choose it because I want to optimize. I might not use it. I might never use it because it's not fitting for my character. But I have a hard time not choosing that in character creation, in building, in theory crafting. I struggle to not choose the mechanically optimal position because I can always choose suboptimal. It hurts my brain to stop myself from even being able to make the choice. You feel? I remember one of the first times I played a TTRPG with a friend I wasn't familiar with just lit their character on fire for no apparent reason. Some people are like that. You appreciate my min-maxing players? Feel like I'm getting so much more experience by proxy of them to translate the system in a narrative? Yeah. Have I seen the Games for Freaks 4 teasers that Tom Bloom posted on the Discord a little while ago? I have not. I'm on Chasm. I don't really check it too often. I've been avoiding Games for Freaks for basically everything. The only thing I've checked now is I've looked at the art of the Perfect Sins that were released, and I read the Perfect Idol because I'm running a Perfect Idol, right? That said, I did see on Blue Sky, he posted art of like a big giant dude like reclining in a chair with like some woman standing next to him. I'm assuming that's a sin. Pog. That's me playing Magic the Gathering. I make constraints in brewing decks, but I play as optimally as I can. I'm the opposite. I would do like the opposite. I really feel like I want to add in the best cards I can. I feel like in an MTG deck, I feel like it hurts to build and brew suboptimally, but actually playing, I'm way more willing to misplay on purpose, which like I rarely need to because I'm not playing against people that like need to be handheld. And also I'm generally the one losing, but like that's the kind of ethos I have as a comparison. There's a reason I build so many rogues. I wish I had to convince myself to do Ranger. Rangers. I made a whole video about that. Made a whole video about fixing Rangers. A year and a half ago at this point. What I tell my players is they can pick whatever they want and then I'll bounce around. And that's fair. I love having min-max players that I can make really challenging parties around. The issue is one person tanks, one person min-maxes, and everyone else is in the middle. What do you balance around? And I've had people ask me that question. My answer is usually build a min-max party around them and then only use their full capabilities against them. You can just build around the most powerful character and then not use the most powerful abilities against anyone except the most powerful character. And it sounds like cheating, but it's totally valid to have the same enemy have different abilities based on who they're facing. This enemy gets a +4 against the person who built suboptimally and has an AC of 14, but they end up getting like a +6 against the person who has an AC of 19. Just because like, I'm not saying this in like, oh, one person wanted to be the tank, so they like took heavy armor and they took a shield and they took the defense fighting style and I'm punishing them for that. No, I'm saying like at first level, someone hyper optimized and is trying to break the game, right? The infinite temptation anytime I touch blue decks, no one I know like playing against that kind of control deck. Oh my gosh. No, my 100 AC at level 1 build. Yeah, that's the thing is like, I think it's valid to have the same enemy roll with different modifiers depending on who they're targeting. So long as the reason behind this is balance. Like, if I have a character who my one thing is I put all of my points in HP and I put all of my points in AC, and then you make it that all enemies get a +5 extra bonus to hit against me and also deal triple damage, that's BS. That's stupid. That's like targeting me for no reason. But if I'm playing a character who I use some weird loophole in the rules to get like a 26 AC at like level 2, I think it's valid for the same enemy that's rolling with like a +4 to hit against your other enemies, they have an option that they can do, which gives them like a +10. Now, how do you justify that in lore? Well, maybe it's magic, right? Maybe they have a special ritual that they did that allows them to bypass the specific spell combination that that one party member did. However, all it does is give them a bonus to hit. So they go from like a +4 to like a +9. But still, like after they're at 26 AC, +9 to hit, that's still like a 1 in 4 chance of hitting. That's not even like I'm punishing you and therefore you're always going to be hit. That's making it possible to hit you. He hits you. How? Can you make a DC 28 dex save? He sees you're the most dangerous, so he's using a special weapon on you. And that's the thing. And then the party is like, oh, we beat him. What's the special weapon do? Oh, well, the special weapon, it's made specifically to target this one spell combination. Like, you can just do that. That's what a TTRPG is for. Now, I wouldn't recommend that. I wouldn't say that you should do that. But you can. It's valid. It's not breaking the rules to do that. How much prep is too much / too little for a CAIN hunt? I think I keep underdoing it. Okay, I would say I'm an improv GM. I'm a discovery writer. I love making it up on the fly. I would say when you make a hunt, you have to choose a couple things. One, you have to come up with the sin's trauma questions. You have to come up with the sin's type. Is it an idol? Is it an ogre? Is it a toad? You have to come up with its cat. And I would say you have to choose its domains, right? You're done. Call me a radical improver. I think that's all you need. I think this is the baseline anyone needs. Now, I think if you want a more involved and sophisticated game, you probably want to have like information on the host. You probably want to have at least like 3 different locations that they can explore and figure out. I think that you should probably figure out, where is their palace? What does the sin look like? What are hints about its trauma questions you can find in NPCs tied to what's going on with the host? Like, I think that's all important. But ultimately, on the fly, I can come up with, okay, the host name is Jeremy, and he was a gambling addict, and okay, so this is what, a cat 2 toad that is really struggling with food insecurity. Okay, so he was a gambling addict, and he constantly went to this one soup kitchen. And so the soup kitchen has an NPC and is one of the locations. And that's not the palace, but that's where someone who knows Jeremy very well is. Okay, the players, wow, there's the soup kitchen nearby. That would be crazy if you went there. They go to the soup kitchen. Wow, you talk to Felicia. Felicia is telling you, oh yeah, that Jeremy, he came in here just about every day, and oh, the absolute sweetest guy you knew, but definitely going through something rough. I tell you what, yeah, he definitely grew up around these parts, but something bad happened to his family a few years back, and it's been on the streets ever since. Oh no. And then like, what do you mean the streets? Like, do you know where he hangs out? Oh yeah, he hangs out over at Goldilocks Park. Yeah, that's where he is most of the time. You tell me, yes sirree. And then they go over to Goldilocks Park. Whoa, it's the palace. And like, I just made all that up on the spot. Like, none of that is good. None of that is sophisticated. None of that is complex. But it's a hunt. It's information gathering. If I give it more frills, if I add more panache to it, it will feel like a fully realized session. But you need to know, like, what's the cat? What's the type? What are the trauma questions that they can learn throughout the hunt? And what are the domains? Because some domains, like the Sunken Affliction from the Ogre, happen as soon as the hunt starts. So you kind of need to know those before you go in. Also, I name all my sins. They typically don't come up. That's the thing. I think it's really cool to have the idea of like they all have true names. And you're not supposed to say them aloud. How would it come up? How would the players learn? If the players never learn about it, functionally, it does not matter. That's one of my takes. So I instead gave my players the ability to name the sins. And so the very first ogre hunt that it was the Whisk Sea. because it was an ogre that was like this big pile of like sludge that smelled like alcohol and had leech mouths in it, and it would like slam into you like a crashing wave. So we called it the Whisksy because the host was an alcoholic. The second hunt, that was the Lord that turned into the spider. While it was the Lord, it was very social. It was very sociable. It was very communicative, and it called itself the Underman because it was the Underman to the host. The host was this like dejected CEO that got kicked out of his company by the board, and the Underman, he was the Underman underneath the CEO. The CEO simply had a minor hiccup and is now back on top clearly, and so they just kept calling him the Underman because that's what he introduced himself as. And then with this upcoming one, they're just calling it Snake because Snake was the code name of the XO before they imagoed, right? So I just let the players name them. And they have like official designations as like I-055, you know. Ermin was my father. You can call me Undy. I find that prep is less writing, more setting of the board. And honestly, that's what I do. What I do when I set up something, I say, okay, riving memory. You're deployed here. Above you, there's a utility section. To the southwest, there's the public works. South is the school, residential, downtown. There's the warehouse. There's the forest. Downtown doesn't have anything. Residential doesn't have anything. School doesn't have anything. Forest has the poltergeist. That has information. It can just tell you anything, effectively. The utilities is where one of the captured and MIA XOs is currently undergoing training by Snake. The public works is where they find, or with the forest technically, but like that's where they found Bridge, who has information from the poltergeist. The poltergeist leads them to the XO. The XO leads them to the warehouse. This is where Snake is. This is where the Sin is. Right, so I don't know what happens if they go over to downtown. I didn't realize that when they went to the public works, there was going to be a group of kids that was passing around a vape pen. But that allowed them to be like, hey, kids, do you know anything about saving your immortal soul? And then they learned that the kids had no idea what was going on with the Sins. So they wrote off the kids and probably all of downtown as a result, right? I've got a session this weekend that most of our campaign has been leading up to, so I'm a bit stressed all over. More than just this weekend even. There's 3 hunts left that's to finish this campaign. This weekend is just the first of 3. Well, I'm currently running my final hunt. This is all the prep I did for my final hunt of my campaign that's been going on for 8 months, and that I've been telling people about live and throwing my story onto the ether in such a way that it will be recorded until the inevitable wiping of all of YouTube servers. So like, if that makes you feel more confident, if I can get away with this, if I can get away with one piece of information, final boss, one piece of information, you're fine. You got this. I believe in you. Another thing for justification purposes against game-breaking min-max could be that if someone is that much superior in an aspect, they might be semi-famous for it. I personally, outside of something like The World of Darkness, where if I have 5 dots of like politics, it is assumed I am like a world leader, right? Like that is baked into the game, is that if I put 5 dots into politics, I am presumably running a country, or I am the person in charge of the person running the country, because you don't get 5 dots of politics without being in that position. You physically can't do that, right? But something like D&D, if someone is like, oh, I have like a 27 armor class, and I also have like 400 HP, and also I'm level 3, and I did this really weird multi-class where I used an Unearthed Arcana with this homebrew like source book that I have, and also 1 level fighter to get heavy armor proficiency. Like, I don't know. Like, if someone does this doesn't feel characterful. If someone does, I put 5 dots in politics, that absolutely feels like something that is like, that demands the story recognize it. I think it's just a matter of like gameplay and story integration. World of Darkness is very narrative oriented. D&D is very mechanical. Arrow believes in the existence of ether, confirmation that they're an etherite. I find that I prefer using prep as a springboard for improv. Yeah, and what I do is I generally make a list. I make a bullet list. Bullet points. I make bullet points that I then hit. And this is actually how I prep for narrative scenes. I basically storyboard. Before last session, I wrote down like, hey, like Mix talks about her time at Site Alpha. Here's some notes on that. Bond kind of interrupts to explain the thing with like the Hound and Faith and the virtues and all that stuff. Conversation goes back to Mix. Here's some more notes on Site Alpha. Her bonding with Absolution. Raphael attempts to talk to her but gets rebuked. Looks at Hattie about it. Once they get on site, here's some information that they have about what's happening at Thunderfeld. And like, I didn't even finish my notes. If they didn't go to the public works, I would have kind of been screwed. I didn't know what was going to happen if they went to the sewage treatment plant because I didn't have notes on that yet. But I would have figured it out because I believe that what makes TTRPG special is improv. It's collaboration. It is improv. If you are attempting to tell a specific story using the medium of TTRPGs, I think that you are doing it wrong. Not that you're doing it bad, not that you're doing it poorly. I think that you're doing it in a way that misunderstands the strengths of the medium. That does not mean it will not be fun, and that also does not mean it will not be awesome. But what it does mean is I think that you're going to have a uphill battle in attempting to enact whatever you do. For instance, my False Hydra. The thing that made the False Hydra so fun, both as a story to tell and a story to hear about and in running, was I was constantly dancing around my player and their attention. A False Hydra in a novel or a movie is kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie. Even in a video game, kind of boring. The way I ran it was specifically so interesting. And I'm allowed to say that because it has 100K views. Normally I'd be much more humble about that, but like I kind of can't argue with that. It was specifically so interesting because I was incorporating my player unknowingly, right? CAIN's such a cool system. I get so into my head about prep for it though. You're really fine. Like people get in their own head because they're like, wait, an investigation? That means I have to do like 1,000,000 hours of prep? No, you don't. You don't have to do 1,000,000 hours of prep. You just have to hit those high notes of what is the sin type? What are its domains? What are its trauma questions? And what is its cat? Everything else you can improv. Everything else you can come up with on the fly. It's just you need to know all of these mechanical things. And like, you might not even need to know what the domains or the trauma are explicitly. You could figure that out during the session. I would not recommend it even for experienced admins, because ultimately domains are something that should be recognizable. And I'm of the opinion that as cool as alternate domains would be, I think the more your players understand domains and sin types and traces and afflictions, and the more information they have that they can leverage, the cooler they feel, the more powerful they feel, and the more horrifying it is when they realize exactly what domains this ogre has and they can't stop it from killing them. I genuinely think that CAIN is at its strongest not when the players are like lost lambs that are kind of scared and alone, not understanding, wait, what's a toad do again? I think it's most fun when they go in knowing exactly what a toad does. They pick up on the signs that it has Keeper the Luddic Menagerie, because it keeps having exactly the person that needs. It has Abattoir for 1, because people have gone missing and kidnapped. And it also has Wolf Down the Earth, because giant chunks of the ground have been torn up. And then despite the fact they know all of that, they can't stop it from consuming one of them, spitting them out, and then crushing their skull. I ran an Among Us session 100% on the spot improv because 2 players missed session. I wanted to do more character explanation. You can do investigations with literally 0 prep. You just need to have an idea of what's going on and how to, and if you get kind of contradiction, explore that. I do not recommend it. Yeah, that's something where like, if you're, I'm gonna keep it a buck. My interpretation, if you're the sort of person asking for advice from a content creator, you probably are not at the level of skill where you could do something like run a session with new improv. Now, that does not mean ignore the advice of other people. What that means is that generally, once you are at a level of competency in anything, whether it's TTRPGs, improving, storytelling, basketball, writing, running, skiing, whatever, you're generally not asking like content creators or people that are like, you start off knowing nothing and you go to the level where you know a little bit. And this is where you generally, in my experience, mostly get information from people who are giving advice, right? You go to, oh, this person is an educator in this thing, I'm going to go to them. And then you get to the point where you kind of are discovering your own thing. And then you get to the point where you are asking advice from your own network of people. You have developed your own friend group of GMs. You know other people that know how you run and they can give you advice. You are not asking people that are giving advice. You're not effectively shovel sellers of advice. You are instead going to direct experts. You are going to people you know locally. The dread I felt when I used the book and learned that a child on the idle hunt is something I hope to be able to instill my players as an apostle. Oh, got it. Oh gosh, where did it all go wrong? Absolutely nowhere. Hope that helps. Yep. The thing that solved the mystery for my players was a version mismatch between an iPad operating system. Oh my gosh. The things to practice are just general character behavior, descriptors, work with your skills, but try to work on those edge out of the boxes. Mm-hmm. The golden rule, you're only doing it wrong if it's not fun. Yes. But then you have to ask yourself, if it's fun for you, is it fun for your players? Is it fun for all of you? If it sucks in the moment, but it's fun later. And that's where, like, yes, I do agree with the ethos behind the only thing that matters is you're having fun. That's why literally my catchphrase is have fun. But I do think it is very, like, I don't think it's pedantry to say, like, where is the line of having fun? I don't think it's fun for everyone at the table. D&D, old school D&D, was based entirely, or not entirely, but like mostly in Schadenfreude. I run a Gorgon. All 4 of you are fighting it. One of you fails your fortitude save, and you turn to stone instantly. Everyone goes, oh my gosh, what? And like everyone's losing their minds because your character got turned to stone. You are like, well, that sucks. I liked this character. I liked running this character. I had cool stuff. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, that's so great. I can't believe I managed to make it and you didn't. You have like twice the bonus I do. What? And then like everyone's losing their minds. Net, the table got fun The table had fun. You did not have fun. But next session, when you're fighting the beholder and I get disintegrated, you go, oh my gosh, I thought I was going to get disintegrated. Oh my God. And everyone's losing their minds except the person that got disintegrated because they just got disintegrated. And so, like, where's the line? Where's the line of fun? And if years later we're talking about the story and you go, oh my gosh, do you remember the time I got petrified fighting that Gorgon? And you and everyone else is like, oh my gosh, that was so awesome. Like, was so crazy. Like, it's been years and it's fun for you now in retrospect. Does that retroactively make it okay at the time? Or was it not okay and then it became okay later? I love my players. I want to give them something to show that. I've been running TTRPGs for almost 5 years at this point and doing improv for longer, just very anxious. Original, you're going to do great. Don't you even worry. Is this where I give affirmations to people in chat now? If my players aren't having fun, I'm sobbing because I failed as a GM. Yeah, no, I feel the same way. And like, obviously, their fun is not your job. But fun, I would say, is your responsibility. Just as it is the responsibility of everyone at the table. Like, obviously, clearly, if I run a combat where I target real robot, and I attack real robot, and I disintegrate real robot, and then I cast power word kill on real robot, I probably ruined your fun because I targeted you. I hard targeted you. But in a lot of cases, well, I mean, maybe Licorice could have healed you. Maybe Gray used Death Ward on himself instead of you. Maybe Skeleton was ignoring you to go after the loot instead. And so that's not just my failing as a GM. That's all of our failings because no one was supporting you in that, right? And that's a situation where like everyone has a responsibility to have the group have fun. And I would say, net, the group needs to have fun after every unit of time, whether that is a session or whether that is a arc or whether that is a campaign. I think that the group has to net have fun. And I think, even though it sucks at the time, it is okay to have times where one player doesn't have as much fun as everyone else. However, I think that then weights their fun more, right? I don't think it is if you have 5 other players and 1 player, then, or if you have 5 players total and you have 1 of them not having fun, I don't think that means you've had an 80% fun rating and therefore it's approved. I think that means the less fun this player has over time, the more their opinion gets weighted. I think that if you're gonna have suck at the table, the suck needs to be distributed evenly. The fun needs to be distributed evenly. And at the end of the day, everyone has to walk away saying, that was more fun than it wasn't. That's my line, really. Wait, what the fuck? I don't think I need to add any within reason in everything I say. In that situation, it is okay if we all have an yeah. Maybe just table culture, but my players would be going, no! And then rooting for the bad guy to die to death. Yeah, it's definitely a table culture thing. I know players who, if I so much as targeted their character like 20% more than anyone else, they might actually leave my game. Because they don't want that. They don't come to my game to be challenged tactically. They come to my game to play with their little blorbos and to have their character kiss an NPC and to go off and like have a power fantasy. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And so I, as the GM, have a responsibility, just as they have a player have a responsibility, to ensure that everyone has fun with that. That's okay. That's fine. Yeah, sometimes someone has to suffer a little bit because the chips are down and a veteran sniper is about to shoot. Exactly. And personally, if I'm in a game, particularly, I wasn't even going to say like even if, but like particularly, I'm in a game. Licorice. N. Clam. Real robot. I'm running for all of you. All of you have clicked. You love each other. You have a really tight bond, like 2 characters are dating and like others are siblings, and you have blood bonds, you have former rivalries that have simmered into like a grudging respect. And then I kill N. N's character gone. And the villain you're fighting laughs and says, which one of you is next? As a player, I would be so motivated to take this villain down. And assuming it's not like a cheap shot, I didn't just like power word kill you at second level, like assuming it was like legitimately a tactical error on your part where you died because you were outplayed. As a player, I would be like, oh my gosh, you killed my Nakama. You killed my former rival turned begrudging respect, soon to be lover. And I would be like so down to fight this, right? Maybe licorice could have healed you. Arrow, nature path, wellness. No. So like this is exactly the kind of thing where like I would love that. And personally, I would love this more if I was a player in this game and I cared about these characters than if I'm playing a game with Moth and Skeleton and Gray. And for all of us, it's kind of just like none of us really have character. If none of like all of us are just kind of like vaguely self-inserts. You'll say funny things when it's funny, but not really more than that. If Gray dies, oh no, that kind of sucks, but like, you know? But like, if I have a relationship with this character, I will care. And that's exactly like a personal preference thing. Absolutely. Backflip win? Unfortunately, I can't do a backflip. I did a backflip with my model before, but you're not getting that again. Ever tried to expand the Fate accelerated approaches? I'm using it for something disco-like, and 6 approaches feels like it's too little. I am unfamiliar with what Fate accelerated approaches are. And when you say disco-like, my first thought was Disco Elysium. Though you could just be talking about like disco, the dance craze. So I don't know. I recently came across your channel after hearing about CAIN, currently trying to piece together a campaign in the Hollow Knight TTRPG. I have very little GM experience, was looking for some advice. I don't know anything about the Hollow Knight TTRPG. I'm gonna be for real. I'm gonna be for real on God. The Hollow Knight TTRPG, that aside, my big piece of advice with being a GM, I already talked about this earlier, prioritize the fun of the group. Whether you like planning or improv, remember that this story is collaborative. Your players did not sign up for you to tell them a 100-page script of this really cool novel idea you had. They showed up to fight the infection and hop around with their cute little mask and their little nail and stab guys, right? And probably also kiss bugs, like knowing Hollow Knight players. Like, they don't want, in most cases, to have you just force a story on them. The collaborative element of TTRPGs is, I think, the single biggest defining factor of it. And I think the more you lean into it, the better. Now, obviously, know when to say yes, know when to say no. If they want to jump into a volcano because they think it will give them lava powers, you can just say no. Your player might throw a fit and you can say, okay, I mean, if you want to jump in the volcano, you can, but you're going to die and you're going to make a new character. That's okay. You can just say that. Similarly, if they say, can I like climb up on Gato's shoulders and like stand on Gato's shoulders and then from Gato like jump down and like get a plunging strike? Sure. Does that make sense? Maybe. It sounds fun? Go for it. That is the big thing. Prioritize the fun of your players. Your players are here for a fun time. They're not here for your story. They're not here for your nonsense. They're not here to look up the rules. They're here to have fun. And if that means y'all tell a really compelling narrative, like dramatic story, awesome. If that means you have really tactical combat where the rules are everything, also awesome. But figure that out beforehand. Yeah, building relationships between characters is super important. Yeah. If you're interested in Fate Accelerated, you can read it online. I have no idea what Fate Accelerated is. Is that like Fate Grand Order? All I know about Fate Grand Order is that they make everyone historical into either a super muscular anime man or a breasting boobily anime woman. And they have everyone. They have every historical figure you could think of. Would I kill the Buddha if I saw him on the road? So my issue with that is I understand that is like a piece of wisdom. And I understand that there are multiple interpretations of it. So if we go to the interpretation of if the meaning of if you see the Buddha, kill him. If we go into the interpretation that it's the idea of like Buddha will never appear to you. Buddha will never be among like humans again. So should you see him, he is an imposter. And therefore you should kill him because he's impostoring? How do you imposter someone? Impersonating. He's impersonating the Buddha. I don't see how that is a good thing. Like, yes, if someone is impersonating the Buddha, that's not a good thing. But how would my slaying of him do anything? Is my question for my own spiritual health. Because assuming that I see the Buddha on the road, this implies that Buddhism is correct. Meaning that under the tenets of Buddhism, I do not believe that violence for the sake of violence, purely because I was adhering to a maxim that has been passed around for thousands of years at this point, or maybe hundreds. I don't think that would actually help my own spiritual growth. And then if we go under the interpretation of if you see the Buddha, kill him, is because like the Buddha is everyone. You are part of the Buddha and everyone is connected and everyone is on that same level. So if you see him separate from yourself, that is you seeing effectively an externalization of a part of you and you must kill it because you must take it back into yourself. Like, again, maybe I'm just like not on that cycle, but I feel as though if I was to see a part of myself walking about, why would I inflict harm to it? You know? I describe shots grazing by and tearing through buildings for enemies raising their defenses all the time. Something I wish more I was told as a newbie GM was that you don't need to narrate failure as much as success. The player don't miss, the enemy does a desperate block. And that's what I do in D&D a lot. And when I do TTRPGs, if you miss an attack, I say, how would you have killed them? I stab them through the throat. As you stab them through the throat, they punch up and punch the flat of your blade, knocking it wildly out of the side, and you barely manage to catch it before it goes flying. And your miss is not, you suck. Your miss is, you were about to kill them and they barely managed to save their own life. And sometimes I do that, or I also do that with hits. I like the Matt Colville interpretation. Matt Colville's interpretation of a hit is not you stab them, is what would have killed them and what do they have to do to get out of the way? For instance, I stab them in the throat. They fall to the floor and slam their head against the ground as they dodge out of the way of your swing, and then they roll to the side and stand back up. They took damage because you would have killed them, but instead all they did was smack their head. And so it hurt, but didn't kill them. And that makes you feel more confident and competent because you're never like, oh, I just get a little dinky little slash across their armor. How do you do this? This is a tradition at my table. I ask it when the HP takes 0. Classic critical role. Remember, guys, the only true Shoguns are the Bodhisattvas. Yeah. Yeah, so basically, like, if I saw the Buddha on the road, I cannot say in good confidence that I would kill him. And I understand that is against common wisdom. But I believe that even an impersonator can hold wisdom that I'm not privy to, and even a part of myself that has escaped me is not deserving of eradication purely by its existence, right? Hypothetically, if exos were allowed to live in normal lives outside of CAIN, what would be the best sin for everyday activities? So I can't choose this question, probably because you said sin. YouTube is silly. Would be this best sin for day-to-day activities? I don't know if you mean blasphemy or not, but best sin in day-to-day activities, I mean, it would have to be the toad. Right? Get you whatever you want. Get you money. It's slippery. It's clever. Like, obviously, yeah, like, you could say the idol. But the idol would, like, brainwash people. The idol would, like, mind control people and flesh meld people, which isn't great. If I want someone to like me, I don't want them to be brainwashed into liking me. I would very much like to have them like me for my own reasons, for me. You meant blasphemy? Yeah. We talked about this a couple times. I'm a big fan of Whisper. I think being able to know what would happen would be very useful. You cannot sleep on Vector. Telekinesis, one of the most just day-to-day useful powers. Now, Vector is kind of weird. Vector is like go in 100 in one direction. It's kind of hard to pick something up and move it around. I think Gate would actually be very useful. Obviously, Flux is just a do-over. Flux is like stutter, quickening, all that stuff. That's just time manipulation is never not useful. Palace? You're just think-thonking? You're just a little clever guy? Honestly, sympathy. My computer is having issues. Hey, baby girl, what's up with you? Anything I can do for you? And then my computer goes like, "Aw, you," and then starts working. And like, I just got that touch, you know? That might be pretty useful. Jaunt similarly could be fun. I think the most useful would probably be Flux, sympathy, and Whisper. Because like future sight, or time reversal, talking to objects. Hear me out, palace and become a land. In your brain? A palace in... So you're saying that folks can live there rent-free. If I see anyone, kill everyone. Got it. Oh, edit could be useful. I mean, edit would be useful. Like don't get me wrong. I considered smother. Like tension wouldn't be that useful. Ardence wouldn't be that useful. Smother could be useful, but probably wouldn't be that useful. Bind would not be that useful. I mean, like having a invisible dog would be pretty nice, but well, not rent free. No. You said become a landlord. Squatters' rights, my guy. There is nothing going on in that brain of yours. So if someone hops in that brain, you're not going to be able to rent that out. How are you going to stop them? You're not thinking that hard. You're not using all that brain space. There's going to be a portion of your brain that you haven't looked at in a couple years. They're going to be squatting down there, squatters' rights. They're entitled to that space of your brain. They ain't paying rent. They're in your mind rent-free. Now, you might have the other tenement houses, the other palace spaces. They're all rented out. But you're going to have like a little Timmy over there. Little impeach Obama ASAP 2010 off the corner. Rent-free. Era roast. This is like the softest roast I've done. What are you on about? Would you not be able to shunt that? No. Squatters' rights. Do you not know squatters' rights? Squatters' rights is basically... if someone owns a property, or even if property is not owned, I suppose, but someone just like lives there, and they like actively have been living there for multiple years, and just no one stopped them, there's a threshold. I don't know if it's multiple years. It might be 6 months. I think it's depending on where you're at, but it's like 6 months, a year, 2 years, or whatever, where generally, legally, the person living there inherits all ownership of whatever it is, or at the very least is not allowed to be kicked off. Because if I live at a location, if I live in a building that you own, and you've ignored this building for 5 years, and I've been living here for 3 years, and then you show up and you try to like kick me out, I can say, I've been living here 3 years. Squatters' rights. And then ostensibly, the local government will side with me because I've been here, you've been neglecting this place, clearly you don't care about this place, it will like default to me. I don't think squatters' rights in mine palaces will hold up in court. Okay, you say that, but we're working off the assumption that blasphemies are in day-to-day life. How would the government enforce the law inside of someone's mind? Jaunt user, duh. I send my Jaunt user to ghostwire you. I communicate inside of your brain. It's like having a PA system activate inside of your brain. Do. Attention. This is the US government. We are searching and seizing this property. We have a warrant upon your request. Do. And then you go in their mind with Jaunt. Like, oh, the IRS works in mysterious ways. Of course the IRS works in mysterious ways. They own you. And your brain. What's the geographical scope of your CAIN game? The one with the Valentines? What the frick? Sorry, I clicked on something on accident. So, Site Epsilon is like somewhere in West New York. The locations we have visited thus far is Thunderfeld, which is somewhere in North New York. We've had, this is not what New York looks like. I'm sorry. US map. Why is Chicago pinned? Like, bully for Chicago, but they have no connection to you. No! Sorry. Okay. So, Site Epsilon is somewhere around here, right? Western New York. Altria, North Pennsylvania. Fenderfeld, somewhere in North New York, somewhere like there. And then we had the admin work in Hoboken, which is right across the water from New Jersey in New Jersey. In my CAIN games, I have also featured was it in Illinois? So Site Gamma is somewhere over here, right? Site Gamma, where the gammas are, somewhere up here. And in Illinois is where, what's it called? In Illinois, this one state over, is where I ran a game where, is it one state over? Yeah. In Illinois, I ran a game that was a one-shot where, it was a one-shot, where it's 2 toads in a centipede-infested city. Imagine a tax collector flicking me in the forehead to wake me up. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so that's the scale of my CAIN game. The actual like missions they've gone to, very, very tight. Like, right? Not too far. How many skulls is too many skulls? Asking for a friend. Okay, well, I have to ask you. Are these for a throne? For instance, like, I don't know, maybe a skull throne? Because like that changes the answer quite significantly. If it's not for a skull throne, I think any prime number is fine, because obviously prime numbers are cool. Composites, kind of lame. Although many people would say 1 skull is too many, that you need to have 0 skulls. I would push back and say you should always have at least 1 skull. Maybe even a second as a backup, just in case. But if there is, for instance, a skull throne involved. I would say that any number, really just more, I think really, just bigger number, if that works for you, like just keep adding more, ideally in intervals of 8. Blood soaked preferred, though bleached accepted. If you could add in any amount of like a brass lining to it, that would be nice. Should you slay your foes and take their heads, offer them to, I don't know, what's your favorite vegetable? Like corn, maybe? Like maybe just like yell out like, glory to corn, you know, like just, you're so excited. He has some, you know, like, yeah. Yeah, and I think like 8n plus 8 to the 8th. It's fine. It'll work out. It's fine. I think that's how you'll be fine if you just follow that. Maze for the maze god. No, that's Zinch. Empty homes tax. Oh my gosh. He does all his thinking with his stomach anyway. Careful the government doesn't make you pay property tax for your palace. True. Hey, I could rent out my brain. CAIN wouldn't mind. I think CAIN would mind. There's no squatters' rights where I live in the civilized world. Thoughts on golems and constructs in fantasy? Depends. I have a fondness. Oh my gosh, I have a fondness for a D&D style golem. That said, in my setting, I don't have too many. I added Warforged. I added robots because I'm a weak-willed creator. I'm a weak-willed writer. I love Warforged. I added them to my world. Even though it's no longer a D&D setting, I kept them. I think they're neat. They're constructs. They're effectively golems. I like them. I think that it provides a logistical issue. If we can make golems that are semi-autonomous, why do we not have golems do all of the stuff we don't want to do? Because if they're not sentient, if they have no agency, if they follow every command, if they have physical bodies that can perform to the level of a mundane human or greater, why aren't they the one that's like doing all of agriculture? And why aren't they the one that's like sweeping the streets? And why aren't they the one that's like fighting our wars? And why aren't they the one that's like mining for coal and gold and resources? Like why are golems in fantasy so often like, oh, there's so few of them and they're exclusively used as a combat force? Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. You can have a set of armor that moves, but it has to be magically and not electrically. I really don't like stuff like the androids from Pathfinder. Yeah, like if it's powered by magic, I dig that. The issue is, in my setting, I prefer low magic. So an animated suit of armor or a statue that comes to life should be weird and unusual and odd, right? Depending on what they're powered with, yeah. I don't mind. I share it with 4 others. What else are you drinking your skull wine with the other blood wines? Listen. Skulls? I'm going to tell you this right now. I am so sorry if this is the first time you're hearing this. I'm so sorry if this is shattering your illusion. Cornites, please turn away if you are faint of heart. They are terrible vessels for drinking. Like, they have so many holes. They have ear holes. They have nose holes. They have eye sockets. They have where the brainstem connects. If there's any degree of damage, depending on the condition of the corpse, they will have cracks that it can just seep through. Like, skulls are brittle. They're fragile. They are not meant to hold more than a trace amount of brain matter. And you don't want brain matter in your blood. I assure you that you do not want to mix brain matter with blood wine. Speaking from experience here. Screw AI, automation for the benefits of workers, however. I mean, that's why the thing is, I really don't like AI equals LLM. I really don't like this. I'm of the belief that LLMs should be treated and called something other than AI, and I understand the reason that they are called AI is explicitly because that makes people think of robots and automation and thinks of future tech and helps investors buy it more easily. That said, they are different things functionally. LLMs are predictive models. Generative AI and generative image generation, video generation, these are all just predictive models. They cannot make something entirely new if they don't have training data. And to all of the people who come out and say like, well, if I say to make something that's never been made before, it can put together 2 and 2 and make it. Yes, however, it can only use constituent parts from other pieces it's taken from. It cannot make entirely new, entirely original audio, visual, whatever, without having training data for it, which is why, for instance, if you ask a AI model to make a glass of wine that is overflowing, it physically cannot. Because all of the pictures of wine glasses are like half full or like empty, right? You do not fill a wine glass full of wine and then have it spill out the side. So there are not thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of pictures of this, meaning AI does not have the token cache in order to understand what overflowing with wine looks like. So it can't do that. Right? And that's the core difference between like a child with a crayon and an LLM doing Gen AI. Now, all of that aside, random tangent aside, AI is pretty based. AI, in terms of automation and the development of robots, that's all pretty based. But that's not LLMs, that's not generative models, that's not predictive text. That is a separate thing that has been co-opted by tech bros in order to sell investors on like the 4th biggest rug pull of the last 4 years. Or not 4 years, but like we're on like rug pull number 5 in the last like 10 years that investors have devoted hundreds of billions of dollars to. And it's like, dog, are you stupid? Too bad for you, Arrow. I've already clipped you out of context and posted it on social media. Listen, that'll just give me a bunch of followers on Twitter. Listen, it used to be don't say that, you'll get canceled on Twitter. What I say now is don't say that. You'll get canceled on Blue Sky and celebrated on Twitter. And listen, like, with all due respect, and y'all better not have this problem. If y'all have this problem, I'm gonna start banning people. But like, if you see someone who says like, I like AI, and then you immediately like send them death threats, like, no. If you see someone that says something problematic or even bigoted, and your first thought is to send them hate and to send them death threats and to be problematic towards them because you feel like it's justified, no, we don't do that here. I've said this before, I'll say it again. No matter how heinous someone is, that does not justify a community mobilizing against them with hatred and malice in their heart, no matter how justified it might feel. Yes, even against that one specific person that you're thinking of right now. No, it's not justified. Now, you might make jokes at their expense because humor is a great way of deflecting the power that someone has. You might spread word that they're a bad person. and link to actual documentable proof that proves they're a bad person and that they say these bigoted things or that they believe like they support this gender or whatever. But you're not going to go around like sending people threats and doxing them and saying horrible things about them, or even just spreading hearsay and rumors, right? That is something that, like, if I find out anyone does for any reason in this community, you're gonna get banned, and I'm not gonna let you appeal it, because I don't care if someone doesn't think I deserve to live or that the demographic I'm a part of is deserving of human rights. That does not matter to me when it comes to respecting their humanity. And no one deserves that, even if they're a terrible person who is the most pathetic, sad sack of daddy issues and neglect that manifested into someone who only finds joy in the destruction of what others have, not because it actually gives them any fulfillment that they're yearning for, but purely because it gives them a sense of power, no matter how fleeting that might be, over someone else, before they go back to being a miserable pile of secrets known as a man, who also probably is maidenless. Yeah, it's not right to kill or threaten someone because of opinion. And even if their opinions are toxic, bad, evil, no matter what, that's still not justification. That's not okay. We're never going to do that. And I also expect that should I ever say something problematic, I'm not going to have the entire community turn on me immediately because I breached the social contract. Y'all are going to hold me accountable and you're going to tell me that was not okay. We need to see actual change. And then I'm going to apologize and I'm going to give you actual change because that is what growth is. I don't talk about this a whole lot, but there's a very big issue out there with this weird purity culture a lot of content creators have found themselves in, where they have to be good at all times. And if they ever say something that is not good, they are thrown out like trash. And they're not allowed to apologize and move on. They are assumed evil upon the slightest hint of non-purity. Which, this is why we have so many right-wing grifters. Like, unironically, what happens is that I'm a up-and-coming content creator. I have my little subscribers. I have my little stuff. And I give a take that's like a bad take. I give a bad take that should not be respected. And so people write me off and they mass unsubscribe and they tell everyone, don't collab with this person. They're evil and they're bigoted and they're blah, 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 blah. And then I see, okay, the only people left watching me are people who believe that I actually am a bad person. So I'm just going to start saying that stuff and get more views. And then I get like millions of dollars and then I'm a right-wing grifter. Like that's literally how the pipeline goes. So what I expect of this community is to give grace, not just to myself, but also to others. And to hold people accountable in such a way that they are able to grow. It's called Rune Arcana, and some of the first search results are English speakers complaining there's no proper Runeterra TTRPG. Death threats are such a funny concept, mate. If you're gonna do it on the down low. Exactly. That's also a bit fueled by cancel culture, and people are not... yeah, exactly. That's why I hate cancel culture. Like, I legitimately hate cancel culture. I think that when it first started, it was not only well-intentioned, it was also like legitimately helpful. It was deplatforming specific individuals that did something really bad and not giving them attention when the algorithm would punish you and suppress you if you were not getting attention. Now we're at the point where getting canceled just makes a bunch of other people with problematic views love that person and gives them more attention. Quote unquote cancel culture is literally just throwing someone to the right-wing pipeline. Grace to everyone except Pineapple on Pizza Defenders. Got it? I got bad news for you. Pineapple on pizza. I think I've had it before, and it was fine. I don't care. If you want pineapple on your pizza, go for it. Yeah, so golems and constructs, I've explained that I prefer low magic. I feel like that brings up a lot of questions. They are basically functionally AI, but as golems and automata. I think they're cool. I prefer them more in like a D&D setting than in my personal setting. And if they are in my personal setting, I want them to be weird. I want them to be weird exceptions, right? This stream is pineapple pizza territory. No. No. This is a neutral ground. I want this to be a spot where if you like pineapple on pizza, you are safe and tolerated. However, you are not going to be ousted for saying no pineapple on pizza, because this is a silly, funny haha, and I find it really funny. Banana on pizza. That's something I don't think I would ever want. And I will judge you if you do. I won't stop you. I won't say you're not allowed to do that, but I certainly will judge you. My favorite kinds of constructs are the ones that aren't strictly inorganic. DBZ androids. Doesn't Krillin have a kid with Android 18? How organic are they? I never watched the Android arc. I never got that far in DBZ. How about chocolate on pizza? Okay. Oh, I have chocolate. No, frick. I need to eat. Sad. I don't like eating. I was so excited because we just got chocolate from the Asian Mart last night, and I got these like wafer cracker. Wait. I got these wafer crackers that are like 3 thin layers of like cracker and then chocolate and then cracker on top, and it's like graham crackers with chocolate in them, and they're pretty good. I like them. And then we also got this. Does anyone know what the Korean Pocky is? It's like pepperoni is like the name. It's like this Pocky styled Korean snack that are these like, it's basically Pocky. It is a stick that has like chocolate on it, and it has like almond bits or crushed up cookies or something like that. At this point, just Swedish pizza is cursed enough. What the frick? We got Nutella on pizza. Really? Pineapple on pizza is weak stuff compared to what we got cooking on Brazilian pizza. What is cooking in Brazilian pizza? Tell me. It varies from Android to Android. Some are entirely mechanical, others are basically cyborgs. Chocolate on pizza, no. But on like a cinnamon flatbread with chocolate. Oh my gosh. Hear me out, Arrow. Caramelized banana, sweet pizza with powdered cinnamon on top. My issue with that. At that point, I don't think it's a pizza. I've given my pizza thoughts before. And you already hear the accent coming back. you hear the accent. It creeps in when I talk about pizza. This is a pizza. I don't want none of this deep dish. Flatbread is acceptable. I don't want none of this deep dish. I don't want none of this Chicago style. I don't want none of this like, oh, it's a cinnamon pizza. It's a chocolate pizza. What I want when I want pizza is a New York slice. Oh, Android 18 actually wished to become a human? So when I think pizza, I think you're adding it on top of this. And so I'm thinking like, you got... I need to like... 5 bowls of boiling oil. Neutralize my speech. That just came out of nowhere. I'm so sorry. Like banana. I'm imagining banana on this, and that sounds really bad. Now, what you're describing. Also, one berry is fine on pizza, but then the better berry is excluded. People on pizza, pineapple on Hawaiian pizza doesn't mix with pepperoni or bacon. Salty sticks on pizza. So caramelized sweet pizza with powdered cinnamon. So my understanding of what caramelized banana sweet pizza with cinnamon is you add banana chunks and you add sugar, right? That sounds disgusting. However, if it is no red sauce and the cheese is more like a fondue style cheese rather than like a pizza cheese, I could rock that. That sounds really good. Same thing with the where was it? The flatbread cinnamon roll. Like that sounds really good. And her name's Android 18, but she actually has cyborg in canon. Oh, got it. It has mozzarella, but no tomato soup. Arrow, does white sauce count as pizza? No. White sauce counts. White sauce counts. Listen, you can have white sauce. I have my roommate doesn't eat red sauce. So whenever if we ever get pizza, we made pizza the other week. And we had it like a mozzarella pesto with, we didn't make white sauce, but like generally, yeah. So like white pizza, it's the form. It's the form of it. Like this right here. This is a pizza. This is a pizza. Now replace all of the toppings with cinnamon sugar, and replace the red sauce with. What would you even replace it with? Why am I thinking of Papa's Pizzeria? I never have played Papa's Pizzeria, or is it the Club Penguin game where you can add chocolate to a pizza? Do you know what I'm talking about? Chicken or tofu? You can have chicken, you can have tofu. Listen. I am more upset and critical of a deep dish pizza than I am of odd toppings. However, there comes a point when you remove all of the toppings from a pizza and you add something else to its emptied out hollow husk and you call it a pizza despite it not having the soul of one. Those are entirely different. But like if I take a flatbread and I put Nutella on it and I sprinkle on cinnamon sugar and I put sweet caramelized bananas on it, you might colloquially call that a dessert pizza. I am not going to call that a pizza. I'm going to call that a dessert pizza in the same way I call a ice cream taco a taco. It's not actually a taco. It is simply shaped reminiscent of one. If you remove the cheese and the red sauce, and you don't have something like pepperoni, you don't have something like mushrooms, all you have left is bread. All you have left is bread. At that point, you are describing putting something on bread and the bread happens to be flat. The simulacra of a pizza, you understand, right? It is the idea of a pizza. It is not the actual pizza. Much like Clam, much like how a golem is a simulacra of a person without actually being a living thing. In the same way, a ice cream taco is a simulacra, a pale imitation, but an imitation nonetheless of a taco. If you want a sweet pizza that has sugar, Nutella, caramelized bananas, you can do that. But I'm not going to treat it as a pizza. I'm going to say you're calling it a pizza colloquially. And I can accept that. I can work with that. You and we can do the handshake meme. Flatbread with rice, white gravy, bacon, and sausage. That's not a pizza. That is a series of ingredients. It was effectively a bread bowl, a bread plate, if you will. Maybe the pizza were the golems we made along the way. Listen, if you're having a pizza golem, I want to see what you're doing in Spaceballs 1. I don't think Pizza the Hut came back for Spaceballs 2. He got eaten. Golem with a brick oven in his chest. That sounds incredible. Arrow, you've expressed a hard boundary and I desperately want to explore the borders of that boundary. How many steps can we remove before it stops being pizza, please? What do you think we're discussing? Like, I am genuinely so sorry. I feel so embarrassed. Like, I don't have an accent. Like I don't have a New York or like a Jersey or tri-state area accent. I think the spirit of New York pizza inhabited me for a moment. Like, that's not how I normally talk. I'm not doing up talk right now. This is just how I normally talk. My mother killed my accent growing up, fun fact. My mother, I would go home and I would say, hey, can you pass the sauce? And she said, sauce. And I go, what? And she goes, sauce. It's sauce, not sauce, sauce. And I go, sauce. And she's like, good. So like, I grew up with an accent that she killed. She nipped it at the bud. Are we discovering the new paradox from the ship of Theseus and the pizza of Arrow? I thought you were doing it. No. Like, genuinely, I slipped into an accent. And then I did keep it up a bit for the bit. But certainly there were times when I was speaking and I was unconsciously like leaning into an accent that I was not intentionally doing. Does pesto count? Does garlic sauce? Can we place the cheese? Pesto absolutely counts. Garlic sauce? What's a garlic sauce? Like an aioli? Listen, if you take a flatbread and you put a garlic aioli over it, congrats. You have made a dressing for your bread. You have not made a pizza. If you take a flatbread and you add pesto and you add mushrooms and you add mozzarella and you add tomatoes, like anchovies, onions, whatever you want to add to it, that's a flatbread. That's pizza. That's pizza. If you take away the core components of the sauce and the cheese, you are not operating off of pizza no more. Also, I viscerally hate it when people, parents especially, destroy beautiful accents on the altar of false propriety. Well, I wouldn't say it's a beautiful accent. However, it is something that, like, I did think it was weird not having an accent. And then people viewing me from California were like, you sound like you're from SoCal. And I'm like, really? That's weird. I've never lived in SoCal. And my mother is actually from Arizona, which is right by SoCal, which would make sense. But so I grew up where I lost my accent from the East Coast. And that's something that unironically I would love to get back because it's just, I mean, it's a little bit of home, you know? And like, I don't want to be a poser. I don't want to be like, looks up New York accent. Hey, I'm walking here, gabagool. Like, I think that's incredibly disrespectful. Because like, at the end of the day, that's not my accent. But I do kind of want to be at a point where I'm more comfortable with my own bits of accent. And I do have certain things like, for whatever reason, I very much speak from the front of my mouth, which I think is very tied to where I grew up. So, bury versus bury. Like, I'm gonna bury you. I'm gonna bury you. I saw a video recently where it was 5 pots of boiling oil. 5 pots of boiling oil. Oh, sorry, 5 bowls of boiling oil. Like, this is something where someone from Appalachia, or she was talking about an Appalachian accent versus a Southern Belle accent. I don't know where she's from, but she had an accent. And I thought it was Southern, but then she was talking about an Appalachian accent, so I assume it's Appalachian. She was saying that 5 bowls of boiling oil is how you talk neutrally, is how you talk when you're expected. And she had to effectively like code switch her accent when she was in academic circles because no one would take her seriously if she spoke with her accent and she kind of had that little bit of a drawl to it. And it's not like a major thing. It's not something that like indicated her intelligence, but it is something that certainly people took exception to. And so she would like purposely speak in a very clear and crisp manner without any noticeable accent because that's what is expected in academia. However, if she read the phrase 5 bowls of boiling oil, that is when you have proper enunciation in academia. And then she proceeded to read it normally, which is 5 bowls of boiling oil. But like 5 bowls of boiling oil. Oh yeah, you want me to come to the party? What do you want? You want 5 bowls of boiling oil? That's crazy. That's wild of you. All right, I'll get you 5 bowls of boiling oil. Chicken on pizza is in. Okay. Chicken is protein. Let's not get crazy. Have you never heard of a buffalo chicken pizza? I don't even like them, but I recognize them. as a part of the pizza family. My parents are from 2 different cultures and I barely have my father's accent. It's mostly neutral. What about pesto, arugula, chicken, and feta? That sounds like an amazing Mediterranean-inspired pizza. Pesto counts. You should try a pizza with mortadella and pesto made of pistachios. Pistachios? What? What the frick? I need to drink some water. Okay. Chickpeas drenched in ranch? Ooh. What cat would a goblin be? So, I'm interpreting this that you mean, what cat would a lancer goblin be? However, when I first read this question, I thought you were asking, what breed of cat would a D&D style goblin be? And my first thought was an orange cat. Goblins are clearly orange cats, right? Right? But if we're talking, what would a goblin be from Lancer into CAIN? Thoughts? I want the court of public opinion on this one. If a Lancer goblin was to be a sin, I feel like a Cat 1 Lord is fair. It's frail. It's not so all-encompassing that it can affect a ton of different things, but it can alter reality to suit its desire. One thing at a time. A couple things at a time. You feel? I read what cat would a D&D goblin be. I read it as what cat breed would a Lancer goblin be. Please listen to the actual Italian about pizza toppings. Oh my gosh. Here we observe the death of the author in its natural habitat. Yeah, it's all about how the work is interpreted. The goblin is a lord because it easily sells me on going back to before I had to run a game for a goblin. Okay, ranch dressing is a cream base, usually buttermilk, but Greek yogurt plus mayo does wonders, with garlic, onion, salt, and Italian spices. But why chickpeas? Like I've heard ranch on pizza before, mostly with a spicy pizza. Right? Ranch, spicy wings. If you have a spicy pizza, you could add ranch to it. Like listen, if you want a barbecue pizza that has like beef chunks on it with barbecue sauce mixed into the sauce, like sure. I'm not that picky. I promise you, my opinions on pizza are not that picky. But you're gonna tell me, you're gonna sit here. You're gonna sit here and you're actually honestly gonna tell me with a straight face, you think this is a pizza? You think this is a pizza? This is a pie, if anything. This is a tomato and mozzarella pie in a well-done crust. Barbecue chicken pizza is fire. Beef is honestly a scrap meat. Take that back right now. Beef, one of the best meats out there. Up there with pork. Yep, pizza pie. That's a really good... I'm gonna start banning people. This is not a pizza. This is a pie. This is a cake. This is a entree lasagna trapped in a cooked bread bowl. This is a soup you are biting into with a knife in one hand and your hand grasping onto the only vestige of reality left in the pizza world that this is left behind with your other hand. You are not going to tell me that you are going to serve this when you want pizza and you are going to be happy or satisfied with what you have. This could be bomb. This could be the best thing I ever eaten. It ain't a pizza though. Quality is not inherent into pizza. Pizza is slop and I love it. Pizza's got grease. Pizza ain't something that you can just go around and slap 2 ingredients together, put it in a big old pot, pour it into a mold of bread, and then serve it at your restaurant and call it a pizza just because you're from the Midwest or the Rust Belt or Chicago in particular. Jerky is alright. Deep dish pizza is a soup is a really good take. Thank you! Thank you! Arrow, my American consumerism is showing. I don't even eat pizza that regularly. I'm just a stand for this hill and I'll die on it. It tastes like pizza, therefore it is. Oh, okay. So pizza flavored snacks, like a combos. If I have a Pop-Tart that is pizza flavored, Pop-Tart pizza. If I have snacks, like for instance, Pringles, which are pizza flavored, well, that's a pizza, ain't it? It tastes like pizza. Deep dish is so good, it's not a soup and it may not be pizza. Moth. It can be good. It can be good. It can be good, but a pizza it does not make. It can be the best darn lasagna you ever had. It can put every other beef Wellington to shame. It can be a bread bowl soup or a stew if it's got chunks in it. For all I care. A pizza it is not. If that Pop-Tart is a circle, then I'm going to throw my device. Gosh, I want some jerky suddenly. I'm so happy me and my pop are having chicken fajitas. Nice. Deep dish is a shepherd's pie derivative. We solved it. It is shepherd's pie for Italians. But pizza combos don't really taste like pizza and most flavor things. Okay, fine. Taquitos. Are they pizza? Those little like, you know those little like things that have like the little pregnant belly that are filled with like cheese and marinara sauce and maybe a little bit of like nondescript meat chunks that are listed as pepperoni, but they're definitely not pepperoni. They put in the microwave and then the outsides are hot and they burn you, but then when you bite into it, it's actually cold on the inside. Is that a pizza? Look up ice cream tacos. What the Ugh. Ooh, this is not what I meant when I said ice cream taco. Does anyone know what I meant? I meant this. I meant the Choco Taco. The Choco Taco is what I was referring to as with an ice cream taco. Not this. Oh my god, is that a corn tortilla? Is that Have I seen the You're Nothing Without Me persona cover Robbie Damon uploaded on YouTube? No, I haven't. I should check that out. I should check that out. I like Robbie Damon. I like Akechi. I like Persona. I don't know You're Nothing Without Me, but I can check it out. My playgroup has made a couple custom systems with a D12 multi-die system. Since you've experienced so many systems, what's your favorite dice system you found? Also, what's the worst? Well, I wouldn't say I've experienced too many systems, but certainly, I think that, unironically, 1d20 is the worst. 1d20 is just the worst. Why? Because every single option has a 5% chance of being rolled. There's nothing more special about a nat 1 than there is about a nat 20. The only reason I like a d20 system is by nostalgia. 2d6, better. Percentile dice, better. Pool of d6s, better. Pool of d10s, better. Like, genuinely, 2d6, 3d6 is like 2d6 on steroids. I think 3d6 is too much. 2d6, like apocalypse, probability of apocalypse. I mean, it's so simple, but it's so flexible, right? Like 2d6, and generally like powered by the apocalypse will have like a 6 or lower, or sometimes 7 or lower. Is a failure, a 7 to 9, or like a 8 to 10. That's all a middling success, and then like a 10 plus or an 11 plus. That is all a great success. That's super intuitive. That's super easy to learn. It gives you a nice curve where most of the time you're going to get a middling success. CAINs is kind of silly. I'm actually not the biggest fan of CAINs. It's similar to Shadowruns, where you get hits, and then a number of hits gives you success. World of Darkness, specifically Vampire the Masquerade and Werewolf, the Apocalypse. I like these because you get a pool of d10s based on your attribute and your skill. If I'm making a strength brawl check and I have 2 dots in strength and 3 dots in brawl, I'll get 5 dice. However, as a vampire, if I have 1 hunger, I replace one of my normal dice with a blood die. And then the blood die indicates what special happens, if anything. If I'm a werewolf, I replace my dice with rage dice. So special stuff happens with rage dice. I think this is a very nice system for... It's very easy to, oh, this person is feeling like demotivated. Demotivated? Dismotivated? Amotivated? Non-motivated? Disheartened. This person feeling very disheartened. You're trying to intimidate them. Here's a 2 die bonus. Roll 2 more d10s. Or I just drop the DC from like 3 successes to 2 successes. It's very flexible in that. You might have guessed, I like systems which are very easy to pick up. And average towards success, right? I think these are the 2 big important things with the die system. I think that it needs to be easy to pick up. You need to be able to like learn it in like 5 minutes. And you also need to lean towards success, because failure is boring. Now, failing forward can be fun, and I would count that under success because you're still succeeding by failing forward. But like total failure, not fun. D&D, lots of total failure, not fun. CAIN is 11 out of 10 style and like 6 out of 10 mechanics. I agree. And clearly, I've been running a game of it for 8 months. I've been talking about it nonstop on the channel for 8 months. Like 11 out of 10 style makes a 6 out of 10 mechanical game feel like a 9 out of 10. Like, it's not even quite averaged. It's just like, it just pulls it up, right? And I think that's valid. I think that's valid. So like Lancer, not a huge fan of because it's like just D20. I would prefer like a 3D6 system personally. The crazy thing about Lancer is that they kind of make a D20 system work. Like it's almost a war game. So missing is kind of intentional. Roll your D20. Generally, your DC is rare. Like the enemy's evasion or E-defense is rarely at T1 going to be above 9. So if you're rolling, maybe you're at like +1 grit. You have like a 60% chance of making this before any sort of accuracy, before any modifiers, before anything. Let's say you get an accuracy. That's +1d6, so that's +3.5. Suddenly you went from like a 60% chance to going up to like an 80% chance. That's pretty good. That you're going to hit more often than you miss, but you're not going to hit 100% of the time, which keeps things interesting. The fact that Lancer over 20 is always a crit, that really makes it more interesting. Suddenly, I'd like, oh, on my D20, if I roll a 9 or higher, I hit. Okay, I don't care if I roll a nat 20 because I hit on a 10. But with a crit, with anything being above a 20 being a crit, that suddenly makes me want big number. And that makes it more fun. I think Lancer did as close as you could to fixing a D20 system as you can. And I think part of that is that it's basically a war game, right? T20, not the worst system I've ever heard of. Not the worst system I've ever heard of. Hi, 40K. Yeah, it's me. Well, you know, you got a lot of dice. 40K's dice system is so convoluted. I have to explain it to people all the time, even if they've played the game before. Like, I'm not even playing 40K regularly, but like, I still have to explain it to people. You have to roll so many times just to do anything. In 40K, your weapon will have a ballistic skill or a weapon skill. It will have a strength, it will have an armor penetration value, and it will have a damage. Your ballistic skill or your weapon skill determines what die you roll to hit. So everything is D6s. So I might make 2 attacks with my lasgun. My lasgun is ballistic skill 4+. I roll 2 D6s, I get a 3 and a 4. Okay, I missed one shot, I hit another shot. Now I look at my strength. My strength is 3. I am shooting a Space Marine that has toughness 4. Because my toughness is lower than, because my strength is lower than their toughness, I roll on a 5+. If it was equal, it would be a 4+. If it was stronger, it would be a 3+. But if it's twice the strength, it would be a 2+. And if it's half the strength, well, it would be a 6+. You silly goose. And then let's say I make that. My armor penetration value is 0. They have a save DC of 3. They now have to roll a 3 up on their die. Oh no, I used a stratagem to give my guy +1 AP. So now, by giving +1 AP, that's a -1 to their roll, meaning they now have to roll a 4+, and then they have to roll, and then maybe they make the roll, and I deal no damage. I get it's a war game. It is so needlessly complicated. This is one unit, like not even one, sorry, this is one model shooting. I, as a unit of guardsmen, I will have 20 guardsmen in a, or like 10 guardsmen in a single unit. We are within half range, so we all get rapid fire. So we all get 2 shots each. That's 20 shots at you. I rolled 20 D6. Let's say 12 of them are 4 up. I get 12 hits. And then I have to roll 20, or I have to roll 12 D6 at a 5 up. I get 4 5-ups because I rolled terribly. Okay, I have 4 dice. Now you have to make 4 3-up saves. You roll your dice. All of them save. I dealt 0 damage to you after rolling 20 dice. Like, I get it's a war game. It feels needless. No game state advancement drives me nuts. Exactly. And that's why, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Malagast's system, Malagast Magna Gothica, it is a skirmish war game where whenever you attack someone, everyone has a defense value, and it will be like 2+. If you roll 2 or higher, you hit them. It'll be a 5+. If you roll 5 or higher, you hit them. Even if you miss, you graze them and deal 1 damage to them. So if I have armor and you attack me and you miss, you deal 1 damage to me, but my armor blocks it, so we're fine. If I don't have armor, you attack me, you miss, you deal 1 damage to me, I take 1 damage. So even if you miss, you're always going to deal a little bit of game state advancement unless you're attacking into armor. Unless I have vitality. Unless I have something to prevent that from happening, which is not a given, right? Heading out to bed, good night. I stopped listening. Let's have a computer make all those calculations. Computers are good at making those things. Yeah, let's have games play 40K for us. That's just total war. What's your favorite variety of deep dish pizza? It's my favorite type of pizza. Okay, I am not a fan of deep dish pizza, in case you couldn't tell. I do not believe deep dish pizza is inherently bad. I believe you can have good deep dish pizza. I've never been to Chicago. I'm sure if I was in Chicago, I'd be able to get some good deep dish pizza. However, my assumption is if they go light on the sauce and heavy on the cheese is my first thought. Because when I had it, it's like It's like molten. It's like biting into like tomatoey lava. I don't want that. I don't like tomatoes that much. So it's like biting into molten lava with a sprinkle of cheese on top and then maybe some pepperoni, right? Maybe some ham, like maybe a pineapple or whatever, a mushroom or whatever, like whatever the topping is. There's like the ratio. Is like crust, tomato, cheese. And like, yeah, maybe there's like, maybe it's like an herby, maybe it's herbed. Maybe there's like garlic chunks and like little beef chunks in here. Maybe this has stuff in it. At that point, it's just a lasagna. It is an Italian soup. What type of dough is acceptable? I think dough is not the make or break. I think it is the sauce. I think it is the sauce and it is the implementation of some kind of cheese. I think if you have a flatbread, that can be a pizza. I think stromboli and calzones are not pizza, but they involve cheese, they involve sauce, because it's a matter of form. It's form, it's sauce, it's cheese, crust, malleable, flexible. I reject Chicago-style pizza being called Italian soup. Okay, you can reject the truth all you want. You need hefty dough that can handle the weight of a pie. Like, listen, if you have to change your dough specifically to match the constraints of the medium in which you are engaging, I do not think you are making the same dish. If you cannot make pizza dough, like you can use deep dish pizza dough for a New York style pizza. You can use flatbread style pizza for New York style pizza. You can use bread for New York style pizza. Who cares? Bread dough. Why not? You cannot use New York style pizza dough for a Chicago deep dish. You cannot use flatbread dough for a Chicago deep dish. That means it is not the same thing. I'm flexible. This is weirdly a hill I will die on. I have thought this for months. I've talked about this on stream for months. I don't know why. I am not one for silly hypotheticals to die on. This is the hill I kind of will die on. I think the best we can do is ask Pope Leo what his peers in the Vatican think. Yeah, I guess. Have I ever heard of Tormentia? No, I have not. So that is the end of the questions. We have been going for nearly 6 hours. I'm going to wrap up the Q&A section. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask me. Otherwise, I think we're good to wrap this up. Wait. There isn't mushroom for topping on a deep dish pizza. I don't even like mushrooms on pizza. But that's like a core topping. Wait, you saw Tormentia? Someone asked me if I've seen Tormentia, and I said no. Who's the other Brazilian? We have a lot of Brazilians in the chat. If you're from Brazil, sending you my love. Love to all the Brazilians out there. Meanwhile, I've yet to actually play with ore, but I'm still enamored with the premise of one roll. Warhammer's resolution system is so awful, I literally made an entire wargame to prove the point that I could do better in my basement with a box of scraps on a bet. What do I think of card drawing systems? So I assume you mean for mechanical resolution in a TTRPG, you draw cards. Also justice. Tormenta is a descendant of 3.5 local to Brazil, kind of how Pathfinder came to 3.5, but went in a different direction. Ah. Well, have this. You can find Robin Williams doing a cover of Come Together by the Beatles. Oh. How many skulls are too many? Pink, someone already asked that. We already went over this. Go back in the stream. Check the VOD. Quick question. Have you seen the Semla alignment chart? It definitely reminded me of the whole take on what's a pizza. Semla alignment chart. Oh! Oh, it's one of these. One of these like form purist, form neutral, form rebel, function traditionalist, function neutral, function rebel? I asked it, and I already answered you. I already answered. If you didn't pay attention, that's on you. You gotta go back in the VOD. The real answer, the real answer that I gave you, is it for a throne of skulls? If yes, that changes the answer. If no, I would say a lot of people would say one skull is too many. I believe you always need at least one skull. Got to keep that brain safe. But I would say having a backup isn't too bad. No shame in having a backup just in case. If it's for a throne of skulls, I personally would recommend more is my answer. All of them, even. Particularly those draining their blood, inscribed in brass, marked with the Eightfold Path, in collections of 8, ideally, and yeah, just more. There is never enough skulls for the skull throne. When I have a throne of blood, because it's blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. It's not skulls for the skull god. It's not skulls for the skull god, blood for the blood throne. Yeah. You're just an eccentric necromancer. Then in that case, I think 2 should be sufficient. 1 for your own purposes, 1 for aesthetics. Skull is more solid than blood. That is true. Maybe if you were in a frozen area, you could freeze the blood into a throne, but that seems like it'd be very uncomfortable. Blood is not solid. If you sit on the throne, you fall into it. How would a blood throne even work? Okay. Very simple. At what temperature does blood freeze? -2 to 3 centigrade. -2 to 3 centigrade. All you need to do is get into an environment where you make a mold. All you gotta do, make a mold, fill it with blood. -3 degrees centigrade. Probably go like -4, -5 just to be safe. Remove the mold. You have your throne of blood. You can now sit upon your throne of blood. That's like weird angle. It would be there, yeah. It's always weird drawing people. You have to give them like a neck, but not too much neck. However, be aware your body heat will increase it, so you do want to be in a cold enough environment that it will offset your body heat. And yeah, you have a throne of blood. Like, you could also coagulate the blood like a blood sausage. I've been getting into D&D horror classes and monsters. Any recommendations on what I should look or where to look? I'm going to say the answer you're not going to want to hear. I'm going to say the answer that's like so overdone. And I promise this is not from a place of hatred. This is from a place of love. I personally feel you cannot do horror effectively in D&D by nature of the rules. Like, obviously, you can run effective horror in anything. And also, in D&D, if you change the rules so much that you can add in horror because you're homebrewing, sure, you can do whatever you want. That's not D&D at that point. That's your homebrew system on the bones of 5e. And that's what I see a lot of people do. I'm of the opinion, if you want to run a horror game, do not run D&D 5e. Even if your group is begging you, please run us a 5e game that's a horror one-shot for Halloween. It'll be hilarious. We can run Strahd this year. Every year we say this, and then we never do it. But please, I would recommend no. Because the very nature of D&D is that it is a power fantasy. And you have to have a very specific type of horror to hurt and scar and scare your players when they are powerful. For instance, if, for instance, they're all in a dorm where they have a bunch of people that they learn to like and care about, and then I take them away one by one, and I have them meet worse and worse fates, and then even those that do not die, I bring them back in horrible ways that twist their psyche and makes them a distorted version of their former self, that then traumatizes all those around them and forces them to reckon with the fact that they might have to kill one that they once cared about. Like, that's something that, off the top of my head, crazy idea, I know. That might be fun. How many people do you need to leech to get that much blood? Depends on how long you're willing to bleed them for. You probably have to count for blood expanding and freezing. Warning, blood is mostly water, so it'll probably expand. My chat's so clever. Y'all are so clever. We're talking logistics here. You could also coagulate the blood, yeah. How could I sit on my throne of lies instead of a throne of blood? Are you Santa? Are you Santa? Are you pretending to be Santa? Because the last time I checked, the only one sitting on a throne of lies was a fake Santa. The issue with D&D horror is that you need to be like maybe level 3 at most, yeah. I would say you need to be like level 1. You need to be like level 1 playing in an environment that is somehow built for level like 2s without having the scaling to do... Okay. Something I don't like about D&D design. Yes, I know. Bounded accuracy. I know. Shh. Hush. Don't say a word. Bounded accuracy. Something I don't like about D&D design. I have a group of level 3 characters. These level 3 characters are optimized. They are min-maxed. They are like, they've got a paladin that's got like a 20 AC and also like a really high strength and constitution and charisma. They have a wizard with a 20 in intelligence, and they have the ability to not only like step out of the harm's way, but also cause harm to their enemies and all of this stuff. If I want to challenge them because CR3 creatures aren't cutting it, I have to use CR5 or 6 or 10. And do you want to know the issue with this? My paladin has a 20 AC, and I am rocking 23 hit points. That's cute. So I attack you with this like CR7 creature. It has a plus 12 to hit, or no, like CR7 is like, it has like a plus 9 to hit and deals like 3d6 plus 5 damage on a hit. And also it has multi-attack where it attacks twice. And my player's like, what? And I have no means of, if my players kill everything in one round, nothing is bounded to be able to be used at different levels outside of swarms of little guys at later levels. So if I have a group of level 5 characters, they're basically untouchable unless I want to curb stomp them. Right? And the only real solution is to take the same enemies they've been fighting, is to take an owlbear and give it like plus 50 health. Which all that does is make the fight longer. That doesn't make it more fun. That doesn't make it more interesting. That doesn't add anything to the fight except for length. All that adds is that instead of taking it out in 2 actions, you take it out in 5 actions. Oh no, you spent 1 more spell slot. Cool. We wasted another 45 minutes doing that. It didn't even hit you when it swung at you, right? Also, like, D&D monster design is 110% dog water and all need to be buffed and given cool abilities. Which, okay. D&D combat is what the entire system is around. I've seen people say, D&D isn't a combat-oriented system. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Shh, hush, hush. Listen to me. I know better than you. D&D is a combat-oriented system. The issue is combat in D&D sucks. That is not a controversial take. Most people that play D&D at one point or another look up a video that is how to make the D&D combat faster, how to make D&D combat more fun, 5 ways to improve your D&D combat. Like, it is the obligatory thing that if you are a TTRPG channel, you have made a video on how to make D&D combat better. I've done it of all things. And like, everyone knows. And the entire system is devoted to it. I mean, it's not only about the stat block, it's how you use it. Okay. Let me grab a random cool monster. A hook horror, yeah. Hook horrors. They're cool. They're fun. They're interesting, right? That's cool. They're a monster that echolocates with like a bird skull, like, but also it's like part cat and has a carapace. Oh man, that's so cool, right? Let's look at what its stats are. Hook horror. Large monstrosity, 15 AC, 75 hit points, 30 feet speed, 30 foot climb speed. It can climb above the party. Interesting. Nice. Awesome. Cool. Skills, perception, sure. Blind sight, makes sense. It speaks hook horror. It's CR3. Okay, so let's take on 4 level 3 characters, right? Right? Echolocation, it can't use blind sight while deafened. I mean, I guess it has blind sense. So echolocation kind of sucks here, but like, I guess whatever, like, it's fine. It's not that bad. There's cooler stuff down the way. There's cooler stuff later. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Keen hearing. It has advantage on perception checks to hear. Oh yeah, that makes sense. But like, when is that gonna come up? Okay, sure, whatever. Actions. Okay, it makes 2 hook attacks, plus 6 to hit, 10 foot reach. Okay. 2d6 plus 4 damage. Wait. Where's the rest of the stat block? It's not about the stat block, it's how you use it. Do you see the problem? And that's something where it's like, I'm being glib. I'm being tongue-in-cheek about this. Yes, absolutely. Most times, even a dull stat block can be improved by the addition of just creativity on the part of the GM. That being said, the hook horror is a really cool concept. It is this underdark monster that uses echolocation to click and communicate across entire caverns to one another. And its only abilities are blind sense, a climb speed, a middling AC, and 2 hook attacks. Right? Now look at the shadow and try to run it. Oh, exactly, like shadow. What the frick? D&D shadow. So like, this is something where, oh wow, we have way more here. This is way more interesting, right? We have way more to do with this. Okay, 12 armor class, 16 hit points. Oh wow, it's got a lot of damage resistances. Oh, that's like a ton of health, right? It's got all these immunities. It's challenge rating 1/2. Okay, so 2 of these to fight a first level party. All right. Amorphous, it can squeeze through space. That's kind of not really combat oriented, but like, that could be cool. They're like, can like assassinate the party, sneak in. Shadow stealth, they can hide as a bonus action. I mean, I guess that's one more action to do. It's not really going to come up that often, but like, maybe that gives you options to the GM. Sure. Oh, sunlight weakness. That's a thing for the party to exploit. Yeah, if they attack during the day, but they're inside, like, you can break open a window. Strength drain. 2d6. Okay. Reduce strength score. Okay. Reduced by 0. Reduced. Then die. Shadow. Oh, okay. 2d6 plus 2 damage. That kills just about every first level character. That's on average 9 damage. If you have a d8 hit dice and you have a +1 con, on average, that is going to take you out. If you have a d10 hit die, which is just paladins and fighters, and maybe rangers. Are rangers a d8? Rangers Rangers strike me as a D10. But when I think of D10, I only think of Paladin and Fighter. Am I wrong there? Gosh. Like, listen, I'm gonna stop being like fussy about it. D&D counter design is all over the place. This is cool stuff. Amorphous, not really that interesting, but it can lead to some cool behaviors. Shadow stealth, I don't think I have ever used shadow stealth in the, I mean, like single digit number of times I've run shadows, but like more than once. I don't think it's ever come up because like it's cool, but whatever. Sunlight weakness, that can be effective. And then strength drain is like way too powerful for first level. You're literally a D&D character, and I think D&D combat sucks. Rangers D10, same with Blood Hunter. Why are you censoring Blood Hunter? Blood Hunters are fine. Hook horrors are clearly meant to eavesdropping monster. Listen. Unironically, the way you fix hook horrors, I saw this in a suggestion years ago, was you have in a cavern a symbiotic relationship between, not ropers, dark mantles and hook horrors. Dark mantles are these weirdo like squid things that go on the ceiling, and then they drop from the sky and they land on you and they start suffocating you, and then they cast darkness around them so no one can see you. Hook horrors have blind sense. They don't need to see. So the idea of dark mantles and hook horrors working together, where you walk into a room, you get dark mantled, it uses darkness to surround it, and then hook horrors approach and start attacking your friends in the darkness. They don't need to see, they have blind sense. You are being suffocated and have the dark mantle on your head, and your friends are being attacked by creatures they can't see, which is advantage against them. They have disadvantage against those creatures, and like they can't cast most of their spells. Did Arrow already go over all the questions? I had to go away for a few hours. Yeah. So the VOD is still going to be here after stream is over, so feel free to check the questions after. I already started scanning for my questions. Yeah. I still believe you. D&D is not really my jam, and I love D&D. I will always love D&D for what it was. Independent of what it is, I have not caught up with 5.5, I think literally at all, outside of people complaining about the Ranger when it first came out. Because of course they were going to complain about the Ranger. Wizards of the Coast does not understand. Make the Ranger the pet class. Give them pets. People like pets. You don't need to make them the survivalist. You don't need to make them the like tracker, the one that is, oh, they trivialize the exploration pillar of the game. Oh, the exploration pillar that no one uses anyway, and the people who do use it aren't going to want to trivialize it? What? Crazy? Give them pets. Just give them a pet. Just give them a pet. Just give them a pet. I'm going to keep saying it because it's so simple. It's so, like, all you have to do, give them a pet. Make the Beastmaster a subclass that makes their pet better. That's all you have to do. I thought I heard someone shushing me. Wizards of the Coast, let's make the Rangers Hunter's Mark class. Arrow gives Chad a pet. No. My favorite character was a Blood Hunter, but they pissed me off, PMO, so bad that it's kind of necessary for stuff to be mid. Yeah. Give them pets and useful skills that are not just locked to a bow and single terrains. Listen, if I've already said this. The way I would fix Rangers, I made a whole video about this. I made it like a year ago, and as a result, I got this amazing piece of artwork from Hellblazer on Blue Sky, where they drew me as a Ranger, and they even did a little signature where my name has a bow with it. Like, fantastic art. Hellblazer H3 LLBLAZER on Blue Sky. They go by Jack, the last I saw. I love this art so much. What I said is, take the standard Ranger, give them all a pet, and give it the ability to overcome non-magical weapon damage at around like 6th level. Then maybe give them one more thing at like 13th level about their pet, just to help it scale a little bit more. And then make a Beastmaster class. where they get cool stuff, where they can have like combo moves and they can like have their pet attack when they attack, and like just have it be as a bonus action. You tell your pet to do something. You attack as your main action. As your bonus, your pet attacks. You attack as main action. As bonus action, you have your pet run off. I don't know, whatever, that kind of stuff. Beastmaster gives you more stuff. Either a stronger pet or another pet. And what I suggested is at 3rd level is where you get your pet. But like as soon as 1st level, when you're a ranger, you get like a non-combat pet that can't attack. So maybe it can tank for you, but probably not. And it has to be of a low enough CR. Bow and arrow, exactly. For the moment, I understood the weakness of my system. I want to play a martial support class. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist. So, okay. Martial support class was the warlord from 4E. And they removed that. But the other main thing, in addition to giving pets, every class should have a couple exploration features. My suggestion is you get like 1 at 1st level, you get 1 at like 7th level, and you get 1 at like 14th level. What are exploration features? Is it like favored terrain? No, it's like druids get druidic. Whoa, that suddenly gives an avenue. That suddenly gives an avenue for druids to have interactions no one else can have. Thieves get, thieves can't, or rogues get, thieves can't. Like fighters at 7th level could get the battle master feature where they can talk to someone and learn their statistics. And maybe even like non-combat stuff, like their fighting style, what their history in the military is like, if they've ever been grievously injured, like you could get that kind of stuff. Wizards could have something where it's just like you can recognize glyphs at a glance at 1st level. Like you have like this site where you can recognize if a marking, even if it's coded, has arcane significance, and you have a understanding entirely of glyphs associated with your school of magic. Oh wow, I'm an illusion wizard. I see these glyphs. They're definitely not illusion glyphs. I don't know what type they are, but I know they're glyphs, and I know that even though this is like a poem, this is actually secretly a spell. And I know it's not illusion. So then I can roll, and then I can be like, clearly it's evocation. This is a trap that will fire blast you. And then I can be like super cool and exploration oriented. Wow, oh my gosh, I would actually use my abilities outside of combat if I had abilities to be used outside of combat. Crazy. I was crazy once. They put me in a forest, a scarlet forest with a spell that makes me crazy. I was crazy once. Became a CAIN idol, but ranger. Wizard of the Coast. You may have the help action as a reaction if you're a really good boy, girl, them, it. Hi, Chad, I'm back. I was finished playing House for my nephew. Aww. Building a playhouse. Nice. Yeah, why do people want me to give chat pets? Listen, that's how we started stream. That's how we're going to end stream. Thank you so much for swinging by. I'm so tired. I have not been sleeping well recently. I've been very tired. I've been waking up early, and I'm not going to lie, starting up stream today, I wasn't sure if I was going to have fun time. But every time I've thought that, I have proceeded, oh frick, I have a mega dungeon due tomorrow. Every time I've thought, I don't know about stream, I kind of want to cancel, I have pushed through it, and it has been very fun. So thank you so much for sticking by. Tomorrow's going to be a mega dungeon video, which, I gotta do that tonight. Friday is going to be another, what is Friday? Am I going to start CAIN? I'm going to start CAIN on Friday. I'm going to start the CAIN supplement on Friday, working through that, workshopping the lore of my setting. Saturday, we're going to continue programming the platonic dating sim, and look out for a girlfriend video next week. We can help build the mega dungeon. Oh my gosh. I already have folks who give me suggestions at the comments of every single video. I say, drop your suggestions for Mega Dungeon videos. I have taken rooms. I've taken inspiration from rooms. I think I've credited them. Oftentimes, I won't do exactly what you said. I will generally, like, if someone has a good idea, I'll just do my own thing. But there have been a couple rooms where I think I credited it. I was like, hey, I was inspired by a commenter for this. Shows a deep dish pizza. I love jelly-filled donuts. Okay, that's where we end it. Wait, no. If you end the scream, I'll disintegrate. I want to disintegrate. Well, have you considered simply being a being beyond this corporeal prison that you call a world? Thank you all so much for swinging by. I must say, you really do make it worth it. Time to dissolve back into nothingness. All right. Have a lovely day, morning, night, evening, afternoon, whenever. And take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.